don't smoke on the start stand.
No, because you need to have.
And you don't smoke on, so if it's an issue, I told Ben, let me know if it's an issue. But
We're in the rolling hills of Southern Virginia, one of America's most beloved road courses, Virginia International Raceway, for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. VIR is a driver circuit in every sense. It's fast, technical, and unforgiving at parts. From the climbing S's to the long back straight and the iconic Oak Tree Corner, it rewards precision and confidence from the very first lap. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, Tom McCorman, and today marks the opening day of the Super Tour here. 2 great days of racing, but first, before you race, Tom, you must qualify.
And this is going to be so much fun. Of course, previously the home of the runoffs as well. We're kicking things off with a group full of production category cars and a huge stream of B-Specs just popping here into our site. Look at them all trying to get the tires warm here. Gregg, you're trackside. I am not. The weather down there looks downright beautiful.
It is absolutely gorgeous, Tom. A little humid here in the air, but about 65 degrees, not a single cloud in the sky. We haven't had rain for a couple days, so watch out for the grass fires. We actually had one here yesterday, but a great day of racing and qualifying ahead of us. Just to give everybody a sense of what we're going to see today, we have 7 distinct race groups here this weekend for the Super Tour, made up of open wheel cars, made up of closed wheel cars, GT cars, touring cars, you name it. We're going to have 20-minute qualifying sessions for each one of those groups this morning, and then this afternoon we will go racing, where each of our racers have their first of 2 races on the weekend, a 25-minute sprint race, and we do it all again tomorrow. First on track this morning are our production category racers: E production, F production, H production, and then also, Tom, a very large B-Spec field, I believe somewhere along the lines of, I think at B-Spec we have 18 racers qualified, multiple national champions and past national champions in the field here, like Steve Introne, national champion. Of course, we've got Rich Roman, a 2-time national champion. We've got our defending national champion in the field, Eric Yeagle, and many other very, very quick racers. And then over in the production field, we've got our former F production national champion, Mason Workman, as well as some very strong racers. A little bit smaller H production field than I had anticipated, but we also have an E production racing in the, I believe this is the former Matt Reynolds MX-5. I'll have to double check on this. Tony Ave in one of the 50 different classes that he'll be racing this weekend. Also, Doug Piner, one of the North Carolina region standouts, our host region here, in a brand new to him BMW Z4. He had been racing a Z3 for a number of years. I talked to him last night, Tom, and he said the best way to check for him and find him on track is the trail of oil that he will be leaving behind.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. And he just went through our shot on the front straight in the bright fluorescent green or lime green. Now, what used to be a BMW Z3 in that color, now a new Z4.
That'll be cool to see. I think maybe the first in E-production of those that I've seen, as we now join B-Spec, their first qualifying lap underway. Lots of smoke over in Sector 1. This is the run between turns 1 and 3. And I think that might have been coming from the green BMW as it worked its way around some of the B-Spec field into this first flying lap. With 20 minutes on the board, you get plenty of time. But one stoppage for a session can really throw a wrench into things. We've seen them have to rely on practice times before. We've seen them have to get a little bit creative. The cold rear tires of these B-Spec cars continuing to throw some challenges at the drivers as well. But again, 20 minutes qualifying here for the first race, which is later today. 25-minute race. And I think these are, of course, the shorter of the 2 races this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. All right, coming right to our camera right now, right at the front of the field, that is Tony Ave in the silver with blue, number 28E production Mazda MX-5. Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina. And again, I believe that is a car that has won multiple E-production championships, not at Tony's hands, but at Matt Reynolds. He is currently your fastest E-production racer. with a 2:09.287, but that's just with a single flying lap in the books. Peter Norton out of Pelham, North Carolina, in his Caterham, currently running 8 seconds off that time, as I think Peter's trying to get what is probably one of the lightest cars in the field here today. Get a little extra heat in those tires. As we check in, we're still waiting on the B-Spec racers to complete their first flying lap, and that should be coming very soon, as we see a number of them coming to the top of the roller coaster turn 14, as they will descend down to the lower elevations of the racetrack and onto the front straight.
Here come the times for B-Spec. Your top car on the first lap through. It's going to be Josh Schmidt, who has had a pretty decent start to the season, has shown a lot of pace in the Chevy Sonic early on. Steve Introne goes into the second position, about a half a second back. They're both at the 2 minutes and 28 second range. And then Deffenbaugh puts himself in the conversation, up to third in class in front of your defending champion, Eric Yeagle.
Yeah, indeed. And just saw one of our B-Spec races, I believe it was Rice Robinson, come down the pit lane in the number 150 car. And sure, looks like he now just left the pit lane. There he is onto the front straight. And so he completed his first flying lap in the pits. So now finds himself sitting 17th in the field, as the two teammates out of the DC region, Dan Conway and Rich Roman, now move to the top of the field. They also have working with them this weekend Tristan Herbert, who is a former Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series ITB champion, also was spent quite a bit of time, Tom, in the touring car class in Curly World Challenge in the early, actually in the aughts. And also here, if we look a little bit further down in the field, I think you mentioned Blair Deffenbaugh out of Sylvan, North Carolina, the number 87 Honda Fit, has a number of regional races here, and I believe picked up his first Super Tour win 2 years ago at Road Atlanta. So we'll see how that car does right out of the gate. Should note with Josh Schmidt, who now is sitting fourth in the B-Spec field. He is, I don't want to call it a debut, Tom. He's running the car that he calls Cinnamon, the burgundy-colored Chevy Sonic versus the silver car that we saw him in at Road Atlanta. He brought this car out, and he's coming down the front straight now to complete a lap. He does not improve. Here is still fourth fastest. Brought that car to the runoffs and was the car that he intended to both qualify and race. Unfortunately, there had some mechanical issues and brought the old reliable silver car, which is what we saw at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago, and put the silver car on pole at the runoffs. Didn't translate to a win, but we'll see how this newly repaired car does for him.
Hard to argue with the car that still wants to win races, though.
Yes,
I do believe some race cars want to be race cars more than others. This field now working their way down through. This is only their second lap of qualifying. It's such a long lap here in anything, but especially in a B-Spec car. While we were chatting, Peter Norton moved himself within now 2.5 seconds of Tony Ave, but still struggling to find some pace out of that Caterham 7 that's good enough for not even the front row, as Mason Workman just comes through in the black Miata on your screen here down into turn number 1. He's now your second fastest car in the session and your provisional pole sitter in F production, just at the 2 minute and 10 mark.
All right, and over in H production, it is Rob Horrell and Tom Roaring. Saw Tom just bring his Toyota Yaris down the pit lane a few moments ago, and seems to be having some mechanical issues with that car. Was the best of the 2 laps that he's put in. Again, one was an out lap, but is over 3 minutes, which is about 40 seconds off of Rob Horrell's times. Horrell driving his number 91 Honda CRX, the only other racer in the class this weekend. Over in F production, Mason Workman, who was your 2024 E-Production National Champion. F production national champion from Canal Winchester, Ohio. He is currently your fastest driver on course in the class with a time of 2:10.839. That is about 3 seconds up on the rest of the field, including, it's about 2.3 seconds up on the rest of the field, including Stephen Clark, who is making his debut on the Super Tour this season in the number 13 Mazda Miata. He's out of Salem, Virginia, and I believe that is another Jesse Prather Motorsports powered Miata.
Sure is, in the yellow car in the background of that spec train that we were watching. Currently, it's Conway, Roman, Herbert, and I believe that's this group of B-Spec cars just getting split by Workman coming down into the braking zone for the roller coaster, and Roman in the Mini Coupe. We've seen him take the championships in that car. These guys basically just kind of relearning their choreography, huh, Greg? Trying to remember, how does this work at VIR to go win a national championship?
And now they're working 3 cars instead of 2 cars, as Herbert is the blue Mini just ahead with Conway in the green Mazda 2. Trailing that field there is the Stephen Clark machine, the yellow Miata that we were just referencing a few moments ago. And as those 3 racers cross the line, Conway, Roman, and Herbert do not improve on their lap times, but still the bogey time, a 2:25.517, set by Dan Conway. Rice Robinson, who was in that bright pink Mazda 2, we saw him a little bit earlier coming down the pit lane. He now moves up to 4th as he's in with that group as well, trailing as the 4th car. And he now, in turning in a 2:26.107, is only about a half a second off the provisional pole time. But Tom, since we're about halfway through actually past halfway, let's take a quick break. Before we do, I want to make a call to the grid for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your first call to the grid. So let's take a break. We'll be back with more qualifying action from VIR in just a moment.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen. Your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we are in the last couple of moments here of our production and B-Spec qualifying, as we do have a number of production drivers heading back to the pit lane, or heading back to the pits to end their session early, including Mason Workman, also Stephen Clark. Another notable entry here this weekend, Tom, and I think I almost missed it, is Mark Carpenter in his Acura Integra. Now, this is not the same Acura Integra that he took to 2 national championships at Road America. I guess we're running on about 10 years now. That car is being driven by Ken Kennard, but at the moment now, Mark Carpenter, second fastest in F production. He is in, I believe it's the black number 30 car. He's out of now Huntersville, North Carolina, with a qualifying time 2:11.730.
Yeah, that car's a really cool color. It's like a dark teal almost, a very cool dark blue. Just caught a little glimpse of it in the front straightaway about 45 seconds ago. And things have really not shuffled other than that F production movement that you mentioned. Tony Ave did just reset the fastest lap of the session, but has continued to be the fastest car since the drop. He's now down to a 2:07.2, about 3.5 seconds up on Workman and about 4.2 seconds up on Norton, his closest actual competitor in class. So it's Ave, Norton, then Mark Webber in E production, first, third, and ninth overall, and then Workman, Carpenter, Stephen Clark, Robert Garrison, and James Gregorius will be your top 5 in F production so far. I'm kind of surprised not a lot of shuffling or not even very much churn in B-Spec, though. Conway, Roman, Herbert have held those positions for most of this session, the top 3. Bryce Robinson slotted into 4th just before our break. Blair Deffenbaugh holds down 5th. Eric Yeagle 6th. And it looks again like the Honda Fit crowd, as Steven Introne also entered in one in addition to Adam Benaway, struggling for that raw pace just a little bit, maybe missing out on the choreography portion just a little bit, or maybe they just didn't get the primo lap. But I think you can race from pretty much anywhere, even in the top 10 for B-Spec come race time.
Yeah, and I think maybe the big surprise as I see Blair Deffenbaugh coming down the pit lane to end his session a little early, only about 45 seconds on the clock, or about a minute on the clock, so not missing out on much. Stuart Black in the number 40 machine. Black had some mechanical issues at Road Atlanta a couple weeks ago, and he has only managed to turn in a single lap before bringing his car back to the garages or back to the paddock. So although, Tom, you can race from pretty much anywhere, he's with an 18-car field in B-Spec. If he has to start this afternoon's race at the back and with possibly a hurt car, that could be a challenge for him, certainly. Also, we should look at Adam Benaway out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. He took wins here at this event last season. Did not race the majority of the Super Tour, and I don't believe he brought his Honda Fit out to the runoffs this past year, but he was very strong here just a year ago.
Yeah, he's had some really good runs in B-Spec, and as you mentioned, kind of not ever present like some of our other B-Spec drivers are, but I wonder how that will affect race time as well. Is he in the window for how the draft racing goes, or is he out of practice? I guess that's for us to find out. Probably he has the answer to that question already in his head, or at least he thinks he does. Stephanie Anderson just improved into 10th in B-Spec. A couple other improvements. Looks like Chris Taylor also entered in a new Mini Coupe. I think that car is kind of highlighter orange, if I caught it. One driver missing the checkered flag just there towards the back of the field. Either way, and I did want to point this out. I heard from some H Production conversation. You pointed out that it's a pretty light weekend for H Production. The whole Midwest crowd basically settled on going to a race in St. Louis at Worldwide Technology Center, that oval and the road course next weekend for a different SCCA race. So yes, it's light here at the Super Tour, but I think there's going to be a huge field of them over there next week. Which is good coordination, but unfortunately we'll miss them here.
Yeah, I had 11 H Production racers at Summit Point last weekend for a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event. I wish a couple of them had made their way down here, but still will be a great race nonetheless. As you mentioned, Tom, checkered flag is out. Tony Ave, your fastest driver of the session, set his fastest lap on his 8th lap, turns in a 2:07.147, 86 1/1000ths of a second up on Peter Norton. with Mark Webber and Doug Piner behind. Piner, again in that brand new Z4, only turns in 2 flying laps. Over in F production, Mason Workman with 0.9 of a second on Mark Carpenter. Robert Garrison out of Knoxville, Tennessee, in his Mazda Miata settles into 3rd in class with Stephen Clark in 4th. All of both Garrison and Clark in their Mazda Miatas. James Gregorius in his first-gen Mazda RX-7 down from Livonia, New York, 5th fastest in the class. And then in B-Spec, as our last racers take the checkered flag, Dan Conway is your pole sitter in the class with a 2:25.5. Rich Roman, 0.16 of a second back from there. Only 4/1000 of a second off of Roman's times is Tristan Herbert in his Mini Cooper. He's out of Potomac Falls, Virginia. Rice Robinson out of Wilson, Wyoming, 4th fastest. Blair Deffenbaugh, 5th fastest. And your defending national champion, Eric Yeagle, turning in 4 flying laps, will take the outside of row number 3. All right, Tom, let's make another call to the grid for our next qualifying group, and then we'll take a little break. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers, Race Group 2. This is your final call to the grid. Race Group 2, please head to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from VIR in just a few moments.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. Tomo, next up is our spec racer Fords, a field that is 48 cars deep here today. And again, lots of former national champions. We've got a number of racers that are moving into these chassis for, I don't want to say the first time, but maybe have come from other classes and are giving a swing here on the Super Tour, but should be very closely matched up at the front, but again, between some of the stalwarts in the class that we typically see, as well as a lot of local talent that know Virginia International Raceway very, very well, as the first drivers now coming onto the front straight to start their first flying laps, like Brian Schofield in the field of multi-time national champion. We also have Clay Russell, a two-time national champion, winning one of those championships, I think, Tom, one-handed more or less here at Virginia International Raceway, as he had, I think, a broken wrist at the time. Also, Russ Turner making his Super Tour, his 2026 Super Tour debut. We did not see Russ down at Road Atlanta a few weeks ago. Another national champion as well, and I think we're going to see Sandy Satullo out here running. I just saw that Sandy Satullo is going to be racing in FRP in the Formula 1600s this season. All right, so as the first flying laps, I think we'll see them coming in. Also, note in the field here, we've got Lee Hill driving. Lee, former member of the SCCA National Board of Directors, as I think we've got, looks like we've either got a car pulled off or maybe a car off track going down into turn one. We'll see. I think it is the number 87 car early on that is having some challenges.
That was a huge scrum down into turn one. Everyone was really patient to stay mostly single file and packed up in the right order from the grid all the way through the first warm-up lap, but then they really pulled the pin on it down into turn one. Everybody now single file through what will be essentially the second sector. Nope, they're not. Still side by side into Oak Tree as well. This is a very short session. We're already over a quarter of the way through. And getting a lap time in the books is really critical, I think, with a field this big. We talked about B-Spec. You can qualify and race even from 10th. Here in Spec Racer, I mean, that's okay, but there's just so many cars. It's so little distance between each other on lap times. The fastest time that we saw in testing, by the way, was Jackson Deal, a 2:07.0. was the fast laps. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2:06 this morning. But it's going to take a while for them to even get back and finish this first flying lap. They might only get maybe 5 or 6 total, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And Jackson Deal making his Spec Racer 4 debut at this event last year. I know, definitely hoping for a stronger finish than he had a year ago. But, Tom, as you mentioned with the short qualifying sessions, they actually start the clock the moment the very first car leaves the grid, not when they get all the way down to the start-finish line. And so for, you know, an almost 50-car field, if you're at the tail end, you probably already lost about a minute to a minute and a half of that time before you even made it down the hill and onto the track surface. So things do go very quickly. So now with one flying lap in the books for most of our drivers, Clay Russell is your provisional pole sitter. He's out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, with a time of 2:08.492. That is 0.6 up on the rest of the field now. And, well, now there's still a 0.6 of a second difference, but it's Russ Turner, your provisional pole sitter, 2:07.886. Clay Russell second. Liam Kerper, who is now in his second year of racing, I think at the ripe old age of 16, driving the number 97 Doggone Racing entries out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. He now is third fastest. GC Gianclaudio Angelini, fourth fastest. There's 6th.
I think we're definitely in a bit of a golden era for spec racers. I know they've never gone anywhere. They've been around and relatively similar and unchanged since the 80s, all the way back to the spec Renault days. But the younger drivers, the younger blood that we're getting into this class in the last couple of years, mostly literally younger drivers, but some of them just new to the class, have just really exploded right now. Schofield and one of the other cars duking it out down into roller coaster, and maybe a bit of choreography there. We've talked about that before, but just getting the pass done down into turn number 14 for roller coaster lets you get the draft. Ooh, someone dropping dirt through the braking zone. That was really sketchy, but to finish the thought, gets you the draft down the front straightaway, so it's not a bad idea to swap positions on the back straight.
All right, as our number of racers now, as you mentioned, coming onto the front straight to complete their second flying laps here. We'll get some of our leaders here, pick them up in just a moment. You talked about some of these newer, some of the new blood coming in the spec racer Ford. We talked about Jackson Deal, for example, and Liam Kerper. I don't know if I would necessarily call him young blood, Tom, but now sitting 10th fastest in the field. Jamison Huffman, who does have FE2 track records at a number of tracks up and down the East Coast, has also been running Spec Miata for the past number of years. I think now maybe 19 years old, and he is 10th fastest. I think this is only his second weekend behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford. I saw him just a few weeks, or actually last weekend, at Summit Point Raceway, where he was in the top, I think finished top 3 both days on the podium. So we'll watch that driver as well. He's out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia.
So after 2 flying laps, the tires certainly up to temperature. The drivers back up to temperature. They seem to really have some momentum behind them, as we speculated 206s. The 206.2 is the pole right now for Brian Schofield. Then Clay Russell, a 206.29, only 14 thousandths behind. So we're, as we expected, essentially tied at the top of the board for Spec Racer Ford. As I say that, Jim Goffrey comes through and all of a sudden sits on the top of the field just now in the number 68 car, kind of on the opposite end of everybody else. Very late on completing his second lap, but a 206.26 now gives him a 16 thousandths of a second advantage over Schofield onto the front row. Then it's Clay Russell, then Sandy Satullo, Russ Turner, and then Gian Claudio Angelini from Connecticut, all in the 206s, well under what we saw in testing yesterday.
All right, Tom, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, more Spec Racer Ford qualifying action from the IR. But first, let me make a call to the group for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Big Bore Racers, race group number 3. That's GT1, GT2, and GTX. American Sedan Touring 1 and Touring 2. Race group 3, please head to the grid. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Hey, Tom, I just saw your note about me getting...
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track meet they sign up for? That's right.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong.
Get driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway for the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, it is Clay Russell, your provisional pole sitter, with Russ Turner, Giancarlo Angelini, and now Rob Clifton, your top four. Now why don't we add Brian Schofield into the mix as well, because they're only about 33 hundredths of a second separating our top five drivers. We just saw as we were coming back, one driver head off at turn 5 and down the hill. Actually, he was able to get the car back on track and grab for grip up the hill a little bit sooner than I thought. That was Tom Kirchman in the number 62 machine. When Tom is not in his Spec Racer Ford, he's one of the stewards here on the Super Tour. I think they were nice enough to give him a weekend off, Tom, so that he could go race.
The tough part, right? You want to get involved and volunteer and help out, whatever else, and it usually means you have to give up the driving yourself. But either way, glad to see the driver out there. And for once, Greg, it's looking pretty dry in the grass even, which is nice. You don't go nearly as far. For some reason, I always just assume the grass at VIR is wet. But just tons of dust flying when he went off, was able to refire the car and pull away.
Well, we said that it was like 65 degrees. It is incredibly humid out here. So yes, and typically almost every corner, it seems like when you go off, you're going down a hill.
Yeah.
and with these cars, typically, not a lot of tread for you to grab a hold. Yeah, you just kind of spin tires trying to get back up to the track surface. Schofield just resets the bogey time at a 2:04.497.
Oh.
That is 1.2 seconds up now on Trey Ayers, who's your second fastest driver.
Good Lord, that is huge. And I think he's sitting about 8th on the track, had built just a perfect gap up to a huge train of cars just in front. That is massive. A big slide for one of the cars through the lower S's as the rest of the cars behind have to check up. So now it's Schofield, Ayers, Clay Russell, Russ Turner, Giancarlo Angelini, your top 5. Rob Clifton has slipped to 6th. Dexter Tsuba from New Hampshire has leapt up in the number 89 car to 7th. Sandy Satullo, Jim Goffrey, and Todd Vanacore rounding out the top 10. With only 4 minutes left, I think they'll get to complete this one, and they may actually get 2 more laps here as they work their way onto the back straightaway, or at least this front-running group.
All right, and we are seeing a debris flag being displayed at the start-finish line, and I don't know if that was due to a car maybe dropping a wheel and pulling some dirt back onto the track surface prior to turn 1. Should also note that Satullo and Goffrey, they were, I think, some of the last drivers to leave the grid here today, and so they had been sitting in a nice little pocket all by themselves, pretty far separated from the rest of the field, and so they've, as I think you may have mentioned, Tom, they've now worked themselves into the top 10, currently on the outside of row number 4 and the inside of row number 5 if we were to go racing.
Looks like a big reset down the back straightaway for Schofield, and one of the other cars having a hard time seeing the numbers on the front. The black car with the yellow highlights just down the back straightaway, front straightaway.
With the 31 of Clay Russell right now, and as they come on the straight, maybe about a car length and a half between the two cars.
So this is going to be a really good reset for Clay Russell and a decent reset for Schofield as well. They already sit first and third, but Russell has about a 5-car length, at least last time we saw, gap to close up, and he's going to use the draft to his advantage to close that. The ideal way to do qualifying in these cars is to give yourself just enough of a gap that you finish next lap, your qualifying lap, on the rear bumper of the car in front of you.
Attention in the paddock. Race group number 3, big bore racers, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2, please head to the grid. Race group number 3, this is your second call to the grid. We've got this great view overlooking turn 5, Tom, from the lodge right across the way. And you see there how difficult some of these drivers find that right-hand turn, that it just narrows up so much and does go slightly off camber, as we do have, much like we saw Kirchman go off there a little bit earlier. But drivers, as they try to open that corner up as much as possible, are finding the dirt on the outside of that curbing with their left rear tires.
Yeah, talking about those lower S's, and you're right. That's so important because in these cars, and about half the classes here really, that's effectively part of the straightaway. So you're flat out through all of it. When you get on the throttle back at turn 4, as you finish turning left, then you want to go flat out through that whole right-hander. But as you say, the track falls away from you just a little bit, and all of a sudden, if you find yourself in the dirt, the rest of the terrain really falls away, and then you're just along for the ride. Going to be keeping an eye on Clay Russell. He got a personal best second sector, as he had that big draft from Schofield to work with. They should be coming onto the front straightaway right about now, or just about. Schofield, Clay Russell are your top 2. Russell Turner now up to 3rd. So that's just enough of an improvement. I'm going to get my Russells backwards for sure at one point this weekend.
I struggle with it every single year, Tom.
I'm feeling your pain here.
One's Russ, one's Russ. Yeah, never mind. All right, here is time is running down, only 20-some seconds left on the clock before our starter will display that checkered flag. Of course, all flying laps count until you cross the start-finish line. A little bit further back in the pack, Todd Vanacore, who was our 2024 Prototype 1 national champion. He spent a lot of time in Spec Racer Ford as well. He is currently sitting 10th fastest, as Schofield, Tom, pardon me. See, I had to call at least one of my partners, Brian, this weekend. Schofield just came down the pit lane, so he called off his final flying lap. Clay Russell did improve on what was his 8th flying lap, still half a second off of Schofield's time. However, that 221, the 204.497 that Schofield turned in was just an absolute blistering lap.
Yeah, I suspect most of that gap is down to just how circumstantial. One car off at Oak Tree. Is there a spin there, or just there is? One car comes to a stop, looks like just off the track surface, though. Did not make it very far. And that's a lucky one. Usually if you go off at Oak Tree, you end up all the way towards that tire wall. But either way, back to that other conversation, a 6/10 gap at the front of Spec Racer Ford. Very uncommon, and I think that's mostly just down to how the drafting worked out for him, which he is in control of. You know, he's got the idea down probably better than most, as Brian Schofield. But come race time, I don't think he's going to have 6/10 to just drive away from everybody.
All right, the car that was off there by Oak Tree, that was the 01 of Richard Herman. He has now continued, but obviously if we had drivers on flyers, that probably impacted their timing quite a bit. And as racers are coming across the line to complete their final lap with the checkered flag in the air, I'm not seeing a lot of drivers going green here, Tom.
You know, the only one, they're in the bottom half of the top 10. I think Todd Vanacore, yes, with an improvement last time through. John Green up into the top 10, into 8th in the number 29 car. Takes Scott Monroe with him into 9th. And I don't know if we caught it, but Jim Goffrey and Sandy Satullo also improved last time through, up to 3rd and 4th. They're the only other cars on the same second as Brian Schofield. In fact, well, Russ Turner's there as well. So there's 5 cars on the same second right up at the front. But if you take Schofield out, the gap for second all the way down to 15th almost is on the same second or so.
All right, so racers coming down the pit lane now. So there you go, and we have got the timing up on the left-hand side of your screen. Brian Schofield should be your pole sitter for this afternoon's race. Clay Russell starting alongside him in second. As we've got a driver also right at the entrance to pit in. Let's see if we can get the number. Hey, the pit lane's that way. Look to your right. There you go. Got it. All right. So Schofield, Russell, Jim Goffrey, and Sadie Satullo, as you mentioned, on their final flying laps, and they were a lap down from most of the other racers. So I think they turned these laps, Tom, before that incident over at Oak Tree.
Right.
Goffrey and Satullo will be 3rd and 4th fastest, with Clay Russell, or probably Russ Turner. See, now I'm messing things up. 5th fastest, and to look at this, the difference between Goffrey, Satullo, and Turner, a grand total of 15 1/1000ths of a second. Todd Vanacore, 6th fastest. Trey Ayers moving into the top 10, another former national champion out of Dahlonega, Georgia, and he's 7th fastest in the number 7 car. John Green, Scott Monroe, and Gianclaudio Angelini will round out your top 10. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, then we'll take a little break. Final call for Big Bore race group number 3, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring Sedan, American Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. All right, Tom, they're now giving the 5-minute warning on the grid to those Big Bore racers. So why don't we take a quick break? We'll come back and we'll catch the big ground pounders for their 20-minute qualifying session here in just a few moments at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we're back with qualifying action all morning long. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. Next up, Tom, it's the big boys, our GT drivers, GT cars, our larger touring cars, and also included, I think if we move over to the GTX class, at least one prototype racer. We've got the Norma M30 driven by Gary Crook, and then we've also got the actually, so I guess two prototype cars. Tim Day Jr., who we typically see in the actual prototype classes in his Ligier JSP 320 LMP3 car.
Yeah, that GTX class, of course, essentially a catch-all for production-based or homologated manufacturer-built race cars. So you can see everything from FIA GT3 cars to old Daytona prototypes to even some LMP cars are eligible for that category. But this weekend it will be contested by a pair of LMP3 cars, Gary Crook and Tim Day Jr., and then Jason Craver also entered in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo machine. Yes. So that car will inherently be probably a little bit slower, maybe a little faster down the straightaways, but raw lap time pace. Those cars not designed to race against one another, but welcome to race here together in GTX. And then we have a handful of GT2 cars, 9 to be exact, one in GT1, one driver for American Sedan, and then our other classes in the category right now, Touring 1 and Touring 2, of which we have 6 and 4 respectively. So a handful of good different battles there.
All right, and it's some of our first racers off the grid are now crossing the start-finish line to start their first flying lap. One of the last drivers to leave the grid, and just left about about 30 seconds ago. It is the number 134 Chevy Corvette Touring 1 machine of James Candelaria, your winner at the National Championship runoffs this past fall. So he's got nothing for the moment but clear track ahead of him. I think the challenge is going to be for him that Gary Crook and Tim Day are going to be coming up very quickly to his rear. So we'll definitely want to watch that and how, if he's affected in any way here early on. If he's lucky, they might not get to him possibly until he's on the back straight.
I'm really interested to watch this GP2 battle unfold this weekend. It's the field of cars that we just see now coming into turn 4 on our live stream cameras. And Tony Ave and Kevin Allen are the main reason I'm intrigued here. We have a Nissan 300Z versus a Nissan 350Z, both two-frame cars, the more classic style GT2 preparation there. But Jack Stanford also present in a Ford Mustang. That's a Trans Am 2 car. And I think that's the car, maybe 2 cars back from them, the white and black Mustang up the uphill S's. To keep them honest, he's usually got some pretty good pace there as well. Ave knifes up the inside of Allen, swapping positions back at the Oak Tree corner. And then in between them, Tom Patton looking like he's struggling with some front tire lockup or maybe even just some tire rub, which would be unusual for a car that has been running for so long to have something like that, tire rubbing the bodywork. But either way, huge smoke up the uphill S's and into Oak Tree that time.
Yeah, so Kevin Allen, as you mentioned, Tom, in the Nissan Z, one of the Nissan Zs, the red, white, and blue machine, multi-time Northeast Conference GT2 winner, and also in a prior life, I think back in Jeep production class, was a pole sitter at the runoffs in a Triumph Spitfire in the early 2000s as well. He's been racing GT2 for a number of years, and there he goes. He just left our scene and our screen very, very quick in that Nissan. All right, as our first flying laps are in the books, and as you would suspect, right up with our fastest drivers in the GTX field, it's Jason Craver and Tim Day Jr. Separate. Oh my!
Sorry, Kevin Allen, huge tank slapper coming off turn 1. I didn't know if he was going to catch it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so
he's all good.
Yeah, thank God. There he is. So Craver and Day currently separated by about 3.5 seconds. Gary Crook now Craver in the Super Trofeo early on, at least the fastest of the GTX cars. In Touring 1, Brian Goodman in his BMW M3 with about 2 seconds on Dustin Cornell. In Touring 2, and took a couple moments before we could get this group started because Russ King, driving the number 12 Touring 2 BMW M2 Club Sport, actually had to jump out of his Spec Racer Ford to get into that BMW as King now goes to second fastest in Touring 2 with his first flying lap in the books. Brian Scheibele in his Chevy Camaro out of Georgetown, Texas, at the moment, your fastest racer over, well, he's the only GT1 racer. And in GT2, Tony Ave early on in the, there he is, right up at the top of the roller coaster in the yellow and red 350Z out of Maiden, North Carolina, with a qualifying time 156.513.
Over in GTX, for just a split second, Tim Day Jr. had taken the pole, but all of a sudden Jason Craver comes through on his second flying lap in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car and puts 4 seconds on the rest of the class. I think those cars, again, they're not wildly different on raw pace, definitely different from approach, and never meant to race one another heads up, but Craver in the Super Trofeo machine is going to be holding Day and Crook accountable for sure, as those LMP3 cars, I mean, that's essentially the lap time that they can run. He's really going to have to dig deep, is Day Jr. He starts on a personal best, Sector 1. By the way, the live timing is up and working on SCCA.com. You can just click the live link at the very top of the website and see the same timing and scoring that we're seeing as Jason Craver goes purple, fastest sector of the entire session, yet again starting a lap in the Lamborghini out almost near Oak Tree at this point.
Now, the Super Trofeo, I'm trying to remember, I believe that is just a rear-wheel drive car. It's not one of the all-wheel drive machines, and I'm just wondering if perhaps it just didn't take him nearly as long to light up the tires in that car compared to the two prototypes. Although I did see Day out running during the test day yesterday, and I thought he had run quite a bit faster than the 155 that he currently has in the books. So maybe just taking a slow, methodical approach to things this morning.
Tony Ave and Kevin Allen jockeying positions on the circuit, trying to find some space they're happy with. Ave still has the fastest time in GT2. It's Graham Jacobson in the Camaro, another TA2 machine, in second position, that number 19 car, with a time just about a 10th off of Tony Ave's fastest time. Kevin Allen this time, though, has some decent sectors going, might be a little quicker in the 300Z up onto the front straightaway. And both Allen and Ave tend to be a little bit of a slower burn in these tube frame cars, just naturally getting tires and things up to temperature and into their rhythm. And here comes Allen across the start-finish line. Not enough of improvement to change position. Still only third in GT2 over then Jack Stanford and now Ike Keeler into fifth.
Yeah, and I was just looking to see is Tiger Tom seemed to be kind of caught behind Ike Keeler's Toyota Camry coming down through the roller coaster, and he manages to get by him on the front straight, and I think that might open things up just a bit for Tom Patton, who just turned in a 158.716. Actually, last time through Barbie was a 207, so you could see what was going on as he was right behind. Oh, and actually, Tiger Tom is still behind the Toyota Camry now as they come through turn 5.
Fun to see the Toyota Trans Am bodywork working its way into GT1 and GT2. More and more Camrys popping up for us to commentate about. Always entertaining. James Candelaria comes through at the top of Touring 1 now, as those drivers are getting a couple of laps in the books. He's got about 3 seconds over Brian Goodman in the M3, then Dustin Cornell in the Mustang. Right at the 2-minute mark as well. Goodman and Cornell, very close quarters between those two. And then James Davidson continues to lead the way in Touring 2 in his Corvette over William Bolt. And then it's a pair of those BMW M2 Club Spec racers, or CSRs, I believe is what that stands for. Mostly racing at the Nürburgring. They're very much more new approach to a Touring 2 car, but
carbon fiber roof and
yes,
a number
exactly.
of things to bring the weight down. So those high top cars not as top heavy as they were previously. Also in Touring 1, should mention, and he couldn't be in anything other than a Mustang out of Salt Lake City, is Brett Cole. a longtime Mustang racer, currently running 5th in the class in the number 8 machine. Tom, let's do this. We're a little bit past halfway in this 20-minute qualifying session. Let's take our break. We'll be back here in just a few moments, but first, let's call a very large race group to the grid. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata, race group 4, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Okay, as the 111 machine of Jason Craver heads back to the paddock, let's take our break. We'll be back in just a few moments from VIR.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives.
Oh, wait. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them. Now, how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And we're back here at Virginia International Raceway, and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour has got 5 minutes remaining in our big bore qualifying session. At the top of the leaderboard right now is Jason Craver in his Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He's taken that car back to the paddock already. Jason, who lists himself as being a professional gambler, I guess that's what any road racer is anyhow. And I think what is his first year of racing, he'd been doing a number of track days previously, I think both in this car and his Audi R8 as well. He's out of Lexington, North Carolina. In GT2, Graham Jacobson goes to the top of the leaderboard with a qualifying time of 1:52.83. That's 1.4 seconds clear of Kevin Allen's Nissan and Jack Stanford's Mustang. That's your top 3 there. In GTX, as we mentioned, Craver, then Tim Day Jr. and Gary Crook. In Touring 1, James Candelaria with Brian Goodman and Dustin Cornell, your top 3. In the Touring 2, William Bolt, James Davidson, and Russell King. Your top three is the number 19 of Jacobson, the GT2 leader in a Chevy Camaro, the Marietta, Georgia driver, now heading back to the paddock.
Yeah, those two drivers, the Corvette drivers in Touring 2, having a good little duke it out between the two of them. William Bolt and James Davidson separated by about 0.6 of a second. They've been swapping fastest lap maybe once or twice, but Bolt now on a faster lap so far, at least by Sector 1 and Sector 2. That number 199 car coming through the final sector now. And also, I mean, Jason Craver, he's your fastest car in the session. That 147.6 is absolutely flying. This driver won the 2024 SCCA Time Trial National Tour event here in a 2015 Lamborghini Huracan, so a little bit of an older spec race car for Craver back then. But as you mentioned, getting into the wheel-to-wheel side of SCCA competition, I just took up a quick look the last time the IMSA Pro Series for the Super Trofeos car ran here. The fastest pole time was only a second quicker. He would have been in the top 5 of that Pro Series with that lap time. So he's really doing a fantastic job in GTX and is, as I mentioned, going to make Tim Day and Gary Crook really work for it in those LMP3 cars. That's about the ceiling of the lap time those cars can do, if my understanding is correct, from the other Pro Series that those race in.
So it should be very, very difficult running, or close running, there at the front of the field, as Crook 7th fastest overall and Tim Day Jr. 2nd fastest behind Craver. Real quick, Tom, I got to make a quick announcement here. Attention in the paddock with the following drivers. Please see the race director in impound. Doug Piner, driver of the number 03 E production car. Tom Broering, driver of the number 5 H production car. Stuart Black, driver of the number 40 B-Spec. And then Doug Sanders, driver of the number 10 F production car. Please see the race director in impound. Again, Doug Piner, driver of the 03 E production. Tom Broering, driver of the number 5 H production. Doug Sanders, driver of the 10 F production, and Stuart Black, driver of the number 40 B-Spec car. All of these racers, please see the race director in impound. Had a nice little note from John Walsh, who's a former chairman of the SCCA Board of Directors, and he wanted first off to correct me on a pronunciation issue with our only GT1 driver. It's Brian Scheibel, and he's telling me how Tom, that he's first off a longtime member of the Finger Lakes region, but his father. It's something that's like you, through the family, and his father was a past SCCA Pro Rally champion, and so things a little bit different now for Scheibel, who's driving the GT1 Camaro out now Georgetown, Texas, after having made his way from the upstate New York area. So good run for him so far. He is in the field here. Scheibel 11th fastest in the field, fast lap of a 1:59.6.
Also been keeping an eye on Tim Day Jr. He had some traffic to navigate that lap in the Ligier LMP3 car. Now working still more traffic down at turn number 1. It's really difficult to get a clean lap when your car makes speed in such a significantly different way than most of this race group. But either way, he did have a session fastest Sector 1, which is the lowest speed section of this racetrack. Maybe where that LMP3 car would thrive over a Super Trofeo car. But I think if that pace is indication of anything, that could be a really cool battle between two very different cars there in GTX. Day Jr. now, again, a little bit slower in Sector 1 because of the traffic he had to navigate, but now he's got clean racetrack in front of him to try to go a little bit quicker in Sectors 2 and 3. That's the only big mover and shaker, really. Graham Jacobson continuing to lead GT2 over Kevin Allen. Both went a little faster last time through, but still a second and a half separating those two. William Bolt still at the top of Touring 2. Candelaria still at the top of Touring 1. As Day Jr. now up on to Madison Avenue on the back straight.
All right, as Gary Crook has brought his Norma back to the pit lane as the checkered flag, Tom, now being displayed on the field. Drivers working their final flying laps here. Ike Keeler, and it has been seemingly a session-long fight for ninth position in GT2, or probably not ninth position, fifth position in GT2 between Ike Keeler and Tom Patton as they keep swapping at the end of lap number, what is it, 10. Ike Keeler gets around Tom Patton, so move Keeler now up to fifth fastest in GT2 in his Camry. Tiger Tom in the number 50 Sunbeam now into sixth.
Toyota Camry versus Sunbeam Tiger. I love GT2.
Yeah, I know. This is great. All right, so see a number of drivers here calling off their final flying laps as one of our Mustangs, and I think that might be Steven Sowers coming down the pit lane. The number 13 machine of Rob May was already on the pit lane in his bright green Dodge Challenger. The Wisconsin driver is going to head back to the paddock as the GT4 Mercedes-Benz of Wes Humphreys crosses the line. He does not improve. He turns in on that last lap of 2:02.5. He's going to go into a race with a 2:01.778. That was fourth fastest in Touring 1. James Candelaria, your fastest driver in the class. Brian Goodman in his BMW, second fastest. Dustin Cornell in his Mustang, third. Then Humphreys, fourth. Pratt Cole, fifth. Over in Touring 2, William Bolt will be your pole sitter for this afternoon's race. The Alpharetta, Georgia driver turned in a 2:04.597. James Davidson, second fastest. Russ King, third fastest. Over in GT2, it's Graham Jacobson with Kevin Allen and Jack Stanford, your top three, with Tony Ave, fourth fastest in the class. And then we've got our standalones, Michael Chameleon, our sole American sedan racer, Brian Scheibel, your sole GT1 racer. All right, let's make a final call for our next group. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Spec Miata to the grid. And with that, Tom, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments here from VIR.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live this weekend from Virginia International Raceway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, next up, Spec Miata.
Always a good one, and qualifying, just like Spec Racer Ford, hugely critical. A very short session, a long racetrack for these relatively slow and simple race cars that everyone can relate to here with these first and second generation Mazda Miatas. There's about 2 or 3 different spec lines, depending on if you want to run maybe just a little bit heavier, just a little bit lighter, but for the most part, they're effectively all the same. And we have 43 of them entered for this weekend. And just scrolling through the list, as you would expect, there's probably about 10 different drivers that could win a race, probably 5 different drivers we could put in the conversation for pole without even watching this session. But either way, the first bit of business is finding who you'd like to work with over this first lap or two, because drafting is absolutely critical for success in qualifying here at VIR, and indeed the race as well.
Attention in the paddock with the following drivers. Please receive the race director in impound. Doug Piner, driver the number 03 E production car. Tom Roaring, driver the number 5 H production car. Doug Sanders, driver of the number 10 F production car. Please see the race director in impound. Doug Piner, E production driver. Tom Roaring, H production. And Doug Sanders, F production driver. Please see the race director in impound if you haven't done so already. All right, so Tom, interesting notes here as we watch these cars come down Madison Avenue and get ready for their first flying lap. The second group that we're watching, we saw his return a couple of weeks ago at Road Atlanta, that being Danny Stain. And we had questions at Road Atlanta whether or not his former teammate, Chuck McTudis, would team up with him or his new teammate, Bobby Gossett, and work as a drafting partner here or there at Road Atlanta. Not so much a question this weekend, because I don't think we've got Bobby Gossett in the field. And as they came off the pit lane, Chuck McTudis, who's a former pole sitter for the Spec Miata race here at VIR, is right behind Danny Stain as they come down the roller coaster, setting up for their first flying lap.
Well, Bobby Gossett is here, the 144 car. I'm just trying to find it, though, in line, if he's with those cars that you mentioned in the second pack.
He was almost, I think, like 34th or 35th car off the grid with his sister Ellie. Yeah. So right towards the very back of the field at this point.
I think I just caught the black car almost like a shadow on the back bumper of Chuck McTudis's machine coming up onto the front straight. I think best eye I saw on it was just the black swish go by, but I think that's the 144. At the front, Frankie Barroso has found himself on a bit of a breakaway with the car that's just behind. I missed the number on that one, but that's going to be a great track position. The black car there, number 1 something, Greg. If you can help me out with eyes on that one or not.
Yeah, you're right. That is the 144 right there. I'm going to have to see the next time through. Sorry,
all good, all good. No worries. So this first lap, I don't think will be very fast.
Right.
Excuse me. This first lap won't be the fastest lap for these cars. We still see drivers jockeying for position in the second half of the field. One driver getting forced off driver's right. Oh, sketchy stuff right by the bridge. It gets let back on the racing circuit, but they're still not lifting, going side by side flat. Just now, one car is going to go wide in the S's. Chaos on this first flying lap for Spec Miata a bit.
Through the uphill S is probably not the way to a fast lap here at VIR. But,
No.
oh my! Well, I guess they figure they've got a lot of time to figure things out. Here is on track. Also, I wanted to see who that is with Skip Brock Jr. I think that might be Travis Wiley in the 78 machine, along with Skip Brock, and I think they also got things figured out just before they got into the S's and who was going to lead that pack. Oh, well, hopefully things calm down just a little here. And right up towards the front, I think we had the red and white machine of Frankie Barroso. By the way, we want to thank Frankie as the family brought by some confections for us here in the announce booth today. So thank you so much. That doesn't mean we'll talk more about it, but it's a good indicator that we will. All right, first flying lap now. Drivers coming across the line, at least for the moment. Frankie Barroso, go figure, in the number 48 machine out of Miami Springs. Well, he was the fastest for a moment, but now going to the top of the leaderboard, Chuck McTudis with Danny Stain, Travis Wiley and Skip Brock Jr., third and fourth fastest. Stuart McAleer, who joins us from Glasgow, Scotland, is currently your fifth fastest. Then Frankie Barroso, Christian Meyer, Christian Sarnecki, Matt Dirks, Chris Allen. For the moment, your top 10.
And Greg, there is a 100% chance of weather tomorrow, but there's a 75% chance of it being a bit more Scottish than, if you know what I'm saying. I'm trying not to say the R word, friends, but
yeah,
it's looking potentially a little interesting. The racing back at Road Atlanta was compromised with some precipitation as well, which made for mostly great racing. But
I thought you were
chance
just
of rain
say
tomorrow.
Foggy with a chance of sheep on the side of the road.
Yeah.
But,
and haggis.
Yes.
I don't know if it's offensive or not, actually. But the car I wanted to point out that's running around with Frankie Barroso is Christian Meyer in the 134. That's the black car, and they've scampered up off the road by about a full corner, and then it's one of the flat-out motorsports cars that is that McTudis and Stain in just behind.
Yeah, I think that is, and also Wiley there with that group as well. As far as which, let me see if I can pick out. Oh, it's Nick Leveroni who's driving the 188 car. That's the first flat-out car, and I think he's got Dom Luigi in the 46 in the old Goffrey throwback machine. The red and yellow livery machine right in there. Yep. And there you go. There's Stain and McTudis going by Nick Leveroni and up into the roller coaster. I'm sure Leveroni will be very happy to tag onto that train right there.
Yeah, this has been a nicely coordinated lap for McTudis and Stain. We'll keep an eye on them. But the fastest first sector belongs to Stanley Brock Jr. The second sector belongs to Christian Meyer. The third sector, the trap speed belongs to Chris Allen at a whopping 119 miles an hour. As they come through, Barroso, Meyer go back to the top of the board, completing their second flying lap in this session. It's just about halfway done. Stain and McTudis plot into only fifth and sixth, actually, as Skip Brock Jr. and Travis Wiley have coordinated themselves a pair of flyers, 116.1 and 116.2 for those two at the top of the board now.
Yeah, so they now go to the top of the leaderboard. That first pairing that we saw of Meyer and Barroso now dropping to third and fourth overall. Stain and McTudis fifth and sixth. Max Stallone working with his Wheels America teammate Logan Stretch now seventh and eighth. And then we've got Chris Allen and Christian Sarnecki running ninth and 10th.
Haven't quite laid eyes on where Stallone and Stretch are, but they're a venerable pair as well. And as usual, we're seeing these teammates work together on the racetrack and come up with almost identical lap times. Brock and Wiley, and then Meyer and Barroso on the same 100th, and then Stain and McTudis on the same 100th, actually on the same 1,000th.
All right,
then
and
Stallone and
that,
Stretch.
that pair, I believe, actually just came across the start-finish line. Stretch in burgundy, number 89, Max Stallone in the traditional Wheels America white with red and blue stripes. They should be heading into turn one. Actually, I believe that might be the pair right now coming into our view as they come into the NASCAR bend. Tom, real quick, because we're about halfway through the qualifying session, let's make a call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 5, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, this is your first call to the grid. Here in just a few moments with qualifying action from VIR. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires.
Coming out of South
Talk about
Bend.
secret sauce. You
Going
might ask,
in,
well,
they
you
just
bought them.
pulled these
Now how are
others
you going to
back.
put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb. Take your time.
I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Any idea off the top of your head where John Salerno is in the group?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is Spec Miata qualifying, and your provisional pole sitter is Skip Brock Jr. out of Birmingham, Alabama. Qualifying time 2:16.129. And Travis Wiley out of Mooresville, North Carolina, right along with him, 0.12 of a second back. The two Wheels America Racing teammates, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, third and fourth fastest, separated by 4 1/1000 of a second. Then Christian Meyer and Frankie Barroso, separated by 14 1/1000 of a second. They're fifth and sixth. And then Stain and McTutis, separated by 9 1/1000 of a second. They're seventh and eighth. And they've got, I think Bobby Gossett is split off from that
so
group
pretend this
now,
is your race car.
working with the 72 at Johnny Murrow. They are 9th and 10th fastest.
So drivers trying to get out of the way and disappear on a racetrack where there's only so many places to go at turn 3 is a little bit awkward, as things I think were 4 wide for a split second. A couple of movers and shakers, though. Stuart McAleer up into third.
Yes.
On a great improvement for the number 43 car. That's only 4/10 off the pole, which Skip Brock Jr. did drop some time now into the 1:15s, or excuse me, 2:15s. And then the other one, John Salerno. Salerno in the number 34 out of Connecticut has jumped up into the top 10 into 6th position. He had a great round at Road Atlanta, but ended up just kind of a little bit off of step from everybody else, slipped back throughout the race. Just a bit in the top 10, but he's having a good start to the season here in that top 10 here as well.
Yeah, and we were during the break trying to track where he was on where Salerno was, because we thought he might have turned that lap in without the benefit of a draft. We're still trying to see if that is the case, or if he is, given where he is, somewhere near now Stretch and Stallone possibly.
He certainly had a draft, but he doesn't seem to have a partner that he worked with to get to that time. He kind of turned it by himself. So maybe just some good luck, or found just the right place at the right time. Leveroni and McAleer are continuing to work together down the roller coaster into Hog Pen. And I also saw some coordinated swapping between McTutis and Stain. They will be the next two cars to come across the line, but nothing special about these sectors on this particular lap for these drivers. It doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement, Craig.
Nope. And as they crossed the line, and we saw, I think, Tom, on that prior lap when we were watching all the position changing between NASCAR and left hook, I think that shot in particular was Skip Rock Jr. as we were watching him slide to the back of his particular group, and still waiting to see if Wiley and Brock will come around, or if they've decided to bring their cars down the pit lane. We've got a couple of crews looking over machines on the pit lane now, as we have 3 minutes remaining.
Stuart McAleer went a little agricultural at turn 1, slipped away from his dancing partner of Leveroni, and then there was a little bit of an off there at NASCAR 3 for John Salerno as well. I'm trying to figure out, is that the 144 of Gossett slotted in behind Salerno possibly?
I think that may be the case. Yeah, the dark-colored 144. I think that may be his dancing partner for the moment.
Either Gossett or Meyer, I'm not entirely sure. Now Nick Leveroni has dropped himself back into a pack of 4 cars to try to continue any sort of improvements he can in the late stages of this session. With 2 minutes to go, this is essentially going to be the white flag for the final start to any lap for basically anybody who starts a lap from now on.
Right. And so Skip Rock Jr. and Travis Wiley currently 1-2. They've just now come down the pit lane, Tom, and head back to the paddock. So I think that's going to leave it to McAleer, Stallone, Stretch, Salerno, Stain, and McTutis here on the final laps to see if they can leapfrog up to the front row. Now comes down the start-finish line, and still 1:20 remaining, starting last flying laps here. McAleer does not improve. Stallone does not improve. McTutis and Stain do, and Stain now moving up into third fastest, still 0.3 of a second behind Brock and Wiley.
Yeah, that's a nice improvement. Going to be starting on the second row now instead of, I think they were on the fourth row prior to that lap. And Stallone and Stretch have also started a decent lap here, both fastest in Sector 1s for their own personal lap times. A little bit off, but only by, actually, they're quite a bit off in Sector 2. Something must have happened there as they both lost about 4 seconds.
4 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. John Salerno, also personal best first sector. He's in this train of about 7 cars coming over the brow at South Bend. That's turn 10. I think he is, oh, actually he's not. He's the next pair. There they are with the taped up fog lights. Absolutely flinging it through South Bend. He came into our camera angle about 5 degrees of yaw. That's beautiful to see.
It was the easiest time I've had reading a door number here all morning.
All Right, so the checkered flag flies on the front straightaway. Everyone will get to complete their laps. Just scanning through sector times, though, maybe the only cars we should be expecting anything from, John Salerno, if he can get a lap together here. Scott Phillips and Ben Gaunt both sitting in the top 20, having personal best sectors on this particular lap. Christian Meyer now all of a sudden a purple sector too, and that is the car sitting right behind John Salerno. I think those two working together. Coming down through the roller coaster now onto the front straightaway. This could be the last pair of cars to have anything to say about that top 10.
Their first sector times weren't all that far off. So as they come to the line and checkered flag is in the air, do we have improvement? Yes, we do. Is Salerno now and Christian Meyer leapfrog Danny Stain and Chuck McTudis. Christian Meyer with a 2:16.023. John Salerno, they will move up the second row and bump Stain and McTudis for the moment down to row number 3. McAleer and Stallone 7th and 8th at the moment, with Logan Stretch 9th, Frankie Barroso, thanks for the cookies, Frankie, 10th. And big surprise here a little bit further back in the field, Bobby Gossett without the draft from McTudis or Stain, 14th fastest. And his sister, and at the moment it looks like he and his sister Ellie are gonna start on row number 7, 13th and 14th overall, just behind Christian Sarnecki and Chris Allen.
Cool little story real quick at the end of qualifying here. Well, first of all, actually, we have a new front row. Max Stallone and Logan Stretch come through and bump Skip Brock Jr. and Travis Wiley at the last minute by just a couple of hundredths. So that's going to shuffle Christian Meyer and John Salerno back to the third row. James Newell jumps in between a couple of cars here in the top 10 on his final lap. The number 23 car goes all the way up to 7th. Then Danny Stain and Chuck McTudis, all of a sudden, after what looked like such a great improvement on the last lap, will sit split on opposite sides of the grid in 8th and 9th. Stuart McAleer holds on to that 10th position, but one of our associate producers, we like to call him in our live chat, Dan Dennehy, hi Dan, shared that Chris Meyer actually won a scholarship from an SCCA partner called Rhino and Dream Giveaways that he used to essentially start his racing endeavors a little bit more seriously into karting and now Spec Miata. So that's a really cool kind of story arc for that driver. Now in the top 10 in Spec Miata, but I know how it is to win some money or get some money, come across it and start your racing, and it's so exciting when you get to kind of bat above your weight where you wouldn't normally be able to spend and race.
As opposed to the rest of us who just shovel money like it's
yeah,
like an endless pit. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Miata qualifying. Next up is going to be our Super Touring and smaller touring cars. Attention in the paddock, final call for Race Group 5, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 5, this is your final call to the grid. And so, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying from VIR.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3, and Touring 4, as they are now, Tom, out for their out lap. And why don't you give us a little kind of a compare and contrast between the Super Touring classes and the touring classes that we have on track?
Sure. The touring classes are much more stock in the sense of modifications allowed. Every car in the rulebook has a set of modifications that they're allowed to do, and you can only do those modifications. You can't get creative. You can't do engine swaps, auxiliary aero, additional aero, etc. Then we get to super touring, and you can do engine changes within the displacement limit for STL. It is 2 liters for STU. I just got corrected on this. I can't remember if it's 2.8 or 3.5.
I think it's 3. Yeah, I remember
3 liter. I should have this on the top of my head, but either way, so those cars with the larger displacement, obviously a little faster, but you can do engine swaps within the manufacturer, so you can change a Honda engine out for a bigger Honda engine if you like, etc. Same with the Mazdas, often running a bigger displacement there in either STL or STU, and then of course you can see the bolt-on arrows. And it's a little bit more of a power to weight ratio formula than it is a spec line. So similar modifications allowed for all of the cars there rather than specific mods for specific cars in touring.
All right, so there you go with the quick breakdown over in Super Touring Light today. Got an even mix between Mazdas and Hondas. We've got the 3 Mazda Miatas of Nick Leveroni, Chuck Hines, and Chris Childs, and then we've got the 3 Hondas, although not all the same chassis. We've got Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX, by the way. We've got his Auntie Sherry in the chat. Hi, Auntie Sherry, how are you? We also have Derek Ketchy in a Honda Civic, and then Austin Hilliard in the Honda S2000, just coming in the left hook now, the red car with the white hood and white roof. Over in STU, David Fiorelli out of Coppell, Texas, in his Ford Mustang. We've got Tony Abe in his Honda Civic, and I believe that is a former GT3 car. I think the other big thing that we're going to see, Tom, in at least as far as STU goes, this year is that first year of the actual merger between what was GT3 or GT3U. So a lot of, in many cases, tube frame silhouette bodied cars up against the production-based cars in STU, the former STU cars, now all one class. Also in T3, Nick Hammond, who I think was our last driver off the line, and just had somebody run very wide through Oak Tree, but it looks like they have managed to gather things up. But a lot of MX-5s in Touring 3. In most cases, the ND Miata, like you'd find in the Global MX-5 Cup, also a Toyota 86 driven by Devin Anderson, who's a former T4 national champion. And then in Touring 4, for the most part, NC, third-gen Mazda Miatas, led by Kevin Fryer, with a single Subaru BRZ in the field as well, driven by John Ferguson.
And if memory serves, the last time we were here, I think an FRS or GT86 won Touring 4, so that would be very similar to the Subaru BRZ. I know John Heinrichs definitely won a championship here in one of those cars. That might have been a couple years back, maybe 2019. But either way, lots of jockeying for position through the first sector, and I think that might have been Devin Anderson trying to get through on one of the BMWs. Andrea King ends up off course. That might have been related to one another, trying to jockey for position. So we come up on closing in on halfway through this session. Andrea King will try to resume, does so nicely just in front of one of the other Touring 3 BMWs. I think that's Michael Brandt, just sweeps to her outside. But the fastest cars in the session, having only completed one flying lap, it's Darren Treacle at the top at a 205.1 in his BMW, then Tony Ave in the tube frame rear-wheel drive Honda Civic. And he's continuing to go quicker. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2. Keep an eye out for that blue number 44.
Indeed. I talked to Darren Treacle last night because the last time he had driven that Treacle Insurance BMW E46 in anger was last June, and so brought the car out yesterday. Was having some fuel pump relay issues with the help of STL driver Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports. I think they've gotten that taken care of. So we'll see how things play out as Tony Ave crosses the start-finish line and completes his flying lap and goes purple in Sector 3 to go along with his purple Sector 1. And he now for moments went to the top of the leaderboard, but Darren Treacle now, with going purple in Sector 2 and 3, retakes the provisional pole in STU at a 2:02.982. So 11 hundredths of a second separating those two STU drivers. Over in STL, Nick Leveroni now going to the top of the leaderboard with 2.8 seconds on Chuck Hines and the rest of the STL field. And over in T3, from the pretty much the drop of the flag, Nick Hammond, your fastest driver, the Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin driver, takes his Nissan to a 2:08.034. That's about 2.25 seconds up on Devin Anderson and the rest of the Touring 3 field.
Yeah, really curious to see how this works out and plays out between the 370Z Nismo and the Toyota GR86. Of course, 2 fewer cylinders in the GR86, much lower horsepower, but again, it's roughly a power to weight calculation as to how they allow these cars to run at minimum weight. So Devin Anderson, in theory, should have the opportunity to run heads up with the car that runs, maybe 100 plus horsepower more, but significantly heavier, with Nick Hammond behind the wheel. Hammond already with a couple of victories in the Super Tour calendar back at Road Atlanta. So he's definitely a bar to beat. Also the defending national champion in the class. And Touring 3 and STU tend to run very similar lap times. They're very much overlapped. Treacle, though, flying at 2:02.9 in that BMW.
All right, interesting addition to the field this weekend, driving the same numbers as father. We saw Mason Workman earlier today in his F-Production Miata. Well, today, or in this session, Madden Workman, now I think he's 15 years old. Last year, his rookie year in SCCA road racing, he is driving an NC Miata over in the Touring 4 class. He's out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. And at the moment, running third fastest in the class, about 4 seconds, though, off of our provisional pole setter, Kevin Fryer, who just turns in another fast lap, improves to 2:13.9. As Tony Ave, in his STU, now Honda Civic, coming down the pit lane. It may be the end of the session for him. We'll see if he brings that right about halfway here in our Super Touring and Touring qualifying session. So let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a small break. Attention in the paddock, SMX drivers, race group number 6, please head to the grid. Race group 6, SMX, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying action from VIR. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more, less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's STU, STL, Touring 3, and Touring 4 qualifying. Nick Leveroni, currently your STL provisional pole sitter, with Derek Ketchie and Chuck Hines, the top three. In STU, Darren Treacle, your provisional pole sitter, Tony Ave, David Fiorelli, 2 and 3. Over in Touring 3, Nick Hammond, Devin Anderson, William Bolt, your top three. And then in Touring 4, Kevin Fryer from Durham, North Carolina, Madden Workman, and John Ferguson, your top three. As Workman, now we talked about just a few moments ago, he's still about 4 seconds off that provisional pole time set by Kevin Fryer, but he has managed to leapfrog John Ferguson and John McClendon as well. So good run this morning for the youngster.
Only a 10th between the top two there in STU. The gap in Touring 3, Devin Anderson has hustled that car down into the 208s, but still at about, actually right at a 2-second disadvantage on raw lap time at this point to Nick Hammond. But don't forget, this is just qualifying between those two cars. When we go into a 25 and then a 35-minute race, the lighter GR86 may race just a little bit better than that pace has to show. And then in STL, Derek Ketchie is doing a really nice job in his Honda Civic, the silver number 115, only 4/10ths back from Nick Leveroni, who last I saw that car had a really nice draft from one of the open top Global MX-5 Cup cars in Touring 3. That certainly, yeah, for real, certainly would have helped him down the back straightaway. I think that is the fast lap that Leveroni stands on. So Ketchie might be able to bring the battle to that 137. They're very close together.
Well, we'll see, because Derek Ketchie just brought the silver Honda Civic down the pit lane, Tom. I was not able to see whether he rejoined. Checking our Flagtronics system, with the transponders that we have in the cars, and I believe he may have taken that car back to the paddock.
Question in the live YouTube chat. First of all, hello YouTube. Yes, we're with you on for all day today and tomorrow, bringing you all the action, and we're keeping an eye on the chat. Dan Dennehy asked, does the Mustang EcoBoost still have the staggered rear wing? Talking about David Fiorelli's Mustang, and yes, it does. It's staggered off the right rear of the deck lid. Get a little bit more airflow.
Yeah, and I think the other question they asked maybe a little bit earlier was whether or not that car still had the speed limiter that comes from the factory. And that is a question you can't really answer, but I bet that they've done everything they can to tune that out or disable that feature in the ECU, which they are allowed to do in STU.
I had not considered that, Greg. There's so many things with new cars that make them just so much more inconvenient to create a race car out of. I just had to Google this, and Google claims the speed limiter was 123 miles an hour on the base model. So maybe it depends on what Fiorelli started with there, but either way, an interesting challenge.
Well, I was going to say, taking a look at the speed trap, Fiorelli managed I have to go back and look at one of the prior laps, speed trap of 100 at the top, 140.2. He's been kind of teetering between 138 miles an hour and 140, so certainly better than 120, which I'm sure was probably put in place by Ford because they put really cheap tires on the car off the factory. So we'll see. By the way, want to welcome to the chat, and I don't know if we should be calling him an associate producer, Tom, but the Gregg Ginsberg Worship account has made an appearance for the second week in a row, first on the Super Tour. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your adherence to my greatness.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start you a nonprofit, Greg.
That's right.
Tax-free. So 2 minutes left in this session. Not a lot of churn in the tops of each of these classes. More personal improvements throughout the field, though. We mentioned Madden Workman. He just improved 2+ seconds on the last lap from a 2:17 and some change down to the 2:15s in car number 52. Caught a little glimpse of that car, I think, just down the front straightaway. It looked really nice floating through the apex of Hogpen. And this is also a category. These are DOT racing tires, so they're technically road rated but they're not legal for road use. They're printed on the sidewall, Hoosiers. But either way, they tend to be fastest on maybe the first lap of some of these cars, if not the first 3 or 4. Kind of best case scenario for a majority of the cars in this field. So it's not a surprise to see a whole lot of cars kind of diving back to the pit lane in the later stages of this race, and just a handful, maybe only 2/3 of the cars left out there circulating kind of sparsely.
Yeah, so I think, as we mentioned, Tony Ave had brought his car down the pit lane after only 2 flying laps. I think Derek Treacle has brought his BMW back behind the wall. So the top 2 in STU no longer out circulating. David Fiorelli in his Mustang and Michael Reese in his Honda S2000 and the light blue S2000 are still out on track. And Reese's car appeared to be, and by the way, just as I say that, David Fiorelli is heading back to the paddock, so his session is now done. Michael Reese in the S2000 has seemed a bit off the pace here, lapping in the high 220 or the low 220s, about 15 seconds off the pace. In STL, Chris Childs, who's only been able to manage 5th fastest in his Mazda Miata, will head back to the paddock. Leveroni, I believe, turned in 4 flying laps, and he went back behind the wall. The 72 car of Colin Duffy, and another one of our Global MX-5 Cup. Well, it's not an open top car. Cup car, the 72 machine heading back behind the wall. Best he can do is 5th. Should mention that Max Stallone brought his Global MX-5 Cup car out, the driver of the number 3 car, 4th fastest in that class, where Nick Hammond, Devin Anderson, still your 2 fastest drivers in the class. I think Hammond brought the Nissan behind the wall a while ago.
Yeah, not a bad idea to bring your Global MX-5 Cup car here for a race weekend. They race here in August for the professional series, so maybe even just a little bit of testing and recon in some otherwise good competition for those drivers. But there was a couple of improvements in Touring 3. Devin Anderson dropped at another couple of tenths. Now is only 1.3 seconds off that raw pace from Nick Hammond, who did 1 flyer and parked it. That is the sign of a national champion, knows exactly what the car has and pulled it right back in. But Anderson has some decent longevity in that GR86. He did that on lap number 7 in this session. Then William Bolt also improved nicely last time through in his 350Z. He's only 2 tenths behind Devin Anderson. So Anderson will have his hands full both in trying to get in front and hold off Nick Hammond, but also William Bolt right there at his flank will start to his outside, coming to the green flag if things don't change. That could be a bit of a wrench in his plans. 2 Nissans versus 1 Toyota.
All right, the STL Honda of Deacon Greenfield now heading back behind the wall as the checkered flag is being displayed, so he calls off his final flying lap. He is going to do no better than 4th in the class. And over in Touring 4, looks like most of the drivers here are doing nothing but getting faster, Tom, but none of them have been able to run a faster lap than Kevin Fryer, who's been the class of the field since the start. And Fryer with almost 3.5 seconds on the rest of the Touring 4 field, with Madden Workman 2nd fastest, John Ferguson 3rd fastest. And we do still have a couple of drivers on their final laps. I think the number 10 car is out on course currently. That is Austin Hilliard in his S2000. He's found a few seconds, but he is now still sitting 6th fastest, just off of Chris Childs. We'll see if he can improve the final time. And no, he's going to bring his car onto the pit lane, so he's not going to make a final run at it. And I believe that wraps things up, that all of our remaining cars on course have seen the checkered flag. And so in STU, it's Treacle, Ave, Fiorelli. In STL, Nick Leveroni, Derek Ketchie, Chuck Hines, your top 3. In Touring 3, Nick Hammond, Devin Anderson, William Bolt. And finally in Touring 4, Kevin Fryer, Madden Workman, and John Ferguson. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6 SMX. Please head to the grid SMX racers. This is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take another break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house. My name's
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I want to thank you all for joining us. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And next up, Tom, is SMX Spec MX5. Why don't you tell us a little bit about them?
These are so much fun. They produce such good racing so far as well. Newer Class 2 National Championship eligibility and competition, but we have 22 of these Spec MX5s. The NC generation, everything from, I believe, 2006 to 2013, roughly, prepared identically, and they draft really well. They race really well. New tire for the car this season, running on a Hoosier DOT Racing Slick, or DOTR compound, we like to call them. So they're proper little race cars, but still just about maybe 170 horsepower or so. Drafting is absolutely critical. Some jockeying to start this first lap off, and the entire field is in one corner, essentially, now down the front straightaway. They know that they got to light these things up quick and work together, or else they may not have a shot at the race coming a little bit later today.
All right, so as they now all barrel down into the horseshoe over turns 1 and 2, and it looked like as though they were going too wide there, trying to figure out positioning and their draft partners. Interesting here in Tom, I think you had seen him originally out at Buttonwillow, the Renton, Washington driver, Asad Nikondabayev, racing here with us this weekend. I think at the ripe old age of now 15 in the number 83 car. So good to see that, and hopefully we'll have some in-car video for some of these drivers soon enough. Also want to thank for the second event in a row, and again, this has absolutely no bearing on how often we will talk about Skylar Cottrell this weekend, but want to thank his mom Jackie for bringing a bunch of brownies along. Didn't get to say anything about how great the bread pudding was that they provided to us at Road Atlanta, but this growing boy, perhaps a little bit more so than he should, would like to thank the Cottrell family for all the great food that they keep shoveling into us. All right, here is we've got one car around already over at Oak Tree, and we'll try and get a bead on who that was, but whoever they were thinking about drafting with, Tom, probably those plans have been laid to rest very early on here.
Yeah, that's where you don't want to be, right, is 10, 15, 20 car lengths behind the rest of the field. This has been a relatively dirty first lap. By that, I mean lots of dirt drops, sidewalls in the grass, full tires, and full car widths even in the grass for certain cars, as they went 3 wide into roller coasters, still working things out. I think that was Tyler Gonzalez going through on Lincoln Larson and one other car involved in that exchange. But it looked all relatively well choreographed, I got to be honest, coming through that section for the first time. These cars typically fastest on laps 2 to maybe even 4. This is a long lap. The tires are going to lose their prime relatively quickly if you're not careful with these cars. The way they drive, you can really, really sling them around, but you don't want to take too much life out of the tires early on, especially with the new rule also only allowing one set of tires per weekend. So this is the first time lighting up those sticker sets of tires. Fastest through on that first lap was Tyler Gonzalez, 1.2 seconds faster than Skylar Cottrell. Lincoln Larson third, Camden Gruber goes to fourth, then William Wallace, Jarrett Jones will be fifth and sixth. Elvin Goulart, after a couple of mechanical failures back at Road Atlanta, sits in the 7th spot. Glad to have him back out and hope he gets a little bit better luck this weekend. Then Michael Tinnis and Michelle Squirick rounding out the top 10 with Mitchell Lowry, excuse me. Another car off in the background, that's the green machine, and comes back on very aggressively. About 3 or 4 cars going to get this lap compromised. And what a catch-22. You come into this session knowing you need to run in the pack, and then all of a sudden the pack is a mess. What do? Do you go to the opposite side of the racetrack, or do you just hold on? I think you kind of have to just hold on and see what happens.
Yeah, I was saying try and slot yourself in and limit the damage here. Did get a bead on the car that was off at Oak Tree on the prior lap, and all I can say is welcome to VIR Asad Nikondabayev, who unfortunately finds himself about 100 car lengths back from the next closest car, who on track, I believe, is Michael Riccio, the number 19 machine out of Concord, Ontario, Canada. And you can see they're coming into Oak Tree now, quite a bit further back. All right, so as we've got one lap in the books right now, Tyler Gonzalez, Scott Cottrell, Lincoln Larson, your top three. Camden Gruber, who, Tom, I'll tell you, Camden Gruber in our Sunday race at Road America, he put up a heck of a fight on the wrong tires in a rapidly drying track. He held the lead, and well, until he couldn't. Tyler Gonzalez, who worked his way all the way from the back of the pack on dry weather tires, put in a heck of a run, and Gonzalez currently your provisional pole sitter. Elvin Goulart now, former Spec Miata and Formula 500 national champion, driving the number 29 car out of Shelton, Connecticut. He's now third fastest, right behind William Wallace.
Be interesting. I just kind of had this revelation or this epiphany. I'd be curious if we get to talk to Nika Dumbayev later this weekend if he's ever driven a car with anti-lock brakes. These cars do have the factory ABS systems in them, and they're a little bit easy to upset. I have to say, from driving these cars in real life or in the past, in real life, but if you get on the brake a little too quick or a little too hard, they give you a lot of pushback. The ABS really can fight you a bit. Maybe that was the first time he's felt that under his young left foot, as he typically races spec racer Fords and probably karts, etc., with no anti-lock brakes. So it's Gonzalez, William Wallace up into second, Elvin Goulart up into third, Lincoln Larson is fourth, Gruber fifth, Michelle Squirick, a nice improvement, up to seventh, just behind Skylar Cottrell. Then Jarrett Jones, Mitchell Lowry, and Matteo Azzari gets himself in the number 110 up into 10th position. Field kind of still clinging on to that top 5 or 6 group, all working mostly together, but certainly in lockstep with one another, trying to trust each other enough to go fast enough through the corners and then use the draft to make up for any time lost in that bit of a scrum.
All right, as they head down the hill, that is Camden Gruber, the 24 machine, the second car in line.
Yep.
Looks like he's packed on to the first car there for at least down the back straight. It looked like they were almost starting to pair up, that we were seeing little gaps between each pairing, but now it is right here at the front of the field. It's Skylar Cottrell in the 09, Camden Gruber, Jarrett Jones in that top, in those the 3 cars in the front working together. Then Squirick, Gonzalez, William Wallace behind. And
great.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, great lap from Michelle Squirick up into third. She was temporarily second, but Michael Tinnis in the 26. I think he might be back in the third pack of what we're watching now in this first sector. Gonzalez lunges up the inside on Squirick, trying to get through for a bit of a better prime position in that pack of 6 at the front.
Yeah, so Tinnis, who is a former SMX race winner in the Super Tour, didn't have the best of events here at VIR last year. But you just mentioned he moved all the way up to second fastest, having spent the first 2 laps 13th in the field in that I think third pack, a little bit further back in the field. We'll see if that maybe being with that group limits his march forward. He has about 0.13 of a second to find to leapfrog our provisional pole sitter Tyler Gonzalez.
More dirt in the air. That will probably be the storyline or the status quo for this field this weekend. A couple of improvements incoming. Elvin Goulart and Jason Fichter both on nice improvements for Sector 1 at least, finishing up Sector 2, and we're well into halfway past this short 20-minute session.
All right, let's do this, Tom, as we are a little bit past halfway. Let's make a call to the grid for our final qualifying group of the morning, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2. Prototype and Prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group 7, open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from VIR. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is right up at the front of the field here in SMX. Tyler Gonzalez, where he's been since the first lap. Michael Tinnis, Michelle Squarick, Jarrett Jones, William Wallace, and Elvin Goulart, 4th through 6th. And then Skylar Cottrell, Camden Gruber, Wes Duchek, and Lincoln Larson rounding out your top 10 in a 23-car field. And my apologies to Mr. Nick Ndabayev, who is not racing here this weekend. Came all the way from Portland, Oregon to watch the racing though here at VIR. That is actually Liam Kerper, who we saw a little bit earlier today in Spec Racer Ford. He is racing the number 83 machine today. I'll get a chance to talk to Liam here as the weekend goes on. He is, though, currently sitting 23rd in the field as the 57 machine now. Tyler Gonzalez bringing his car back behind the wall. Tom, looks like our provisional pole sitters had enough.
Yeah, there's a distinct lack of green or purple on timing and scoring, meaning no one is really improving at this point. Maybe a little bit of race simulation, maybe just a little bit of hope left in the tank for some of these drivers. Maybe they can get a faster lap in the late stages of this session, but for the most part, the tires are going to be out of their window just a little bit, and the dirt drops continue. Those cars up at the front of the field, now working their way on the exit of Oak Tree. But Gonzalez, Tinnis, Squirick, Jones, Wallace, Elvin Goulart was the last to improve, and it was over a lap ago. He jumped up from 8th to 6th. It's a meaningful move from the 4th to the 3rd row. But otherwise, I mean, it's all the way down to 17th. Aiden Coleman was the only driver last time through to improve. And that's good for, as I said, 17th, 65. Gruber continuing to lead Cottrell, continuing to lead Larson, Squirick. I mean, they're duking it out as if it's a race. Good recon.
Yeah, and I mean, and they're all separated by a couple thousandths of a second as they come across the line on each one of these laps. But as you said, nobody really improving as the 13 car. Emmy Kissick out of Olympia, Washington. She decides to call it a session, and she'll take her machine back behind the wall. Somebody in the chat, Tom, was saying it's Orbiter 277. Hi, Orbiter. Saying that they don't really know about the SCCA class structure and want to know what the difference is between SM and SMX. And I guess we can at least at the high level say the major difference that you have with SMX is that they are for the NC or 3rd generation Mazda Miatas, whereas Spec Miata runs the NA and NB models, the first, we'll call them the 1st gen and 2nd gen Miatas with the 1.6 and 1.8 liter models. And Tom, Camden Gruber on the pit lane now. We brought the 24 car down, had the crew from Planet Miata looking at it. So a lot of wild gestations from Camden while he's on there. It might something apparently not to his liking, but I believe he is bringing that car back out on track for perhaps get another lap in to try and figure out what's going on with that thing.
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges of being a race car driver, no matter how clear you think you're being, when you're in the car, in your helmet, in all the safety gear, trying to communicate anything to anybody is almost impossible. But I'm probably more of a animated,
kind of like screaming into the void.
A little bit. It could be positive, it could be negative. No matter what it is, it's going to be misconstrued because you're in so much gear. But
all right, Michael Tinnis and Michelle Squarick now heading back to the paddock. Their qualifying session. A lot of drivers now calling things off with very little time remaining on the clock. Elvin Goulart bringing his car back to the paddock as well. The 169 of Gavin Wardle, and Wardle down all the way in 19th position. Looks like he's also going to bring his car back behind the wall, as is the driver of the 110, Matteo Asari. And, you know, Tom, I guess as we were talking, you know, as we were seeing here that towards the end of this session, not many drivers now putting in quick sectors or improving on their lap times. And this may be a byproduct of, one, the fact that these drivers, assuming it's going to stay dry, and we have a pretty good suspicion that tomorrow that will not be the case, but that they would, under normal circumstances, have to make these tires last from this qualifying session through the remaining 3 sessions, 2 races and another qualifying session. And that might have, I think, a lot to do with it. Or you may find that these drivers, knowing perhaps that they may not be on the dry weather tires tomorrow, they're saving everything for the race.
yeah, it's definitely some of the first point that you made for sure, just knowing that they don't want to burn the tires down excessively. But for the most part, it's just once the tire gets out of its tire temperature operating window, it can be really difficult to bring it back without just exiting the racetrack and letting the car sit for a little while. So I think from my experience on a tire like this or similar to this is maybe by lap 5, that's about all it's got. We're working lap number 6 and 7 for some of these drivers, even lap number 8. For a select few. Aiden Shimbashi has squeezed in an extra lap from everybody else somehow. But yeah, the point being, if you know the car just doesn't have it in it anymore, then why keep burning the tire down? So some of the drivers who stayed out were looking for more seat time, more reps. The drivers who have already gone back to the paddock, they kind of know what they've got, and they saw the times and were satisfied with knowing that's probably what I've got for this session.
All right, well, the checkered flag is now out for our SMX racers. You see a couple of them here on the back straight on Madison Avenue. This will be their last attempt at a flying lap, and it looks like at least these two still working at trying to set faster lap times. Set the 72 of Aiden Shimbashi, and get the number on the other car with Aiden on track. And I think that is that possibly 111? I think that's Joey Andrews in the 111 car, the Stiglet, as they now come across the line and do not improve. Michael Riccio, who is sitting 19th, looks like he does improve. He's going to leapfrog, let's try that again, leapfrog Gavin Wardle. But it appears now, finally, as the checkered flag is out, we can say that Tyler Gonzalez will be your pole sitter going into this afternoon's race. Starting right alongside him will be Michael Tinnis. Michelle Squarick and Jarek Jones should make up row number 2, with William Wallace and Elvin Coulard starting 5th and 6th. Skylar Cottrell, thanks for the food, Skylar, and Camden Gruber should make up row number 4, with Wes Duchek and Lincoln Larson rounding out your top 10. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 7, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, This is your final call to the grid. All right, Tom, let's take a break. We'll be back with our final qualifying session and our final session of the morning. Before we take a break for lunch, you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. And Tom, final qualifying session of the morning and the day. And it is our open wheel and prototype racers, some of the fastest race cars that we're going to see here this weekend. Formula Atlantic and Continental, as well as a nice-sized 8-car Formula Enterprise 2 field as well. And we've also got over in the prototype classes, I think we've got Sherman Chow and AJ Snyder running in P2. It should be late to see here this late morning.
Yeah, it has some of the fastest cars, but Greg, it also has some of the slowest cars. This is going to be a very interesting mix as drivers try to find whatever pace they have in their own machine, but also find space on a racetrack. We have the singular Formula V car you mentioned, Connie Isley. We also have Formula F, a little bit on the slower side for the group, sharing the track with some of the fastest cars from Prototype and Formula Atlantic. And there's a whole lot of mix between the two, between the different categories as well. You know, Formula Enterprise 2 tends to be very similar pace to Formula Continental, which tends to be sometimes you may be overlapping with the slower prototype or whatever you may have. So this is probably the most challenging run group for anybody. It looks like Brandon Dixon might have been the first car out onto the track. Is that his Formula Continental? Coming up into Oak Tree Corner, maybe an Atlantic or two up the road from there as well.
Yeah, I think the first driver off the grid was Tony Ave in his Swift 016, the maiden North Carolina driver for, I think, his third race or third qualifying session of the morning.
So visually, these cars can be a little bit difficult to decipher between class to class, but if you see bodywork over the tires, those are the two prototype categories, one for higher displacement, one for lower displacement. There are two in prototype, Vanacore and Schaff, and then there are two in prototype 2, Sherman Chow and Peter Shadowin. Then we get to the Formula Enterprise 2 Formula Continentals. Those can be the most difficult to tell apart, but the Continentals running a narrower tire tend to be a little bit lower profile as well. Those are different cars all in the same class. Then we have the Spec class, Formula Enterprise 2. They look a little bit more upright, a little bit more, definitely a narrower rear wing. That's maybe the best way to tell them apart. And then we get into the wingless cars, the Formula F and the Formula V. Those kind of stand out for themselves. They're starting lap number 2 here.
Which will be
this lap number 1?
Well, it'll be their first flying lap, is lap number 2. And Tom, you can see here the drivers that just came through our shot. Those were the FE2 machines, and I think followed very closely by our singular Formula F entry. And so you can see the difference there again. Very, very, as you said, narrow-bodied with the Formula F machines, much more so than the Formula Continentals.
Yeah, Greg, they threw me off a little. That was a very slow outlap. They've already burned 7 minutes of this 20-minute qualifying session just getting a lap started for most of this field. And these cars do like some tire temp. They do like some momentum. I always talk about a little bit on these broadcasts also how hopping in a car with downforce that can carry so much speed through some of these corners, especially up this uphill S's and into South Bend, for example. This is a probably 110, 115, 120 mile an hour corner in some of these cars. It takes the brain 2 or 3 laps to get up to that, and they're only really probably going to get 5 or 6 looks at this after that slow warm-up lap. The good news is, though, that everybody should get a decent amount of free track with such little time. We shouldn't see a whole lot of overlap of the fastest cars catching the slowest.
No, although interestingly, Tom, Tony Ave, who again was our first driver to head to the track, come off the grid, came down the pit lane at the end of that outlap, had his crew take a quick look at the car, and he is just now rejoined. He's probably heading into turn 3 right about now, and he may end up catching the rear end of this field a little bit more quickly than if he had stayed out on track. That is now going to, I think, move Todd Vanacore and Daryl Schaff, the 2 prototype racers, up towards the very front of the entire field, and running, pulling over drivers left, one of our prototype 2 machines. That is, I believe, I think it's actually AJ Snyder in the number 44 pardon me, it might be Peter Shadowin in the Shrike that pulled over drivers left on the front straight to let a number of the FE2 machines by. The black and blue entry right at the tail end of this line here.
Really interesting as we're pretty close to the track on that camera shot. Just the scale difference of some of these cars. Now working lap number 3. This will be their second flying lap scored. Todd Vanacore is the quickest in the session, then the Formula Enterprise 2 of James Davison, then the Formula Continental of John Burton LaRue out of Muncie, Indiana in his Citation. The top, where's P2? There we go. Sherman Chow is the fastest Prototype 2 car in 10th overall. So definitely not representative lap times for a whole lot of these cars. Still some of them above the 2-minute mark when they will certainly end up getting lower than that. A couple of people joining us for this group in the live chat. We have Tim Adelson from Gig Harbor, Washington.
Yes.
We have Gonzo from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. I lived there for 2 years. What are you doing up in Stevens Point, Wisconsin?
He's cheering on Josh Schmidt, our B-Spec driver, and wife, Gina. By the way, Cooper Travis, our sole Formula F driver in the white number 32 machine, he made a run down the pit lane. He is now gone back out. We also have another one of our prototype cars on the pit lane, and that is the number 80 car. Actually, that's Peter that black and blue car is not Peter Shadowin. Peter Shadowin now in the white Shrike, looks like an old S2000 car. Now heading back out on track, and as he had to come down the pit lane. Also, Tony Ave, our sole Atlantic driver, Tom, made another visit to the pit lane, and he is once again heading out on track.
Could get interesting. That's by far the fastest car by class, right? Formula Atlantic's faster than everything else by quite a bit, but if Ave doesn't get a time in, he might find himself in a very awkward spot on the grid. Drivers shuffling for position through some Formula Continental traffic, as well as that old Sports 2000 car. I agree, it looks basically like a Sports 2000, the white car with the rear wheels covered, one of my favorites when I was a kid. That in the Prototype 2 category for shadowing.
And so I think the other car that I'd picked out, the black and blue, I think that is the 44 of AJ Snyder. Although we have it listed as a store, which doesn't. I don't think that was a store WF1, but we'll try and pick that out. And also, I believe that Donnie, although we're showing him on our timing, I do not believe that Donnie Isley. Well, no, actually, I showed Donnie Isley setting a Sector 2 time, and we'll see if that car comes out. He may not have actually gone and put in a full lap. I'll try and find him on track if I can.
Yeah, I just caught that car at the end of the out lap going back to the pit lane.
Okay.
So that's the last time I saw it. I don't know if he got back out on the track or not. Todd Vanacore, though, at the top of the board. Now we're starting to get somewhere. 147.2 is the fastest time on the session. That is flying out of the prototype car, the Elan DPO2. Then in Formula Continental, pretty good race brewing here between Tim Miner and Brandon Dixon, who are separated by only 1.5 tenths of a second. Miner in the number 88 has the point, but Brandon Dixon is right there. Things are a little bit more spread out, though, on the Formula Enterprises 2 side. James Davison has a 2.6 second lead, and this is a spec category over Sebastian Mateo Naranjo. Now Will Franklin just jumps up into second as I say that, but still 1.9 seconds back in the mid 155 range. Davison is looking pretty dominant so far.
All right, let's do this, Tom. Let's take a quick break, as we've got about 7 minutes here left in our final qualifying session of the morning. Everybody, we will take about an hour's break for lunch as soon as this session concludes, and then we will go racing here for the International Raceway. For all of you that are here at the track, as we break for lunch, we will have some driver rounds, and anybody who has a car and has already signed a waiver and has a wristband and they are over 18 years old, you can head up to in and take a few laps in your street car here at BIR. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Wrap up qualifying.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Tom O'Gorman, and we've got just a few moments remaining here in our open wheel and prototype qualifying as we are working, I think, lap number 7 at the moment. And Tom, wanted to welcome back to the Super Tour Kelton Jago out of shows Midland, Michigan, as his home. Last race in the chassis that he's in the number 29 machine, I think was here at the runoffs in 2024. Great to see him here. Kelton's been putting in quite a bit of time for our federal government and Department of Homeland Security, and great to see him back out on track.
Battle in Formula Continental is still on as well. All the drivers except Brandon Dixon on personal best Sector 1s, at least coming across the line next time through. John Burton LaRue has gotten into the second position over Tim Miner, who slipped it down to third. All three of those drivers covered by 0.3 of a second. And that is going to be a great battle come race time later this afternoon. It's still relatively spread out in Formula Enterprise 2, but Davison has the point over Will Franklin, but Franklin has gotten himself within a second. It's 0.8 back for the Covington, Georgia driver, Mateo Naranjo, then Jago, Cruz, Harrington, and Yates, rounding out that field. As now Russell Straight gets a lap in. Those 8 cars in Formula Enterprise 2. Formula F, Cooper Travis has the one and only time there. Donnie Isley has not turned a time in for Formula V. Vanacore, the fastest in prototypes, 146.7. Now, that's still a couple seconds off the track record, but that was a couple years ago. Now, maybe a little bit more grip in the track back then. Sherman Chow has the top of prototype 2 on lock, 2.3 seconds now in front of that store for AJ Snyder.
And by the way, I mentioned, I think I just said that Kelton Jago is with Department of Homeland Security. He just retired as the Deputy Director at the National Counterterrorism Center. So congratulations to him on his retirement. And I think last season spent a lot of time his wife Angela's Spec Miata program. So good to see Kelton again back in an FE2 machine here today. Is time running down.
Got a new top time in Formula Continental. Timothy Minor goes to the top in the class from third. He's now 2/10 up on Brandon Dixon. A 152.5 is the time. Dixon a 152.7, then a 152.9 for John Burton LaRue. But Dixon has an opportunity to respond. He's faster on Sector 1, a little bit off pace in Sector 2 this time through, but maybe still within a range that he can do something with this. There's Dixon now coming up onto the front straightaway. He's got the red, I think that's John Burton LaRue in tow. In the red Formula Continental, up the front straightaway now. These cars are all about cornering speed, not particularly powerful, but they are light. He comes across, no improvement for Dixon that time, but he did get one more start to a lap by about maybe 3 seconds.
I was going to say, with almost no time remaining there, as he comes across the line. Justin Smith out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, currently 4th fastest in Continental. He was your 2025 South Atlantic Road Racing Championship champion. That's the regional series that is all throughout the entire Southeast Division. And another one of these legacy racing families, Tom, that his father raced Formula Fords in the early 80s, and then come back in the late 90s running the Sports 2000s. So great to see Justin here running this weekend in the number 76 Van Diemen. All right, so with now about a minute 15 remaining on the clock. So again, for the majority of these racers now, and even those just crossing the line now, they'll get one final flying lap. As you mentioned, Tim Minor out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, is your provisional pole sitter in the class with a 152.5. He's got 2/10 on Brandon Dixon. John LaRue just leapfrogged Rick Silver to move up to 3rd fastest. What about let's see, about 3 seconds separating those two drivers. Over in FE2, James Davison with Will Franklin and Matteo Naranjo, your top 3. Naranjo making his return to the open wheel ranks. We saw him at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago. He spent last year with the Dalliance into SMX, and the Super Tour champion from 2 years ago in Formula F, now taking a swing at FE2. He's 3rd fastest today.
Yeah, a little discrepancy in our graphics. The timer now just ticking at 10 seconds. So maybe one or two other drivers will get to finish a lap time. But Greg, of note, Tony Ave still no lap time.
Yep.
Donnie Isley still no lap time. So in theory, the fastest and slowest cars both no lap time in this session.
They might start right next to one another at the back.
Yeah. Todd Vanacore is still circulating as well. There he is going through the uphill S's flat out in that Elan DPO2. He's on a personal best Sector 1 starting this one. He's got the lead in the class by 7 seconds, but still has a little bit of pace in that car all the way out to the dirt onto the back straightaway, and he's got probably just enough space up to those 2 Formula Enterprises to complete this lap with no traffic.
That's right. So Todd Vanacore, your 2023 prototype national champion, won it right here at Virginia International Raceway. And he's got almost 7 seconds on Daryl Schaff. Ooh, as we've got a car off coming.
That's Vanacore.
13. That's the 119 of Vanacore.
How on earth? That's driver's left well before the breaking point for that car. Typically on a flying lap, it would have been a mechanical failure that got him there. And there was a lot of smoke hanging in the air as we cut to this shot. It doesn't look like there's any body damage from this side of the car, at least. That's how the car is shaped. But that would have been a wild ride from probably north of 150, maybe about 160 miles an hour. His trap speed actually right at 140. but still, odd place to end up for a car, no matter what speed.
So checkered flag is out on the session. So Tom, a couple weeks ago, I was here for a Porsche Club event, and we had a driver. It looked like as they were downshifting into that particular area, ended up locking up the rear axles. But there's a big difference between doing that with an H-pattern car and something with pneumatic downshifters and what have you, with as you would likely have with that Elan DPO2. So we'll see. Hopefully the driver in the car are okay, and we'll see them a little bit later this afternoon for the race. As Todd Vanacore was your fastest driver in the session, scheduled to start on pole, scheduled to start next to him, our fastest Formula Continental racer, Brandon Dixon, with James Davison in his FE2 third fastest, and Tim Miner in his Continental fourth fastest. I'll break it down by class here for you. In prototype, Vanacore, and then Schaff, Darrell Schaff, almost 7 seconds off of Vanacore's times. In FE2, Davison, Franklin, Matteo Naranjo, Sam Harrington, your top 4. Then Eric Cruz and Kelton Jago, 5th and 6th in an 8-car field. In Formula Continental, Brandon Dixon and Tim Miner. John LaRue, 3rd fastest. Rick Silver, 4th fastest. Justin Smith, Peter Lasser rounding out the 6-car field. And over in Prototype 2, Sherman Chow and AJ Schneider, with Peter Shadowin 3rd fastest. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our final qualifying session of the morning. We are scheduled to have a 1-hour lunch time, and we believe, and we'll update this as soon as we can. We think we'll be back with our very first race of the day, small bore and B-Spec, at right around 12:30. Again, we'll put that on. If things change, we'll update our information there that we have on screen, and obviously let everybody know on track. And now we've just heard from Race Control that we will have cars on course at 12:30. So I want to thank you all for joining us this morning. And before we take the break for lunch, everybody here at the track, if you want to take your street car on course here at VIR behind a safety car, and if you have the relevant wristbands and signed the waivers and done everything that you can to give up any rights and responsibilities you may have, and if you're over 18 years old, bring your car up to the grid, and we're going to be sending you out on track here in just a few moments for the drive arounds. All right, for Tom, I'm Greg. We'll be back here in just about an hour. Thanks for joining us this morning.
to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts, parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
All right, everybody, here at VIR, before we get underway with a full afternoon of racing, I'd like you to join me in honoring our nation by please standing facing our flag for the national anthem. Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm here with, who am I here with? I'm here with Tom O'Gorman. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We got Brian Belansky, our director. And Tom, before we go racing with our first race of the day, why don't we take a look at this beautiful racetrack here nestled between Alton and Danville, Virginia.
What an icon it is. So much fun at VIR, and it's created such great racing over the years for SCCA, including our first ever and only national championship tie in Spec Miata a few years back. We're joining this group for B-Spec and the production categories, and as always with VIR, we take the green on the bent front straightaway at start-finish into a heavy braking zone at turn 1. A relatively early apex and increasing radius corner that gets you into a relatively important acceleration zone for NASCAR bend. Then turn 3, light braking required before we shut the car down at left hook, one of the slowest corners on the track. You want to get on throttle and be as far to driver's left as you can to try to straighten out turn 5 into the snake. This all counts as part of the flat-out run up into the climbing S's, which will be full throttle for most of the cars in our event, and especially in this race group. Then we get into South Bend, another very light braking zone, over 100 miles an hour for a lot of the cars, minimum speed easily over 90 for all of the cars in South Bend. Then into Oak Tree, the critical braking zone and potential passing opportunity, but also we've seen mistakes make or break races there onto the back straightaway. Then huge speed in all of these cars, even some of our slower classes, some of the top speeds they see, the highest top speeds they see anywhere in the season. Then the critical braking zone for turn 15 at roller coaster, downhill, a bunch of stories into turn 16, and finally at Hog Pen where the car bottoms out and you can start another lap.
All right, well, Tom, thank you so much for that. Let's see what stories our racers can tell this afternoon. And starting on pole today, driving the number 28 E-Production Mazda Miata, it's Tony Ave. Starting alongside him will be Peter Norton in the number 0 Caterham. Then we got Mason Workman in the number 52 F-Production Mazda Miata, starting alongside Mark Carpenter in his F-Production Acura Integra. Robert Garrison will start on the inside of row number 3, driving the number 6 F-Production Mazda Miata. He starts alongside Stephen Clark, also in an F-Production Mazda Miata. Then we got James Gregorius in his F-Production Mazda RX-7, starting alongside Les Cheney in an Acura Integra, another F-Production machine. And then we've got the 2 E-Production racers of Mark Webber and Doug Piner, one in a Miata, one in a brand new BMW Z4, and then Doug Sanders in his F-Production Fiat 124 Spider. Let's move over and take a look at the B-Spec field. I'll give you the first number of rows there with Dan Conway driving the number 98 Mazda 2, your pole sitter, alongside teammate Richard Roman driving the number 11 Mini Coupe. Then we got Tristan Herbert in the 103 B-Spec Mini Cooper alongside Royce Robinson in his Mazda 2. Row number 3 will be made up of Blair Deffenbaugh in a Honda Fit alongside defending national champion Eric Yeagle in his Honda Fit. Steve Introne, also in a Honda Fit, will start alongside Adam Benaway in a Honda Fit. That's row number 4. Row number 5 made up of the Chevy Sonica, Josh Schmidt, starting alongside Stephanie Anderson in her Mazda 2. And then we got Chris Taylor in a Mini Coupe this weekend, alongside Richard Osborne in the Soul Nissan Versa Note in the field. And then we got Brandon Lewis, who will be starting in a Ford Fiesta, starting alongside John Robinson. Then we have J.B. Swan and his Chevy Sonic alongside Rob Wilmoth in a Honda Fit, Chris Capaldi in a Mini Cooper, and Stuart Black, and I didn't see if Stuart's on the pace lap. Stuart in his Chevy Sonic had some mechanical issues in qualifying. And then finally, starting at the back of the field is going to be Rob Horrell in his H-Production Honda CRX, starting alongside the H-Production Toyota Yaris of Tom Roaring. All right, pace car for our first group is on the pit lane, and that field now coming down the front straight, led by Tony Ave and Peter Norton, as the starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air. We've got 2 E-Production racers at the front of the field. We've got the F-Production leaders in the second row as they now come down into the braking zone of turn 1. A little bit later, deeper on the brakes is Peter Norton in that very light Caterham 7. And as the field comes through in turns 1 and 2, we'll pick them up here as they now head into the NASCAR bend as Peter Norton takes the lead as our B-Spec racers now, they see the green flag and they head down to turn one. We've got the two teammates on the front row. Rich Roman, though, not getting a great start, and the pink Mazda 2 there of Rice Robinson, good start for him, but we've lost a couple cars off into the grass, Tom, as they go and roll down the hill. Looks like 4 or 5 cars maybe having some challenges coming through turn one.
Yeah, it's a whole schmozzle on the outside of turn number one. I know for sure Eric Yeagle is involved. There are at least 2 other cars still stationary. Some cars ended up on the inside of the corner as well to driver's right, but they were able to continue much faster. It was a bit of a poor start for Rich Roman, but all of that, whatever happened back at turn one, has salvaged it for him. He continues to run second now with pressure from, I think, the blue B-Spec Mini of Herbert, and then it's Rice Robinson in fourth.
Yeah, Rice Robinson now in fourth position, and I believe right back behind them might be, let me take a look here and see if I can pick out the color. I think that might be Josh Schmidt. I did see coming through the pack, and he did start this race, the white and blue Chevy Sonic of Stuart Black, and he was starting to work his way through the field. There he is, I think the last car in the shot coming into view now. We'll see if he can get up to this pack here as we're going to jump back to our production leaders right at the front of the pack. Peter Norton leading Tony Ave now out of Hog Pen and onto the front straight with our F production racers. It is believe, is that Les Cheney in the blue Integra possibly leading F production? Let's take a look here, Tom.
No, it's Workman just up the road ever so slightly. He's got the track to himself by about 10 car lengths. Then it's Mark Carpenter, Robert Garrison, and Stephen Clark are your top 4. A bit of smoke out of Doug Piner's BMW. You mentioned that was maybe to be expected, but Peter Norton, what a start. That acceleration off the line, got the jump, was able to hold the outside of turn one, now holds the point still 1.5 laps into this race, or 1.25 maybe, over Tony Ave, who had a lot of pace in practice and qualifying. But Peter Norton was a slower burn, not wasting any time now as they come through the lower S's.
All right, so Tom, also our both turn one and turn two corner stands are showing a debris flag at this point. I'm wondering if that may be for some of the oil that the BMW Z4 has put down, as Tony Ave now side by side with Peter Norton going into the S's, and what a move there as they head up the hill.
That was awesome stuff. Very, very well behaved for both drivers to make that work, coming into the S's at probably 115 miles an hour or so to go side by side. Then they've got that big gap back to Workman, who's scampering away from the field just a little bit in F production. This E production battle, though, is just fantastic. And now Norton is going to have a big draft down the back straightaway. Usually the draft from a Miata is pretty small, but it's huge relative to a Caterham 7. He pops to what becomes the inside split second, and then it will be the outside for Roller Coaster. Doesn't matter this time, though. He's already cleaning through.
Yeah, you know, Tom, and you know, one of the, I think the biggest disadvantages of that Caterham has to do with aero. It's got those big exposed bicycle fenders at the front, you know, but if you can tuck in behind a Miata like he just tucked in behind Tony Ave, it negates a lot of those aero disadvantages that it has, and he had a hell of a head of steam coming into 14.
He really did, and the top speed aero wall is offset slightly by the acceleration rate, and it's going to get to its top speed a little bit faster by being smaller, and the gear ratio is nice and tight in that car as well. But of course, as you mentioned, as soon as you get to maybe 120 miles an hour, their top speed's 130. That last 10 miles an hour is going to come really slow for the Caterham relative to another car. Workman continues to lead F production, but Carpenter, Garrison, and Clark are having a great battle for second. Looks like on the B-Spec note, just finally there at turn one, I'm going to go out and say that Chris Capaldi, Eric Yeagle, Steve Intron, and Stephanie Anderson were the 4 cars involved in that. Not sure how many of them were able to continue, but it looks like they're all off that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, well, Capaldi now in the Blue 31 Mini Cooper just made a run down the pit lane, and he is now rejoining. So I'm sure had his crew take a look at that vehicle. But he now rejoins the action. Let's go over now to our B-Spec leaders, as it is Dan Conway and Tristan Herbert now with the bronze or gold-colored Coupe of Rich Roman in third, and then it is the number 50 machine of Royce Robinson, or 150, pardon me. Great start for Blair Deffenbaugh now as he moves up into fourth position, and Stuart Black, who started at the tail end of this B-Spec field, Tom, he now finds himself in sixth position as he gets around Chris Taylor on that last lap.
Yeah, a couple of these drivers having qualified outside of the top 3 rows with a great chance to race forward now. Looking at Deffenbaugh. Black, a bit of an issue coming off of turn 1. He's slow and off to driver's right. That looks like more than a missed shift. He's going to actually pull the car into the, it's actually a good way to get back to paddock, just to the right there at the entrance of turn 3. But on the racetrack itself, Dan Conway has nice control of this race in his Mazda 2. Then Tristan Herbert, Roman trying to hold off Rice Robinson, but Robinson has just been so racy these last couple of Super Tour weekends.
Yes. Yeah, I keep looking back to Road Atlanta, where the first camera shot we had spinning down at turn 5, and in a qualifying session, and from there on out, he has just when it matters has been just absolutely gangbusters. And so he now runs in fourth position. Chris Taylor, with the retirement of Stuart Black, now moves back into sixth position, with John Robinson running in seventh, Josh Schmidt, Adam Benaway, and Richard Osborne in the sold Nissan, rounding out your top 10.
Chris Taylor in that kind of lava orange metallic Mini Coupe. We've seen the Mini Coupe be used to great success with Rich Roman driving that car to a couple national championships. It tends to work really well in pairs with other cars, that smaller profile. This time you see just at the second half of this straightaway now Roman starting to close in, but Taylor has dropped off this field just enough that he's kind of out of that drafting range. He's going to be kind of praying that one of these drivers goes racy, as Black is going to be the first to do it on Rice Robinson. They go side by side up into turn number 14. And excuse me, that wasn't Stuart Black. That was Blair Deffenbaugh going through for fourth.
All right, as again, we've got that second pack just a little bit further behind with Chris Taylor, John Robinson, Josh Schmidt, Adam Benaway as well. And Benaway was, again, so strong here in the dark blue Honda Fit, the third car in that line. Is we've got another driver coming off the course. And actually, I believe that is the 31 Mini that we just saw take the run down the take the pit lane, as we have a red flag situation. And let me see if we can, and unfortunately, I don't have access to our flag net here. All right, so I'm going to take a look and see if we can find it. It's going to be more difficult now with no cars moving on course to track them down on our Flagtronics. I do have Mark Carpenter on the pit lane, as well as the Capaldi racing car, Chris Capaldi, on the pit lane as well. And I believe they are the only two that are currently off the course.
Yep, so red flag condition here in club racing means something significant enough that they want all the cars to come to a stop on the side of the racetrack, just as you see now. And it's typically used for total track blockages first, and then beyond that, potentially anything to do with a driver out of the car on the hot racetrack or fire, etc. It's definitely never a good sign, but that's about all we can know about this situation so far.
I've got an update, and this it was actually something similar to what we saw during the practice sessions yesterday, and I think it may possibly involve Stuart Black, is that we actually have a grass fire, Tom. So we had to send some of the emergency vehicles out to put the fire out. It is not a car fire, it's just the grass. But in order, the house rules here at VIR, whenever the emergency services teams respond, they need to either be under control behind a safety car. There you go. You see the cars responding there. So hopefully we'll be able to get back to racing. Typically after a red flag, they are going to bring all the drivers down the pit lane to go and reset. But this is a timed race, a timed 25-minute race. So why don't we do this, Tom? Why don't we take our break right now? We'll get it out of the way, and that way we should be able to bring our racers all the racing coverage here for our B-Spec and production race, all the way to the checkered flag here at VIR, where you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low. I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, where we are still under red flag conditions during our B-Spec and production car race, but we've got a little bit of clarity on what's going on. The brush fire, the grass fire, has been put out here at the raceway, and what has happened, or what will happen here, is our safety car, and actually it just went through our shot. Safety car deployed was going to pick up our leaders. You see there's Peter Norton up at towards the entrance to the top of the roller coaster, turn 14. Just past him, and I think just barely out of our sight, is Tony Ave. He's your overall leader. He leads e-production. There he is. The safety car is going to pick up Peter Norton, and the rest of the cars will then continue on around, and I assume it's probably going to be at least a lap or so, maybe a little bit more, before the field gets fully formed up. That exactly. So he's picking up the race leader, and he's getting out of the car to tell the driver.
So here's what's happening.
Yeah, here's the deal. And so the safety car now will lead the field. They're going to go and form up behind the safety car, and then hopefully very soon we'll go back to green flag racing. Now we do have just about 10 minutes remaining on the clock. The clock has continued to run under these red flag conditions. It's steward's prerogative whether or not to stop the clock or not here under red flag conditions in SCCA. It's not a necessary thing. So hopefully now, as they've had their conversation, we will do that, and we now have the double yellow flag, pardon me, has been displayed, showing the full course caution. The cars on the front straight and everywhere else are starting to move. And now Peter Norton should be lining up back behind Tony Ave, and the safety car will, I'm sure they're going to wait for a few more cars to get onto the back straight before they start moving. Otherwise, Tom, we could have a pretty big accordion effect there just over the crest of the hill heading into the roller coaster.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot to be sat still, but to catch you up in case you didn't catch all those details, a mechanical issue plagued Stuart Black. He pulled off the racetrack appropriately. With the dry weather, the hot metal underneath the race car, usually the exhaust or the header, but even a differential or something can cause this. Lit a little bit of the grass on fire just to driver's right. And I'm trying to remember, Greg, what was the Formula One race that had grass fires all over the place?
Oh my
maybe
God.
maybe a year or two ago. So it's just one of those things, right? We just had to bring everything under control. And
we've got our next guest in the booth, and he says it was at China.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
What an expert.
Thank you. I just remember, like I said, I think I said earlier today, we had a similar situation here in VIR 2 weeks ago for another organization, and I distinctly remember 2017 or 2018 having the exact same thing happen here. We haven't had a great amount of rain in the Danville area over the last couple of weeks. I guess we're going to make up for it tomorrow. So that is the case. As now Mason Workman and Stephen Clark and some of the trailing drivers behind our leaders starting to come back behind the safety car. So we'll have at least one lap under full course caution, but I think it's going to take some time for those other racers to get around. Let's go and recap the field here quickly. In E-Production, Tony Norton, your leader. Tony Ave, your leader. Peter Norton, second. Mark Webber, third. Doug Piner, fourth. In F-Production, Mason Workman, your leader, with Stephen Clark. James Gregorius now up to third, with Mark Carpenter having retired his car. Les Cheney, fourth. Doug Sanders in fifth. In H-Production, it's Tom Broering leading Robert Horrell, and they were right near one another on track when we had the red flag come out. So that should be a good race. And then in B-Spec, it is Tristan Herbert, your leader, with Rich Roman and Dan Conway, with Blair Deffenbaugh fourth, Rice Robinson now fifth, Chris Taylor sixth. And it looks like the retirements that we have, we talked about Chris Capaldi, who's now taken his car back to the paddock, Stuart Black, Eric Yeagle, Steve Intro, and Stephanie Anderson, I do not show as having completed a lap. We know that they were involved with that lap one incident, lap one, turn one incident.
Yeah, also tough to see some mechanical issues rearing their head. Of course, we mentioned Stuart Black's Chevy Sonic out of B-Spec, but also the F-Production Integra from Mark Carpenter. That car was running second at the time of potential retirement. He's still on the pit lane, maybe. And then also Doug Piner.
And interestingly enough, Stuart Black just made a run down the pit lane, and he is rejoined. So he is going to be, I think, a full lap down. But there he is, coming out of the horseshoe at turn 2. And it looks like we've got that camera giving us some problems there over at the left hook. So we'll see if we can get that fixed up.
Oh, interesting. Okay, hearing from our production team that maybe some cars having a hard time getting restarted after the red flag, which is always a concern. That's where my mind goes first when I see a red flag.
And that is
if
the
we're
Doug
on a
Piner
racetrack.
Z4. Yeah, that's the Piner Z4 that was getting flat towed out, and looks like that'll be it for him. And this race, it sounds like, gentlemen, it's going to come to an early end. They are holding the full course yellow up at start finish, but I just heard that they may be showing the checkered flag, the racers, when they come down the front straight. We'll see here, and I think a lot of this has to do with the amount of time that it's taking to get the entire field now grouped up. But we'll see how this plays out. With only 5 minutes remaining on the clock, if they had to do another lap or two behind the safety car, they weren't going to get more than a lap at most under green. So let's see how this works out.
Safety cars already collected most of the production field, but the B-Spec field, having just over the period of time in the previous bit of the race, worked its way, apart from the rest. They're probably on the other side of the racetrack going flat out to catch back up.
All right, and I've just gotten word from race control that we are going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car. As soon as I get some more information, we'll let you know. But as I'm taking a look at where our second field is with the B-Spec racers, they just came onto the back straight. And so a large separation, probably not onto the back straight, but on there, actually, I think coming up to Oak Tree now. So a big separation between the two different fields that we have on course.
Well, importantly, best we can tell on the B-Spec side of things, Tristan Herbert had gone through for the lead sometime before the red flag came out, and Dan Conway had slipped to third. So if this race does complete in the next lap, which, Greg, I think the math is not on their side at a pace car speed, 4 minutes of a lap at VIR is pretty generous. Usually more like 5+ minutes there. But either way, Tristan Herbert on his return to SCCA Club Racing in that bright blue Mini there, where they come into the field of view, will likely be taking a race win on his first race here at Super Tour VIR.
Indeed. So in B-Spec, it is Tristan Herbert, Rich Roman, Dan Conway, then the Honda Fit of Blair Deffenbaugh with Rice Robinson and Chris Taylor. You'll notice just ahead of them is Stuart Black in the blue and white Chevy Sonic. That car is a lap down. And we are getting word now that we are going to go green this next time by. So we'll have at least one lap of green flag racing here. And Tom, by the time the safety car brings the field around, it's going to be probably just a couple seconds on the clock at best.
That's good news, though. We like to see green flag racing, and we had the two great battles on the racetrack that we can still look forward to. Ave versus Norton in E-Production, and then everybody versus everybody in B-Spec. Hard to say who's involved in that one now that they're all back together, but Herbert, Roman, Conway, Deffenbaugh, Robinson, Taylor, John Robinson, Josh Schmidt, those are the top 8. Adam Benaway also still in there. There's the field of B-Specs coming through our camera shots. And then now maybe a bit of an opportunity for some of the F-Production drivers to make some waves as well. Mason Workman was pretty under control at that point in the race, and he is measurably faster over a single lap with no traffic than Stephen Clark and James Gregorius, who sit right behind. But Stephen Clark, pretty experienced racer, maybe not in the top machinery for F-Production in that car, the yellow car with the black roof, but maybe he can race his way into something. Meanwhile, at the very last thought that I have, Tom Broering and Robert Horrell Jr., both in H-Production, they have now found each other once again, I think.
Yeah, they're actually right at the very back of the line.
Yes.
There, Tom. We've got the red CRX and the white and black Toyota Yaris that is just now coming out of South Bend down the hill. That is not a B-Spec car. That is our H-Production leader. And then another one of our racers, and I believe that is the driver at the end of the line there, is trying to pick it up here. That's the 124 Spider. That's the F-Production number 10 of Doug Sanders. Now, this is interesting here, Tom, as I watch this. As Tristan Herbert is trying to maintain the split between he and the front group. And now, normally, most of the drivers ahead would just drive away from the B-Spec field. But you've got Stuart Black sitting right at the tail end there. And, even though Black is a lap down, it might be a great move in order to getting that lapped car mired in the front leading B-Spec cars as they work for what we think is going to be the one and only remaining lap here in this race.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, just to give yourself even the braking zone and run through turn 1 clear, as that field of B-Spec cars now dropping pretty far back. Maybe some gamesmanship from Herbert trying to get a bit of a run if that green flag comes out early. At this point, did I maybe see a huge dent in the driver door of that Mini? Or the passenger door
has a huge dent in it. And I don't know if that came from one of his teammates or the two drivers behind him, Rich Roman, two-time
they're going.
national champion, and also Dan Conway, his teammates, and green flag not being displayed yet, but yeah, Tristan Herbert getting on the throttle here, coming out, and all the way now right up to the back of that field. Stuart Black, he moved all the way over driver's right to let all of those cars through. Best thing that he could do, except for many of those B-Spec drivers, as the pace got slowed down, they went 3 wide, and a lot of them came right up onto the back of the number 40 car with nowhere to go, as Peter Norton once again, great restart for him as he gets around Tony Ave going into the horseshoe. But look at this, going into turn 3. Oh my gosh, 3 and 4 little grocery getters wide.
Yeah, we suspected some gamesmanship, but they did it just really poorly. They timed that horribly and caught the field under pre-green flag conditions at full pace. Tristan Herbert got away with it for the most part. He only lost 1 position to Dan Conway, who now leads the race again in that green Mazda 2. And it's all sorts of separations. Somehow the Nissan Versa has gotten up into 3rd with Richard Osborne at the wheel. They're about to come into this second shot, moving into the upper S's. But that's the kind of churn that's happening in B-Spec. Here they come.
All right, and the clock has expired as we expected. They should see the checkered flag this next time by. Tony Ave coming out of South Bend, goes underneath Peter Norton. Great run as they come up the hill in compression. Norton runs off into the dirt coming through turn 10 and wildly has to change his trajectory coming through Oak Tree, and we'll see if he can draft off the back of the Miata this time by, but he's a long way back, Tom.
He is a long way back. And as they come closer, that shows just how far back he actually is. It's still 4 or 3 car lengths. As they get into the braking zone for the roller coaster for the final time, the white flag has already flown. And Norton does get there. He throws it down the inside and gets through at about the 1 board, takes over the lead, and he's completely cleared Tony Ave. I don't know that Ave saw that coming.
I don't think he did at all. Stephen Clark not close enough to Mason Workman to do the same thing. He's going to stay in 2nd position as they come down the hill onto the front straight out of Oak Tree, as the starter is looking and watching the field, and actually white flag being displayed, Tom. So we're going to
just
have
now
1 more lap of racing here at VIR as the B-Spec racers now coming onto the front straight. We'll catch them in just a moment. And so now Peter Norton's going to have to find a way to hold Tony Ave off for another 3 miles here. And we've seen where Norton is so quick as he comes out of this section here through the S's that he's able to make up tons of ground on the Caterham by the time they get to the uphill S's, as our B-Spec racers now head under braking into turn number 1. And it is right at the front of the field now. It is Dan Conway, and Tom, I think that might have been Adam Benaway that we saw make the huge jump, not the Nissan, who I think is still a little bit further back in the field, but Benaway, who took wins here last year, moves up in the 2nd. Roman, and oh my gosh, there's Peter Norton tries to hold off the Mazda of Ave. What a charge from him.
Only got to do it for 1 more back straightaway, but it's going to feel like it's forever if Norton is still in the lead. Try to keep it on the racetrack this time for both of them through Oak Tree. Stephen Clark is keeping Mason Workman honest. Workman doesn't have any space to make any mistakes, but what does Norton have? Does he have enough acceleration at the low end before he hits that arrow wall? He's starting to pull away, maybe 2-3 car lengths from Tony Ave. Look at the acceleration of the Caterham.
Yeah, he's just starting to walk away from the Mazda. Tom, I did not expect to see this at all as they come into 13, come under braking that very slight left-hand turn to the top of the roller coaster, and Ave's certainly not going to be able to make the same late lunge that we saw from Norton 2 laps ago, as Norton's going to lead the Mazda down the roller coaster for the very last time. Mason Workman continues to lead Stephen Clark in F production here as the field now works their way onto the front straight. We'll check back in with the B-Spec racers in just a moment, but coming to the line, taking the win in E-Production, it is going to be Peter Norton. Tony Ave will finish in 2nd, and Stephen Clark, he made a heck of a run out of the final corner on the last lap, but Mason Workman going to beat him to the line by 0.2 of a second. Now the B-Spec field works their way down, and it is right at the lead. Is that the Mini Coupe at the, no, that's Dan Conway, your leader. Rich Roman in second. Adam Benaway now dropping into third position. Then Tristan Herbert. And then we've got the Devonbaugh car as they come onto the front straight. The number 150. Back behind that is the Rice Robinson car. And as they come to the line, taking the win in B-Spec, Dan Conway, Rich Roman will finish second. Adam Benaway third. Tristan Herbert fourth. Blair Devonbaugh fifth. Rice Robinson. Then we've got John Robinson and then Chris Taylor with Josh Schmidt and JB Swan rounding out your top 10.
I cannot wait to see. I really want to see the in-car video from Adam Benaway in that third generation Honda Fit from the restart on. I think he was down in 9th position in class and somehow was up to 3rd by the time they came across the line the next time through after that late green flag.
And Tom, he came underneath, I think, 3 cars between left hook and turn 5 on that opening lap and just caught a whole bunch of people sleeping through there. Great move by Benaway. All right, so that's going to wrap up our first race of the afternoon. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Another one, almost 50 cars deep in the field there. And we've got a very special guest that's going to be joining us for that race. Stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Shopping for tires used to really
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Next up, it's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, a 47-car deep field. Tom, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, driving the number 61 car, it is Brian Schofield, and he's going to start right alongside Clay Russell, driving the number 31 machine. Jim Goffrey in the number 68 will start alongside Sandy Satullo. That's row number 2, with Russ Turner starting in 5th position alongside Todd Vanacore. You got nothing but national champions there right up towards the front of the field. Another one, Trey Ayers, driving the number 7 machine. He will start in 7th position today alongside John Green, with Scott Monroe and Gianclaudio Angelini rounding out the top 10. Rob Clifton drives the number 33 Ford. He will start 11th, with Dexter Suba driving the number 89 machine, starting in 12th. Michael Green will start lucky 13th today alongside Charlie Rogers, with Sam Schechter and Tom Burt, the number 66 machine, and the number 45 car starting on row number 8. Row number 9 is Bruce Myers and Jeffrey Lehner, the number 111 and the number 71 machine. They start 17th and 18th, with Cliff White in the purple number 91. He will start in 19th position right alongside Patrick Stringer, who is driving the number 40 car. Matt Gray will start 21st, and Liam Kerper in the number 97 entry will start 22nd. Ethan Bentnick-Smith starts 23rd alongside Joe Colasaco, former Formula F driver. And then we've got John Dole starting alongside Brian Cates. Craig Chase will start 27th on the field alongside newcomer to Spec Race Sport, Jamison Huffman. Then we got Dominic Colasaco will start 29th alongside Lee Hill in the number 72 machine. David Anzalone starts alongside Steve Clifton. They are going to be 31st and 32nd respectively. Not responsibly. None of these drivers are responsible. What can I say? All right. Starting 33rd, driving the number 17 car, is Keith Frazier. He's going to start alongside Russ King, with Ryan Stark and Joe Blanks making up the 18th row, starting 35th and 36th. Starting 37th, it's Scott Ross, with Steve Zamatis starting 38th, with Jim Daly and Richard Herman starting 39th and 40th. Jim's in the 87 car. Richard has the number 1 on the side of his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. John Dole will start 41st alongside Tom Goodhart. And then we got Tom Kirchman in the number 62 car. He starts 43rd, comes to us all the way from Massachusetts. And then we got Jackson Deal driving the number 59 entry. Michael Brandt will start 45th alongside Andrea King. King in the Gulf liveried number 8 car. And then we got Nick Doinoff and Ken Riley rounding out the 48 car field. And they are still stretching back. I think we're finally seeing the back of the field, Tom, coming into Oak Tree now. But the field will now start ridding up 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 behind the safety car for our 25-minute sprint race. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman. I want to thank Brian Bolansky for directing today's broadcast. I want to thank all of you for joining us here, both at VIR and also on YouTube, as the lights now, Tom, out on the pace car.
Going to go racing with so many Spec Racer Fords, and these drivers have to drive off of 2 small mirrors just in front of them, maybe postcard size from back in note card size from back in our school days, but otherwise driving fully on spidey senses and trust for what everyone else is going to do. And these drivers usually put on a heck of a show. The sequential transmissions new in these cars mean you can just drag the brake and bring it to the start-finish line to grab some gears. Keep an eye out for Schofield and Clay Russell on your front row. Schofield with the silver slash on the nose of the car, Clay Russell the solid black.
That's right. And Tom, we aggressive Brian Schofield can be on the opening laps, and we also saw it a little bit earlier in the year, both at Sebring and also Homestead, but now he's on the pole and has to defend against some very strong racers at the front as they all come onto the front straight. The starter looks over the field, looks over what Brian Schofield and the rest of the field have brought onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air. We're racing once again here at Virginia International Raceway as this 48-car field now makes their way down to turn one. Schofield jumping out to an early lead, comes right across the nose of Jim Goffrey, as the rest of the field, for the most part, still 2x2 as they come under braking into turn number one and into the horseshoe. And all clear, at least early on, as now Goffrey is challenging Clay Russell going into turn three. Russell, though, with the inside position, able to hold off the number 68 machine. Sandy Satullo in the white 07, still under attack now by Russ Turner in the blue number 23. And a good thing, good to see Todd Vanacore out in the field here in that red with black stripe number 119 after his challenges in prototype qualifying to wrap up the morning time.
Russell Turner making the move under turn 4 and into turn 5. He's through to 4th position on Sandy Satullo. One car dropping dirt on the entry to turn 3. Went for a little bit of a ride, but was able to rejoin the pack. No harm, no foul there. Just a couple positions lost. Ooh, very big defensive exit from Schofield. He exits in the middle of the track. It really kind of balked Clay Russell and Jim Goffrey just behind, as those top three had started to break away ever so slightly, but now this back straight is going to undo everything. Who do you choose? Who do you follow? This is one of the longest straightaways that we see on the Super Tour circuit, one of the biggest drafting opportunities, as cars now way wide off at Oak Tree. Looks like everyone's clean and through, though. I don't think anybody fell off until the exit now with some spins and contact.
And got cars to the inside, cars to the outside as the field there started to compress and with nowhere to go. Right, but at the front of the field, still green flag racing ahead with Brian Schofield leading Clay Russell down into the roller coaster for the very first time. We'll try and get the numbers on those cars at the rear of the field here as a small little breakaway as both Schofield and Russell open up about 4 car lengths on Jim Goffrey as they come out of Hog Pen for the very first time. Satullo behind, Russ Turner, Todd Vanacore right there as well. And I think it is the number 17 machine is one of the cars that we have off down at Oak Tree, and trying to get the other numbers as well here as the field works their way through. And so, Tom, let's do this as we'll continue to watch to see if we can get those cars. Thankfully, those cars are very close to the south paddock, but we are getting word now that the safety car is going to be deployed from the south paddock, where it'll pick up our leaders here, Brian Schofield and Clay Russell. And so there we go. We are going now to a full course caution here at VIR. Tom, I was going to bring in our guests now, but why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break, and then we can talk to our young special spec racer Ford driving guest here for an extended period. You are watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. TireRack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, and it's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are under caution here at the Raceway in Spec Racer Ford, as we had a few drivers having some issues negotiating turns 10 and 11 here at the Raceway. Did see Tom Burt just come down the pit lane. I think he might have been possibly one of the drivers involved. And as we take a look at the race order now, we'll try to fill in who those racers are. But Tom wanted to bring in a special guest to join us here, a Spec Racer Ford driver who has come, well, all the way across the country to not race this weekend. But you saw him race just a few weeks ago for the first rounds of the Super Tour at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. It is Assad Nicodembaya. Did I get it right?
Yes.
I got it right. There we go. Welcome, Assad. Nice to have you here with us today.
Thanks so much.
So, why don't you tell us first off, let's get the hard questions out of the way. What brings you all the way to Virginia International Raceway if you're just sitting here watching your fellow compatriots race right now instead of being behind the wheel yourself?
So I had this opportunity that came up about a week in advance. I had the chance to test an SMX car. So from Thursday to Friday, I was testing an SMX car and just getting the feels for it and just having fun. And then we had one week in advance to this race, so we didn't have any plan to race at that point.
Okay. So. So you were in an SMX car this weekend, and I guess knowing that you've been in a Spec Racer Ford now for a little bit less than a year, are you looking at possibly running both in the future, or maybe moving over to the closed wheel cars, or what are you looking at doing here?
We're thinking about maybe moving over, but I feel like for now we might just think about doing both. Rarely for some weekends, just to drive both cars in one race and just get the feel for it and understand the car a little more.
Okay, so Brian, and I apologize because I haven't seen. I usually watch the Inside the SCCA podcast with our director Brian Belansky, but sometimes life gets in the way. And I know you just had an episode, so if you go to the Racer Network YouTube channel, people at home, you've already seen it. You don't need to go, but everybody else, you could go and see Assad's podcast there with Brian. You obviously haven't been racing very long in cars. We talked about you've been in Spec Racer Ford since last June. I think you just turned 15.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously not old enough to drive on the street yet. But tell us a little bit about your history as far as karting or what have you. You haven't been karting all that long either for that, in the whole scheme of things.
Yeah. So I started in 2021. I was doing rental karts, and I did those for about a year. And then after that, I moved into owner karts because I was already getting onto the leaderboards for like the year or the month, and we were thinking what else to do or what's next. So we got into owner karts. I did some club races for a year in 2022. Then in 2023, I really focused on regional series, and for after that, for 2024 and 2025, And then during 2025, we had the opportunity to go and race spec racers at Portland, just as a regional, get the feel for the car. And then ever since then, ever since September, I've been consistently doing weekends at least once per month.
Per month. Excellent. Tom, you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I didn't get the opportunity to come through karting. I started with autocross, but I'm curious, what is the similarities and differences, maybe the challenges that coming to an SCCA club weekend has relative to, the regional karting or karting levels of competition, both from driving in competition, but also just being at the event. What's the similarity, the difference, the contrast in those?
So I would say for karting, first of all, let's talk about like the cars, like what's the difference. So first of all, the biggest thing is really suspension. Like the spec racers, they have suspension, so they have to get used to weight transfer and especially how to manage the, for example, also the clutch. Spec racers have a clutch and the karts don't. And just some other things like the engine, it may have more horsepower, but because the car's heavier, it might feel a little slower. And just these types of things, they transfer over pretty well. It's just things like weight transfer that are really just new. So, and other than that, like being at the event, you can feel just how much bigger the whole operation is when you're in cars, because you have actual cars and not cars, because a kart track is really like max size would be like a mile long. Like normally it's like half a mile, maybe less even.
Sure.
So you can really feel just how much bigger the operation is, because overall it feels about the same to like what operations like specifically are, but like the entire size of it is just it's exaggerated a lot more in SCCA.
Sure.
So, Assad, the one thing that I take away from listening to you is, one, you don't sound like you're 15. Second, having watched the broadcast at Buttonwillow, I was somewhat shocked that pretty much right out of the gate at a Super Tour, you take a race win. What do you tell me? You just talked how things seem different at a karting event and at a karting facility versus going to an SCCA event. Why don't you tell us maybe a little bit about what it was like to end up on the podium, to be at the top step of the podium amongst some of your peers who are very long-time spec racer Ford racers?
Right. So, you mean like comparing it to karting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, like the feeling is much more immense because it's actual cars, and just like the feeling that I had, like in karts, I would like be excited, but then at the Hoosier Super Tour, I was like almost overwhelmed because it's such a feeling. You're at the SCCA, it's a big event, a lot more people know about it, because in karting, like of course you have clubs, but not everyone would know about them for compared to SCCA, which is like almost everyone knows it, at least in the US. So it was a lot more, I felt a lot more fulfilled.
Fulfilled?
Yeah.
All right, real quick, Assad, because the lights are out on the pace car, we are going to be going back to racing this next time by, so hang on. We're going to get back to you in just a moment. But as we are now working lap number 4 here at VIR, Clay Russell is your leader, with Brian Schofield second, Jim Goffrey, Russ Turner, Sandy Satullo, your top 5, as the pace car, now the safety car, heads to the pit lane, turning things over to Clay Russell as the starter. They're on the starter bridge, looks over the field. Let's see if we get a little bit earlier restart than we had in our last race group as they come by us here on the front straight. And there we go, green flag is in the air much earlier than the last group. And nobody really getting a huge jump here, Tom, as Schofield and Russell pretty much even as they work down towards turn number 1. 3 wide, though, back behind Jim Goffrey is Sandy Satullo, Russ Turner, and Todd Vanacore, all jockey for 4th position now as they come into the horseshoe. And it looks like Sandy Satullo is going to slot right back behind Jim Goffrey, Russ Turner, Todd Vanacore, still battling it out for 5th as they come into left hook.
Yeah, Vanacore was the first driver willing to take that outside line into turn number 1. Kind of got the red carpet rolled out for him. A little bit of a two-wheel drop for Clay Russell from the lead. He's going to slip back and give it back to Schofield. Poor run onto this side straightaway as well is going to allow Jim Goffrey and Russ Turner to get through as well. An uncharacteristic mistake from Clay Russell. He's going to slip back into maybe even 5th position. Vanacore feeling really racy. They're still side by side for Goffrey and Satullo, and they're letting Schofield get away.
Yeah, just as that happened, it's both Satullo and Goffrey now, as they are side pod to side pod coming up through the S's. That has allowed Brian Schofield, the number 61 machine out of Lakeland, Florida, to scoot by and open up about 4 car lengths on the rest of the field, who are all still nose to tail coming onto Madison Avenue. But great start there and for Schofield, and that is so unlike Clay Russell. Just that tiniest little drop of the wheel there coming out of turn 5, and you saw how much it upset the car going into Snake.
Yeah, Vanacore and Russ Turner also getting through on Clay Russell, so he slips all the way back to the 6th position. So it's Schofield, Satullo, Russell, Goffrey, Vanacore, Turner in that top group, but really that's not fair to cut it off there, because the rest of the field is still absolutely right with them. Other than Schofield, at the last sector loop, it was 0.5 of a second. But I think by the end of this front straightaway, especially with Russ Turner locking onto, Goffrey locking onto the back of Satullo to push, Schofield will find himself with plenty of company shortly.
All right, well, Clay Russell is tucked in right behind Sandy Satullo and splits both Satullo as well as Jim Goffrey. And I think we can move Clay Russell, back into 2nd place. Talk about a recovery for him, as now Sandy Satullo holds off Jim Goffrey. Goffrey's going to drop back into 4th position. So tell me this, Assad, as you see a restart like this, would this be, well, I assume that this would be just sending your heart rate to the sky for something like this. What were you thinking when you saw this?
This was a crazy restart, to say the least. Like, we got 3 wide going into turn 1, then the mistake by Mr. Clay Russell in the S's, or right before the S's, that led into going 2 wide into turn 10. That was insane to watch. Just overall, really, really high intensity stuff here.
Don't you wish you were behind the wheel of a car now?
Yes.
All right, as Schofield leads Clay Russell, and Russell started to close that gap down, Tom, a little bit on Schofield. He's right there as they come through Oak Tree now on the 2nd half of our 6th lap.
Yeah, I have another question just based on watching this unfold for Assad. I know you're relatively new to spec racer dynamics and racing, but when you're in a position like Brian Schofield, do you feel any incentive at all to try to get away, knowing that the drivers behind are likely going to get such a draft 3 or 4 times on this lap? You know, is it possible that he's just kind of hanging out? We are going local yellow up here at turn 14, by the way.
And actually, Tom, we're going to a full course caution.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. All right, as we're trying to get some information as to what the reasoning is behind that. Again, we're having some challenges with our connectivity with race control for some of this information. So as soon as we get a determination, we'll let you know what has brought this on. But once again, we're here at full course caution. Tom, you were talking to Assad. Let me not interrupt that.
All good. Yeah, just basically, I'm curious, is the mindset to try to get away, or is the mindset to keep the car underneath you when you're in that position like Schofield is?
I feel like it's, if you know that you have the pace, then get away. But then if you know that the guys are going to catch up, I feel like it's better for them to catch back up and then work together with them. Because because we have such a big, this is such a big group that either way they're going to be bump drafting and they'll catch up either way. So just work with them, and then I'll know at the final lap they'll be trying to get by and then just defend or attack depending on where I am. So
sure. Yeah. So it's almost better to end up near people quicker. In some situations. Yeah, interesting.
All right, so Brian, I do see the 87 car. That is Jim Daly off by the bridge, heading up towards the S's. I think that's a remnant of our earlier caution. So as soon as I get some more information, maybe the 08 car of Andrea King also I'm showing possibly stationary just by the exit of South Bend, and we are getting word that there is another car up at the top of the roller coaster as well. And we've got our emergency services teams responding. 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. We are once again full course caution here at VIR. Your leaders are Brian Schofield, Clay Russell, Sandy Satullo, and Jim Goffrey. This would be a good time. Let me quickly make a call to the grid for our next group here. Attention the paddock, race group 3, Big Bore, GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. All right, now, and I know I got caught saying this before, I did just hear word, I think we may actually this time see, well, they're displaying the double yellow flags over at start finish. Heard that we might checker this race early, depending on how much time it's going to take for the emergency services teams to retrieve that car from the top of the roller coaster. But as long as we've still got a little bit of time. So Assad, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's next up for you on the calendar?
So up next I have Thunderhill, which will be a majors race. It's in about 2 weeks, so I'll be heading there. And then right after that, in about a week or two or so, there will be the May Super Tour at Portland. So I'll be there.
Absolutely,
Very cool.
And Brian will be out there with you, so you'll get to meet Mr. Belansky in person, which is great. Why don't you tell us, I know you've got what I assume is your team shirt on your chest there, but why don't you tell us a little bit, couldn't let you go without telling us a little bit about sponsors and the people that are making all this possible, like your father sitting right with you.
And that leads me right to it. I personally like to thank my father and my mom and the entire family for supporting me on this journey. And then I would like to thank my sponsors, 45 Motorsports, Performance Racing School, MC Motorsports Design. They've all been a great big help in this entire journey in racing for me.
All right, well, everybody, there you go. That is Assad Nikadambayev. Pardon me, I knew I'd mess it up again. My apologies. Spec Racer, Ford Racer, and we want to definitely make sure if people want to find out more about you and maybe get in touch with you, why don't you tell us? I'm sure they can probably find you on Instagram or some other social media. Why don't you tell everybody what it is?
Yeah, so my Instagram is @Nikadambayev_motorsports. That'll be our account where you can contact us if you have any inquiries or if you have any questions. Please do so. And if there's any business inquiries, you can always contact us under the contact page on our website, nikadambayev.com. So there you go. That will be the places to contact us for.
Wait, I have one more question based on that.
Yep.
Assad, what's it like to have your own roving pit lane reporter traveling with you and bothering you all the time at the racetrack for content?
Honestly, it's great. She always gives me the laughs, and it's really fun working with her. She's my sister, so it's really fun.
Well, there you go. In perfect timing, as the checkered flag is now being displayed to end our Spec Racer Ford race. Taking the win will be Brian Schofield. Clay Russell will finish second. Sandy Satullo third. Jim Goffrey, Todd Vanacore will round out your top 5. Russ Turner will finish 6th. Scott Monroe, Trey Ayers, John Green, and Gianclaudio Angelini, GC, will round out your top 10. Now, don't fret. We're going to have the feature race tomorrow afternoon, and you'll get to see our Spec Racer Ford racers once again. Want to thank Assad Nikadambayev for joining us here in the booth today. Thank you, Assad. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you inviting me here. Thank you.
Absolutely, and we can't wait to see you when we broadcast next at Portland International Raceway. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer Ford. Next up are going to be the big ground pounders, our GT and large touring cars here at Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in a few moments.
My name
name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
got covered up.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and then we've got the secretary of the Gregg Ginsberg Warship account on YouTube, Brian Belansky, joining us as our director this weekend. Thanks, Brian. All right, next up, we've got our big bore racers heading out on track. And let's run down the starting order. I believe we're going to have a split start here with our GT cars at the front, with our touring cars at the back. And let's run down the GT cars. First, starting off on pole, driving the number 11 GTX class Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2, it's Jason Craver. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 81 GTX Ligier P320, it's Tim Day Jr. Graham Jacobson will start on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 19 Chevrolet Camaro in the GT2 class, alongside Kevin Allen, also in GT2, driving the number 64 Nissan 300 CX. Jack Stanford, another one of our GT2 racers, he's in the 115 Ford Mustang. He'll start 5th, alongside Gary Crook, our remaining GTX class racer. He's in his Norma M30 prototype car. Then we have Tony Ave in the GT2 Nissan 350Z. That's the 144 car. He starts alongside Ike Keeler's Toyota Camry. Ike is driving the number 15 machine in GT2. Then we got Tiger Tom Patton in the number 50 GT2 Sunbeam Tiger. He starts 9th, with Brian Scheibel, our sole GT1 racer, in the number 53 Chevrolet Camaro, starting 10th. Then we've got Robert May. He is in the number 13 GT2 Dodge Challenger. He starts alongside fellow GT2 racer Steven Sowers, who's in the number 46 Ford Mustang. Now back in our second pack, behind the second safety car, leading the field, driving the number 131 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette, it is James Candelaria, with Brian Goodman in the number 48 Touring 1 BMW M3, starting 2nd. Dustin Cornell in a Touring 1 Ford Mustang will start 3rd. That's the number 7 car, with Wes Humphreys in his Mercedes-Benz GT4 car, starting in 4th position. That is the number 49 machine. Pratt Cole will start 5th in the Touring 1 Ford Mustang FR500S, alongside William Bolt in his Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette, who starts 6th. Starting 7th is our sole American sedan racer, Michael Kamalian. He's driving the black number 99 Ford Mustang, and right alongside him will be James Davidson in Touring 2 Chevrolet Corvette. That is the number 9 machine. Then we got Russ King driving the number 12 Touring 2 BMW M2 CSR, starting in 9th, with Stephen Greenhill also in an M2 CSR, starting 10th. That's the number 79 machine, as the lights now have been extinguished on our lead pack's safety car. And then finally wrapping up the 11-car field, it is Robert Corzin in his Ford Mustang Boss 302. That's the number 88 machine in Touring 1. All right, that is our second pack. The first pack, though, heading down the roller coaster, led by the Super Trofeo here of Jason Craver, the 111 machine. And again, he's going to start right alongside Tim Day Jr. All right, pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to the Lamborghini driver, as the rest of our GT field very close behind. Starter looks over the field as they come by me here on the front straight, and green flag is in the air here at VIR. The Lamborghini gets a great jump off the line. Tom gets maybe a half to a full car length ahead of Tim Day Jr.'s Ligier as that field separates away from our GT2 field. Graham Jacobson and Kevin Allen, Jack Stanford, as they all head into the horseshoe. at turns 1 and 2. Jacobson able to close things down as our second pace car now heads to the pit lane, turning things over to our touring pole sitter, James Candelaria. We'll check in with them here as they now come by me on the front straight, and green flag in the air for our touring cars now and American Sedan as they head down through the field. Notable by his absence, Tony Ave in the 144 Nissan 350Z GT2 car. He did not take the green as James Candelaria leads our touring cars into NASCAR Bend at turn 3. Candelaria, your winner in Touring 1 at the runoffs this year.
Definitely interested to keep an eye on that Touring 2 battle, as well as both Corvettes trying to navigate their way around. Michael Kamalian, the American Sedan car, splitting them now, but up the inside really late for James Davidson in the red C5, trying to get ahead, and does so just in time for this longer straightaway to try to stay on the back of William Bolt in the C6 Corvette. They're both now thundering up towards those uphill S's. Candelaria is already trying to check out 10 car lengths up the road, I'd say, from Dustin Cornell, then Pratt Cole in that FR500S, the white car, maybe getting past potentially in the other. Who's the other? Dustin Cornell is the other Mustang in there.
Yes, I was going to say Cornell's the other Mustang there. Davidson did manage to get by, I believe, get around Kamalian as they just went into the uphill S's. As we check back in with our GT field to complete lap number 1, and it is Craver with almost 2 seconds, actually a little bit over 2 seconds on Tim Day Jr. as they complete lap 1. Graham Jacobson, your leader in GT2, with Kevin Allen about 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds back from there. Jack Stanford, Tom Patton, Ike Keeler, and our sole GT1 racer, Brian Scheibel, he is 9th out of that 11-car first pack. But look at the opening that we have here with the Lamborghini. As our second field now coming across the line, Tom, with Candelaria leading his T1 competitor in the BMW by, looks to be about 4 seconds, I believe. Just shy of 4 seconds is that lead. Dustin Cornell, then another 1.5 seconds back from there. Pratt Cole following very close behind. Over in Touring 2, it is William Bolt, currently your leader, with Bolt opening up now 4.7 seconds on the Corvette of James Davidson. That's the yellow number 09 machine. Russ King and Stephen Greenhill, another 1.5 seconds back from there.
Yeah, and he got Robert Corzin in there between himself and the rest of the Touring 2 cars that he would have to deal with. So that's a great position for William Bolt to be in. We don't get to say this super often. The GTX class, again, being kind of that catch-all, we don't necessarily always end up with a handful of cars that are similar pace, but Jason Craver and Tim Day Jr. are going to make this one fun. At the front, we expected the Lamborghini potentially to be a little quicker out of the gate, but as Tim Day Jr. continues to run that LMP3 spec Ligier JSP 320, the car running in second place, I think it'll be just a little bit better on the long haul. Now, a 25-minute race is pretty short, so the Lamborghini should be okay. Those are cars racing, 45, 50, 60 minutes in their official Pro Series. But come tomorrow's 35-minute race, we're going to start to tip into that advantage that the LMP3 car might have. And in GT2, Graham Jacobson is leading the way over Kevin Allen, but it might be a similar situation there with Allen tending to be a little bit better on the stronger run in the times that we've seen him anyway. We mentioned in qualifying maybe a bit of a slower burn, but he does still have to close up 3 seconds or at least stop losing time at some point. He was 1/10 faster in Sector 1 this lap, so he's starting his charge.
All right, and perhaps one of the larger surprises, Gary Crook in the number 41 GTX Norma, now sitting at the tail end of the field. I'm looking to see if he's on the pit lane here or if he is still circulating. Yeah, and indeed he is. He's just now starting to find some time, but was almost 15 seconds off of Craver's and Tim Day Jr.'s times on the opening lap.
Yeah, a lot of car to handle and quite a different car. When you get into an LMP3 car like that, it's not like driving a street car. And most of the GTE cars are kind of in that boat, but, you know, a GT2 car still relates to what you would drive on the road a whole lot more than an LMP3 car. I think it's safe to say. The other interesting difference here is just, of course, driver aids. There's no anti-lock brakes in the P3 car running in second. There is traction control, to my at least I believe there is, but it's not like motorsports traction control. It's more like to try to keep you from spinning traction control like you would see on the street. Whereas the Lamborghini does have motorsports anti-lock brakes and traction control. That's part of the reason it can fire up maybe a little bit quicker.
All right, now we saw during qualifying I don't want to call it a fight, but we saw both Tiger Tom Patton and Ike Keeler swapping positions on track and on the timing pylon in our morning qualifying session. At the moment, Tiger Tom Patton in his Sunbeam Tiger has a bit of an advantage over the Toyota Camry. They are running 4th and 5th right now in GT2, albeit about 2 seconds back from Jack Stanford's Ford Mustang ahead. So we'll continue to watch that, and there is that fight between the Camry and the Sunbeam Tiger as they come through turn 5 and into Snake. Just ahead is the Mustang of Stanford.
Pair of front-engined, rear-wheel drive V8 tube frame cars, but that's about all they have in similarity to one another. Patton really opens up nicely in this high-speed section. Looks like the aero balance of that Sunbeam Tiger may be a bit more advantageous in the high-speed sections, but then still just pouring smoke off the left front. We've seen that pretty much every single lap, and I think it must be just a bit of body rub on that left front tire. I doubt he's dealing with lockup that significantly every single lap, but now goes a little defensive. Does the Camry have the legs? I think it might.
Yeah, so Tom, what do you think with that tire smoke coming off if it's body rub? You just think a very, very soft front end that when he goes under, because coming up that rise there is not the heaviest of braking zones, but even right there you see it pouring off the back of the car.
Yeah, it could be any number of things. I think you're right with that, with it just, under load. It could be a softer setup, could be a new tire package or wheel package that they're trying to run, or potentially the custom fiberglass bodywork just a bit askew, as that car has probably been running bodywork, if not similar bodywork, for at least 20 years.
Yeah. Although we did see a pretty big puff of smoke when he came off the throttle going into 13, heading up to 14 as well. Maybe it, I was going to say maybe it isn't actually tire rub and maybe something from underneath the car, but we'll try and check under the next couple braking zones. Meanwhile, the Camry now starting to close things down on Tiger Tom as they go through NASCAR Bend. Camry drops off. I don't know if he's just getting into the brakes that much earlier than Tiger Tom. It looked like he just dropped back about midway through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, no anti-lock brakes in either of these cars. You typically have to kind of hit your initial brake pressure, and then you can maybe add a little bit more as you lean into it, versus just hitting peak pressure in most cars on a racetrack. There's a little bit of that smoke once again when the left front gets loaded on Patton's car. At the front of GT2, this is the battle for 4th and 5th in class. It's now down to 2.5 seconds between Jacobson and Allen. So the Nissan 300Z driver is closing up just a little bit on the Camaro, but the Camaro still has nice control. Saw that car looking really lively through the lower S's on the previous lap. Jumping back to the battle in Touring 1, this is for 3rd, 4th, and 5th in class. Pratt Cole in the orange Mustang FR500S has the position just in front of Dustin Cornell, and Wes Humphreys in the GT4 spec Mercedes AMG. That is a manufacturer-built GT car. You buy it from Mercedes, and you otherwise don't really touch it. Jerry Crook with a huge huge slide in the background. He caught it, probably spooked Robert Corzin just a little bit, though.
I was like, Corzin, who has had enough spooky incidents here at VIR to last a lifetime. As I look over to the room beside me, there's a series, Tom, of where Robert Corzin popped over the curbing at Oak Tree and had almost all of the front bodywork shimmer off. And I've also seen him on top of the pit in Armco before with his Ford Mustang. But huge wiggle. And then gathers the car up just ahead. and now Corzine probably won't have to worry about him for the whole rest of the race.
Very unlikely. Just behind, though, the overall leader is already starting to come through, and Tim Day Jr. has been catching ever so slightly Jason Craver. Here they come down the back straightaway, the Lamborghini already clear of the traffic, then the LMP3 car to the right side of your Touring 1 leader in the C6 Corvette. William Bolt obviously doesn't have to do much about that, can just stay to one side of the racetrack and get motored.
Yeah, and so as you mentioned that last time by, Tim Day ended up picking up almost 2 seconds on Craver ahead as they've started to settle into a little bit of a groove here.
I suspect some of that might have been down to some other Touring 2 traffic that they must have worked through. They come up onto the front straight this time. Craver sets his own fastest trap speed, nearing 170 miles an hour. The time at the line, it was 1.9. Now it's 2.2. So Craver pulls out just a little bit more of an advantage. Again, those cars, as different as they seem, are in the same class, battling for the overall lead here. They knife underneath Corzine, or at least Craver does. And now Tim Day is going to be stuck.
Yeah, I was going to say Day is going to get caught in probably the tightest portion of the track here, right behind these cars. They're also coming up on Gary Crooks, Norma. They're going to get to him maybe up towards the S's as Crook continues to run off the pace, about 8 seconds off the lap times that both Craver and Tim Day are setting ahead.
Yeah, Crook's car looks like quite a handful. We saw that big wiggle, but he must have had an issue sometime in the early laps of the race, maybe a spin, as he's way off the back of the group that he started the race with and is already getting lapped by his own class leaders. There's no way that's down to just the pace between the two of them, but things get very tight out at Oak Tree with lap traffic in 2 different classes. The battle for third in Touring 1 to navigate which side does he pull. Driver's left. And I think the horsepower will pretty much clear all of these cars for that Lamborghini, although the motor, look at the motor in Pratt Cole's car. He's all the way up the road, and I don't think the Lamborghini's going to get there to the braking zone.
No, I don't think he will. And as they come in, there you go, just under braking, going into 13, gets by the orange Mustang of Pratt Cole, as well as the machine behind. As Cole almost ended up in the grass and maybe over towards the trees on the outside of 14.
Yeah, maybe too much motor in that Mustang. Couldn't get it wound up. And this is just a heartbreaker for Tim Day Jr. He's being very cautious through this pack of cars. Understandably, a big spin, and we're going to have an impact. That's the lapped car.
Right,
oh, no, Crook's handling issues continue.
Oh, my. And so that is going to bring out a local caution over at 17. And based on where he is, right at the entrance to the pit lane, that may possibly bring out a full course caution. We'll get some more information there. Again, Craver and Day, your top 2. Leading GT2, Graham Jacobson with Kevin Allen. And again, about 2 seconds separating. Although the last time through, Allen made up about 0.4 of a second on Graham Jacobson. Jack Stanford running third in the class. And over in Touring 1, and we are now going to a full course caution based on what we're seeing from our flaggers there over at Snake. Safety car now will, I believe, down over the south paddock. We'll be getting ready to pick up our leader, Jason Craver. Over again in T1, Candelaria leads Brian Goodman with Pratt Cole third, Dustin Cornell fourth at the 2 Mustangs. And then over in Touring 2, William Bolt is your leader in the 199 Chevy Corvette. James Davidson, having gotten around Stephen Greenhill and Russ King, now moves up into second in Touring 2 in his Chevy Corvette. King runs third. All right, let's do this, Tom, is waiting for our safety car to pick up the leader here on track, Jason Craver. Let's take our break, and when we come back with about 10 minutes remaining, we'll bring you all the way to the checkered flag here at VIR. It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and we are under full course caution here at the raceway after Gary Crook lost control of his car coming out of Hog Pen, out of the final corner and onto the front straight. As it stands, our leader on track, Jason Craver, behind the safety car with Tim Day Jr. directly behind. And the next drivers in line there for the restart are a couple of our GT2 racers. We've got Pratt Cole and Dustin Cornell, there you go, in the orange and white Mustangs respectively, and then Wes Humphreys in his Mercedes-AMG GT4, Robert Corzin in the yellow Mustang directly behind, and then we've actually got the GT2 leaders directly behind them, Tom, to we'll see, probably putting the field a lap down, assuming we go back to green flag racing, and I don't know if that's such a great assumption to make at this point.
Yeah, the good news is the impact happened at pit entry, so it's a short trip, but the bad news is it was a pretty good clunk, so that car will need some attention. It's not like they can just hook up a flat toe and yank it a couple hundred feet. It will probably take a pullback, and there was also, of course, just checking the driver to be okay, etc. So the field's still collecting. Look at this BMW coming through, keeping the tires up for Brian Goodman. A little bit out of sequence, excuse me, and a pace lap here, looking at probably 4.5 minutes roughly or thereabouts. So I agree, the math isn't looking super great for the big bore group, but I'm mostly bummed because we're not going to get to see Tim Day Jr. try to catch Jason Craver. That had just started to fizzle because of that lap traffic. But a proper race at the front for GTX has been really fun to watch.
All right, and we've got some of the VIR staff also looking at that tire, at the Armco and the tire wall, to see if it is in a condition where we can go back to racing. As it stands, you can see quite a bit of equipment there because I believe they're going to do a tire wall repair as well. So again, not not looking good at the moment for us to go back to green flag racing, as we've got now a little bit under 5 minutes remaining on the clock. You know, but then again, Tom, our first race of the day, I thought we were going to finish under caution, and we managed to get 2 race laps in. So there is hope. Keep hope alive.
Yes, exactly.
I want to thank everybody for joining us here, both at the track and on YouTube today. Like Aiden Casey Racing that says Bannon Racing is #1. And we've got Carl T10, of course, and I think we mentioned Tim Adelson joining us from out on the West Coast as well. I want to thank all of you for joining us here. We even have the greatest spec racer, Ford racer of all time, Max King, in the chat. Of course, that's what he's going to say about himself. And want to welcome Max to the chat. One of the greatest drivers ever to come out of the South Jersey region of the SCCA. I don't know any other drivers other than his brother that came out of the South Jersey region.
There you go. Just you're going to stoke the flames of the family, exactly. Dynamic there. I like
either
that.
He or Jake.
You can also give a shout out to our friends down at Motorsports Ranch Crescent, one of the U.S. Majors Tour events happening down there. In addition to this Super Tour, it's both essentially national level club racing competition. But we got racing all over the country, really. Last weekend, we had the Las Vegas Pro Solo over on the SCCA Autocross side of things. We had the Charlotte National Tour last weekend as well, so the Autocross National season in full swing. And then I'm trying to pull up, I forget if the time trial program comes to this track again this year or not. So give me a second on that. But either way, I know the Track Night in America program does not, but...
I know the Time Trials National Tour is supposed to be as part of the Targa Southeast at CMP and a number of other tracks in the near future. I think, let's see here, it is April 4th. Of course, I know the Washington, D.C. region has their time trials at Dominion Raceway in just a few weeks. We will also have the North Carolina region, our host region, this weekend for the Super Tour. Will have their first time trials event of the year at NCCAR, the North Carolina Center for Automotive Research, a wonderful little track in Garysburg, North Carolina, just south of the North Carolina-Virginia border on I-95. Great little track.
Yeah, one I haven't made it to yet. I have that one on my to-do list, I guess you can call it. And you're correct. The Tire Rack Time Attack Challenge program or Time Trials program goes to CMP this year in June. So if you're finding us on the internet or trackside with us at VIR and you want to get on the racetrack, the best way to do it is with SCCA at tracknightinamerica.com. That's probably the quickest and easiest, lowest barrier of entry way to do it anywhere in the country. But then, of course, we have autocrossing and solo. We have time trials. We have road racing. We have rallycross. We have volunteering to do any of those events if you're not driving. Lots of different ways to get involved and do stuff with race cars.
All right, well, I have just gotten word from Race Control that the next time our safety car leads Jason Craver and Tim Day Jr. onto the front straight, which shouldn't be long since they're coming up to the top of the roller coaster now, they will see the checkered flag to end this race. By the way, Tom, yes, there will be a time trials event here at VIR, and I should have known this because I will be here at VIR for that very weekend. It is the weekend of May 2nd and 3rd, part of the SARC Mars Challenge regional road races between the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. But the NC North Carolina region is going to hold a time trials on Sunday, May 3rd. So you can find out more information about all these time trials events by going to timetrials.scca.com/events. All right, so with this race finishing under caution, Tom, let's run down the finishing order here. Jason Craver will take the win in GTX with Tim Day Jr. finishing in second. And, of course, Gary Crook only completing 5 laps. In Touring 1, James Candelaria will take the win. Brian Goodman second. Pratt Cole third, with Dustin Cornell and Wes Humphreys rounding out the top 5. Over in Touring 2, William Bolt will take the win with James Davidson second, Russ King finishing third, Stephen Greenhill finishing off the podium in fourth. In GT2, in an 8-car field, Graham Jacobson Out of Marietta, Georgia, takes the win over Kevin Allen. Jack Stanford will finish third. Ike Keeler will hold off Tom Patton. Got the pass made in the last green flag lap, so Patton will finish fifth. Then over in, where have we gone or not gone yet? In GT1, of course, Brian Scheibel, our sole racer, and he will finish 8th overall. In American Sedan, Michael Kamalian, your sole racer in the field. He will finish 19th overall in his Ford Mustang, and I think that is the whole field there. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Big Bore. Next up, and Tom, this is one I think everybody should be gearing up for. It is Spec Miata here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Pat Prevenus.
Dave Honest-Chuck, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Honest-Chuck, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house.
see yours up on 13 anymore? You used to got to tell Big Billy about him, didn't you? I forgot.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Virginia International Raceway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom O'Gorman, and it is Spec Miata time here at VIR. Let's run down the starting order for our first of two Spec Miata races this weekend. This one, a 25-minute timed sprint race. Starting on pole today, driving the number 103 Wheels America's Mazda Miata, it's Max Stallone. He's going to start right alongside his teammate on the outside of the front row. We have Logan Stretch. Skip Brock Jr. driving the number 61 entry will start third, with Travis Wiley starting in fourth. Then we've got Christian Meyer and John Salerno. They will make up row number 3, with James Newell and Danny Stain starting 7th and 8th. Stain's teammate Chuck McTudis will start on the inside of row number 5 alongside Stuart McAleer. Then we've got Johnny Morrow and Frankie Barroso. Once again, thank you so much to Frankie Barroso and the folks over at Rare Spec Motorsports for the fine confectionery goodies that they brought us here, and we'll be eating those during the course of this race. So if we check out for a while, you'll know why. All right, then we've got Christian Sarnecki. He's going to start lucky 13th today alongside Chris Allen. Then we've got Ellie Gossett and Bobby Gossett, sister and brother, making up row number 8. Gavin Vaughn will start 9th in the 148 car alongside Dr. Domenico Luigi in the number 46 car, with John Hamner and Scott Phillips rounding out the top 20 in the field. Michael Tosi will start 21st alongside Nick Leveroni, with Ben Gaunt and Justin Ferraro, the number 95 car, the number 8 car, making up row number 12. Then we got Matthew Dirks and Greg Bogart starting 25th and 26th, with Ryan Kipke and Lucas Jensen in the number 44 car and the number 56 car. Then it is Jack Wilson and Alfredo Zidane. They will start 29th and 30th. Chase Kovach and Seth Gentry will start 31st and 32nd. And then we get into the world of wits. Starting 33rd today, driving the number 4 Spec Miata, is Greg Witt. Greg will start right alongside Dylan Witt in the number 85 car. And then starting 35th in the field, inside of row number 18, we've got Scott Witt. He's in the number 84 Spec Miata, with Cole Lucas starting 36th. Robert Garrison will start 37th in the number 6 machine alongside Brian DeBella in the number 92 car. And then row number 20 is made up of Brad Williams and Terrence Smith. And then the field is rounded out with our 41st starter driving the number 60 Mazda Miata, Bob Mueller Jr. As we have the tail end of this 41 car field now just coming out of Oak Tree, the field towards the front, starting to form up 2 by 2. Tom, the lights are now, I believe, out on the safety car as they're at the top of the roller coaster. Hopefully we'll be going green flag racing this next time. Actually, no, the lights are not out yet, but they will be. Hey, just like that.
Yeah, we had a pretty smooth qualifying session for these drivers. So they're, for the most part, paired up with their preferred drafting partner, and that drafting continues into the apex of corners and sometimes through the exits as well. But the biggest factor for the starts here at VIR and Spec Miata is getting single file before you get out of the first sector. Look for the top drivers to be doing that as fast as they possibly can while trying to make moves in turn 1. Look for the second half of the field to likely struggle with that, as we're going to end up 3-4 inevitably wide down into turn 1 coming to the green flag.
All right, as the pack is very well formed coming out of Hog Pen. Pace car now heading to the pit lane, turning things over to the two teammates, Stallone in the dark red machine, Logan Stretch in the white machine on the front row, and it looks like Stallone decided to start there from the inside, and Stretch from the outside drops about a half car length back as the green flag flies, and as they move down towards turn 1, 3 wide at the back, or just a couple rows back, as John Salerno takes a look to the inside just a little bit. Christian Meyer right alongside, and as they come through the horseshoe, it is Max Stallone in the white number 103. He is your leader. His teammate in the burgundy number 89, Logan Stretch, will slot in right behind Skip Brock Jr., who loses at least one position. The blue, yellow, and yellow machine, the 61, will slide back behind Travis Wiley as they are now running 4th and 5th. Christian Meyer will run in 6th. John Salerno 7th. As they come through the S's, each driver trying to straighten that section out. Tom going right over the top of the curbing there at turn 4.
This, of course, part of the straightaway that gets you into the upper S's. That was Gianni Morrow that ended up off at turn 3. And the big gainer from the first couple of corners is James Newell, up from 7th to 4th. And I believe Elevon Goulart's ex-Spec Miata car, the gray with neon headlights. What a huge off. This is so much airtime for the car that just rejoined the racetrack. That was John Salerno. I think he probably was 2 or 3 feet off the ground on that 5th bounce.
And he might have been 2 or 3 wheels off the ground as he was doing it as well. And I'm sure that gave Danny Stain a little bit of pause and caution as he looked to the inside to turn in there for that double apex right-hander, and manages to clear that driver was off. But what that has also done now is it's opened up a pack at the front. First 4 cars made up of Stallone, Stretch, Newell, as you mentioned, and I think also Christian Meyer, and then that second pack just now, although under braking at the top of the roller coaster, with Skip Rock Jr. and Chuck McTudis, as well as Travis Wiley now right behind. So top 8 cars all together, and then it is Danny Stain with John Salerno just a couple cars back from there.
Still a nice clean lap from Spec Miata. We're off to a good start for this 25-minute sprint race. Down the front straightaway, everybody pretty much single file, but you're right, it's a top 4 breakaway, and down the front straightaway actually comes back to us now 7 cars deep for the lead. Danny Stain ends up inheriting John Salerno to work with for 8th and 9th. They're going to try to join the battle as well, but Max Stallone continues to lead the race over Logan Stretch, who has all sorts of extra bumper tape on the front of that car, maybe planning ahead for having to work together. Christian Meyer staying right with them, and a big spin for James Newell, ends up off driver's right, coming off of turn 1. I don't know if the car went all the way around, but he just lost a ton of position. Still on the back foot, trying to get in line, and he slipped just behind, I think, the 46 car. All the way back is Gavin Vaughn, maybe. No, Domenico
I was
Lucci.
going to say, even beyond Vaughn, Dr. Dom Luigi in the 46 machine slides in back behind there as well. He just couldn't find a way to get in the line there. Nobody was going to leave him space, of course, and he just got trapped to the outside coming out of 3 going into 4, and huge loss there for him.
Yeah, there's also a ton of damage on the back of I think it's Skip Brock Jr.'s car. I don't know if those are two related, but the brake light is missing on the left rear. The bumper panel hangs off the left rear of the car. He's still in the line of cars working together, and I also noticed James Newell did not really get back up to pace. Maybe something further than just a mistake there as he continues to slip back. That's kind of a heartbreaker for one of our front runners early on.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I think there we've got Skip Rock Jr. and Chuck McTudis working together, and in that second group, and yeah, there's quite a bit hanging off the back of the number 61 car now as they come under braking into the roller coaster. As we should now take a look, as they also have Travis Wiley in the 78 machine right along with them. Of course, Skip Rock Jr. and Wiley for a good portion of this morning's qualifying were sitting right in the catbird seat, running first and second until the Wheels America teammates dislodged them with just a lap remaining. And as they come across the line, it is Stallone and Meyer now your top two is Logan Stretch, drops back to third, but as we mentioned it, and he had that great run down through the roller coaster, Skip Brock Jr. turns in the fastest lap of the session as we've got a driver off on the outside of Hog Pen here, Tom, as he's just now working his way back out on track, and we'll get the number there in just a second.
Yeah, Christian Meyer in second, the black number 134, pulled off a really slick pass around the outside of Roller Coaster, now sits in the second spot. And is it Travis Wiley now that's gone through to third over Logan Stretch, then Skip Brock? Oh, no, it's Matudis, and then Brock, I think, if I have those numbers correct.
Brock and then Matudis.
Okay.
In that pair there. Yeah, and actually it looks like Matudis has lost another position as there is now a car that's slotted in after Skip Brock Jr. By the way, it was the number 11, Cole Lucas, who we saw go off on the outside of Hog Pen.
Oh, tight stuff side by side for about 15th position. Up the S is just there. They leaned on each other just enough, but everyone gets away with it as they're just doing everything they can, this second pack of cars, to hang on to the draft. I think all of them probably know that if any one of them picks a fight, they're going to just be battling for about 8th on the racetrack. Danny Stain is in no man's land in 7th. That's the bright orange car glowing there, just exactly splitting the top 6 and then the next train of 6 or 7 cars. It's going to be really tough to close. Is he missing a bumper, Greg? The front bumper?
I was going to say, it looks like he may be missing some hardware at the front of the car. By the way, James Newell just brought his car back behind the paddock. They actually needed to give him a push start to get him out of the pit box that he had set up in. As wow, things are getting a little tight. No, I think Danny Stain's got the nose on that car. I don't think it's missing. But
just off color. You'll get an eye on it down the front straightaway. But once again, Logan Stretch loses a position trying to defend the inside at Roller Coaster, and Chuck Matudis was able to pretty easily clear somebody huge off at the exit of Hog Pen. I don't think anybody spun, though. I think the car just went about 20 yards, 200 yards off track.
And that was the 07 car running off and wide. John Hamner, who now falls back to 27th position after having run in 20th.
Pretty cool race fans joining us from the Dominican Republic, from Switzerland. We have about 600 people watching live on YouTube right now. This epic battle for Spec Miata is becoming a top 7. Danny Stain has done the near impossible. You wouldn't want to have to start from 10 car lengths back and drive up towards the lead battle, but he's certainly accomplishing it now.
Yeah, he's doing it without a draft, and but every time, Tom, we've seen the cars ahead of him come down through the roller coaster, they have been too wide, trying to navigate their way through. It's made it a little bit easier for him. But look at how, just on the run out of Snake and into the S's, how much ground that he's made up now on Logan Stretch ahead. As Stain did set the fastest lap of anyone the last time by, and was actually running about half a second faster than the 6 cars ahead of him.
So the running order, Christian Meyer is leading this Spec Miata race with 16 minutes left to go, coming up on half distance very shortly. Then it's Skip Brock Jr., Max Stallone, Chuck Matudis, Travis Wiley, and Logan Stretch. That top 6. Danny Stain joins them, now a top 7. Then a big gap back to the rest of the field. Sarnecki, Salerno, Barroso, and Allen are the top 4 in that second pack of cars. And of course, great duels happening all throughout the field. But another bit of shuffling here. Max Stallone is going to drop behind 2 cars as Matudis and Wiley, a power move up the inside for turn 13, becomes the outside for turn 14, but they had cleared him. And I think Stallone was just trying to cut his losses there just a little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to say that he was trying to not lose too many positions there under the draft as they came over drivers left on him here. And as our leaders now come on to the front straight, it's the 134 machine of Meyer and Skip Brock Jr. now opening up about 3 car lengths on Chuck Matudis and Travis Wiley, trying to extend the gap. But as we've seen here in Spec Miata now, as they come under braking going into turn 1, things compressing back down. I think you've got to have probably a good 7 or 8 car lengths before you think you can break the draft around here.
Yeah, and with that pass that Max Stallone kind of lubricated back at the roller coaster section of racetrack, look who's right behind him now, his preferred teammate Logan Stretch in the number 89, the dark purple. All these drivers really testing the limits of the track here, dirt flying everywhere through Sector 1. But Christian Meyer is just beautifully under control at the start of this lap. He's pulled out another couple car lengths just on his own pace. Everybody else, of course, their sight lines blocked, and they'll make up for it with this draft down this side straightaway here, flat out all the way up to the S's and through the apex at South Bend at the back end of this straightaway by probably 97 to 101 miles an hour for these front-running cars.
All right, and from the looks of it right now, Tom, that first pack of 7 cars from Meyer back to Danny Stain, they're running about 2 tenths to half a second faster than the second group led by Christian Sarnecki and Frankie Barroso. Oh my gosh.
Christian Sarnecki just got away with one. However many lives he has left, he's one less based on that save. We also have a big off. Was that Christian Meyer falling off from the lead back at Oak Tree? I think it is.
Indeed it is, as Skip Brock Jr. is your new leader and pulling up right to the back of the number 61 machine is the 66 of Chuck McTutis now. And McTutis taking a quick look to the inside on Skip Brock Jr. Going to slide back in the line. But right behind them, things are getting very, very dicey now as Max Stallone has to hold off Travis Wiley and his teammate Logan Stretch now as they come down the hill.
There's one other car off at Oak Tree, about maybe 25th position or so. We'll try to get a number on that. That one might have made it all the way to the wall, but looks like it was a close one from our camera distance way off down the end of the back straightaway. Either way, Skip Brock Jr. will lead across the start-finish line this time. Chuck McTutis continues to kind of lob haymakers at him, trying to rattle him just a bit deep on the brakes down into turn 1 for this 6th lap. Stallone, Wiley, Stain, Stretch, all still in the conversation. Chris Myers was the driver that fell off and actually didn't get too badly damaged from that as far as track position goes. He's still kind of where Danny Stain came from.
All right, so as they now come into left hook, we got another driver dropping some wheels off into the dirt on the approach. And Tom, although Skip Brock Jr. is going to lead the field here in the Snake, had both Chuck McTutis and Max Stallone door-to-door as they were running through the NASCAR bend. For a moment, I thought Brock might have the opportunity to at least get a little bit of breathing room, but that is not going to be as they come underneath the bridge and into the uphill S's.
Logan Stretch falling off this train just a little bit, really struggling with handling, I think, in that car. He's lost positions, specifically in Sector 3, basically every lap, and now finds himself struggling to keep up. Chuck McTutis, though, shows the nose outside, now inside on Skip Brock Jr., trying not to get rattled. And Stallone, Wiley, and Stain all just kind of watching and waiting. We saw this be the passing opportunity that made or broke a couple of racers' runoffs a couple years ago. It was easy to chuck the car up the inside for that apex at Oak Tree, but then it ruins your run. So something to consider for the very last lap of this race, just cleared halfway.
All right. Halfway through this 25-minute race, and it doesn't seem to be abating one moment. We're going to take our break. And of course, while we do, we're going to have the cameras up and running, so you'll be able to watch the action. And if you want to see the live timing, you can always go to scca.com/live. And when we come back on the other side, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. Please stay with us.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you going to put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway in the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and that is our new leader, Travis Wiley. Got a hell of a push down the front straight by Danny Stain to jump into the lead. Stain now taking over second position, getting around his former teammate and the former leader, Chuck McTudis, who now, going through NASCAR Ben, Tom, has got both Skip Brock Jr. and Max Stallone just pushing and pushing and pushing now into left hook.
Yeah, and real quick, that was the 188 of Nick Leveroni as we came back from break, pounding the ground off track at Hog Pen. Either way, back at the front, Travis Wiley, Danny Stain, Chuck McTudis, Skip Brock Jr. in the red car with the red headlights. Was looking like he was going to make a move, and in fact might have thrown their rhythm off just a little bit as McTudis now finds himself maybe 6 or 7 car lengths back. More spins. This is the 176 going around Matthew Dirks, and will able to keep it running and drop the clutch and keep it rolling. Not bad.
All right, so a bit of a breakaway there, and with that off, making things a little bit more difficult for the second pack to close things down. That second pack now led by Frankie Barroso in 7th in the red number 48 car, and he is pulling Christian Meyer, who was our who early on was our leader. He's now fallen back to that second pack. He and Barroso, though, nose to tail, with about 5 car lengths on Christian Sarnecki and Stuart McAleer. But at this point, Tom, as we have just about 7 minutes remaining, 5 laps, whichever may, well, it's going to be on time. It's not going to be on laps. Oh my gosh, running through the dirt at just the wrong place, coming down the roller coaster.
Yeah, Skip Brock trying to keep his momentum up and just barely kept it on the racetrack. Chuck McTudis got a nice big push, or excuse me, gave a nice big push to Danny Stain, who came through, now leads this race. Coming up on, I'm going to call it maybe 3 laps to go or 4. Is that one of our front runners pulling off the racetrack? Logan Stretch down the pit lane?
That is, and I'm just trying to verify who that is. I think the...
yeah, he's tumbling down the timing and scoring order.
Yeah, Logan Stretch pits in from the lead, or not from the lead, but from the lead group in the number 89 machine. And the crew is taking a look at the right front tire of that car. He might have had, maybe had tire pressures go down on him. They are, I think, trying to get the car back out, Tom, as quickly as they can.
Not a huge surprise there. We knew that car was misbehaving just slightly, and if it had a slow tire leak, that's air pressure leak, that's totally plausible. This is going to get very interesting in the last couple laps here, Greg, because all that bickering in the top 5, which was formerly the top 6 until Christian Meyer slipped off the racetrack, and then was the top 6 again until Stallone pulled off the racetrack, or excuse me, Stretch pulled off the racetrack. Either way, to finish my thought, Frankie Barroso and Christian Meyer are getting awfully close to the battle for the top 5, which would make it a top 7.
Yeah, and that last time by, they lapped Tom over 2 seconds faster than the cars ahead. And there you have it, as they come right up towards the back of the 103 of Max Stallone. Indeed, Stallone's teammate Logan Stretch took his car back to the paddock. His race is now done.
Tough pill to swallow there. Now, what it develops down the back straightaway, Danny Stain has Chuck McTutis, his former teammate, on his flank. One car goes a little bit into the dirt coming off of Oak Tree, but no one has popped just yet. Travis Wiley also pushing. Nobody wants the change position this time through, it looks like, as we get to the braking zone for Roller Coaster, and we're all single file. Might be some contact nose to tail, but they are single file.
Yeah, I would have thought that somebody would have tried to make the move now, and Tom, I guess with the clock winding down, only 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes, and possibly 2 more laps remaining thereabouts, with the racers lapping at the 2:16 range, maybe 3 laps. Maybe they feel confident that it's a move they can pull off towards the end, and they don't want to waste that shot a lap early.
Very possible. I think it does come down to that back straightaway on the very last lap, and all these drivers are going to know that, especially with the runoffs having been here twice in the last 5 years. It kind of gives everybody a bit of a study guide if they hadn't raced here, or indeed most of these racers were likely in that race. Huge battle 3 wide in the background. The car that had all that damage was John Salerno, then Chris Allen and Scott Phillips in there.
Phillips, yeah.
Frankie Barroso and Christian Meyer have officially caught Max Stallone trying to find a way through. Danny Stain off the racetrack. He gets it back on the surface just in time for the braking zone. A big slide. He's off rhythm.
Yeah, he was trying to gather things up there through turn 4, Tom. Just nowhere for Travis Wiley to go to take advantage of it that early in the lap and in that sequence, as he and Skip Brock Jr. sure were looking for an opportunity and a way to pounce.
It's good stuff, as we always hope and dream for from Spec Miata. It's a 7-car battle at the top. Danny Stain looking a little bit ragged this lap at least. Travis Wiley, Skip Brock has gone through on Chuck McTutis, who holds the field back by a couple car lengths behind him. Onto the back straightaway for the second to last time. This is your last chance to sort of manipulate where you are coming onto the final lap.
All right, so we talked a lot at Road Atlanta, Tom, about how Danny Stain had just gotten back behind the wheel. We had seen him a couple weeks earlier at we'll call it a tune-up at Sebring, and perhaps not fully up to speed. I didn't necessarily expect to see him leading a Spec Miata field here this early on in the season, and this is maybe not something that he had prepared for. Here as they come into the roller coaster. When they come down, they're going to see the one to go, see the white flag from our starters on the starter stand.
Through hog pen, through the compression, all the cars making it through cleanly. Coming to the white flag, Danny Stain looks to have roped it in just a little bit. The first half of that lap a little ragged, the second half beautiful. And battles continue on in the background as Stuart McAleer and Chris Allen, or Chris Czarnecki, excuse me, come across the start-finish line side by side. And he moves into turn 1. Nothing.
Nothing. And Tom, no white flag.
No white flag. Wow,
no.
Okay.
So this on laps rather than minutes here. And we will see what we have wrought here. As we were told that this would be a 12-lap maximum race. We are currently working lap 11. And so we'll see what happens next time by. But I think what we're going to see is next time we should have the white flag. But at this point, who knows?
I like it. I like a generous race control call like that every once in a while. Stain pulls out maybe 2 car lengths in the lower S's, and a pop from Christian Meyer from 6th, looking up the inside of, was it McTutis maybe just in front? They're going to go side by side. McTutis knows to think better of it, works his way back in line. Barroso lets him in. You saw the brake lights flicker just there on the 48 to make sure they know they don't want to race for 4th. They want to race for the win.
Exactly. So Christian Meyer slots in now into 4th position as he leads that second group, then with Chuck McTutis and Frankie Barroso, and all the while the top 3, Stain, Wiley, and Skip Brock Jr. extend the lead. We'll see how much of a lead there is when they get to the end of this very long straightaway here at Virginia International Raceway.
Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy in the background,
Yes.
really not on for whoever that was, closing the door all the way into the grass for the pair of cars there for, I think it's 9th and 10th, maybe McAleer and, Salerno and Phillips.
Salerno, yeah. All right, and now as they come to the top of the roller coaster, now they're going too wide, Tom, coming down the hill, and Travis Wiley takes a look to driver's left on Danny Stain as they rocket down through turn 15 over into Hogpen. Travis Wiley, the big slide onto the front straight, is your leader. Let's see if he can maintain that momentum, though, as he spent a lot of time. The big slide as the starters looking over the field, and I still don't see a white flag, Tom, from the starter stand. So I think, regardless, I think we've got one lap remaining here. And I know what our timing and scoring is saying on the side of the screen. We never saw the checkered flag be displayed for our leaders, and I think they are definitely, they are still racing. And what is going to happen, Tom? I think although the checkered flag was displayed. Yeah, well, I'm trying to get the word from race control.
Well, I agree with you. Whatever's happening in race control, the drivers don't know the race isn't over, regardless of what happens. So they are still racing. Travis Wiley leads the race. Danny Stain now pops to the inside for the upper S's. They're going to go side by side, I think, or does Stain think better of it? Oh, they are barely single file. Stain got through on Wiley. Brock Jr., Meyer, Barroso, Stallone, and McTudis all think better of trying to pounce this early at least. And as far as they're concerned, this isn't even the white flag lap. They're still racing just as hard. Brock Jr. goes off just slightly at the exit of South Bend. And I have to wonder if all of them are a little bit confused as we are, just thinking, mate, I don't know if I want to make the move because I don't know how long this race is going to be.
You know, and Tom, I'll tell you, I heard over the radio from race control that they were going to black flag the drivers to basically shut down the race, even though there was no checkered flag. Obviously, that decision was made. They made the decision not to do that. They did ensure that they had the order of the racers when they crossed the start-finish line. But at this point, as you said, the racers do not know, much like we don't, what the situation here is as they come up to the top of the roller coaster. Travis Wiley sliding back around Danny Stain now as they come down the roller coaster again. And we think it's Wiley, Stain. I think Skip Brock Jr. looking for the nose. Skip Brock
second.
Jr. is actually in second position right behind Travis Wiley. Danny Stain dropping back to third with Myers. And I think Frankie Barroso made up a position as they're on the front straight now. It is Skip Brock Jr. side by side with Danny Stain, and the first car to cross the start-finish line is Skip Brock Jr. He was pushed past Travis Wiley by Stain. Stain coming across the line in second, 64 1/1000th of a second behind. Then Christian Meyer, who worked his way back up to third. Travis Wiley finishing 25 1/1000th of a second back from Meyer. Then Frankie Barroso, Max Stallone, Chuck McTudis, Chris Allen, Christian Sarnecki, and Stuart McAleer, the top 10 to cross the start-finish line. Now, I should add, the checkered flag is being shown to our racers.
What a great race. Either way that all of these drivers just put on. Really happy also that nothing happened in that final lap where it was under question whether or not we were still competing. The drivers, there is no question there. They did not see a flag. I'm really glad they didn't throw any confusing flags because that can be more dangerous than helpful in any way. And they kept things nice and safe. Huge charge from Danny Stain in the first half of that race to get himself into the battle for the podium. What a drive there. What a drive from Frankie Barroso, finishing 5th in that red with white striped car. After all was said and done, he was well back and maybe even 10th early on this race.
And if there's any wonder about whether or not Frankie Barroso is underweight, I got some cookies that I can bring over to him to make sure he does okay on the scales. Yeah, that was a great run from him, and a great recovery from Christian Meyer as well.
Yeah.
As Meyer had dropped all the way back, I think, to 8th or 9th position, and then works his way up inside the top 5 after having led this race early on. All right, so that wraps up Spec Miata for us. And next up is going to be Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 3, and Touring 4 here at Virginia International Raceway. And the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Tom McGorman. We got Brian Belansky behind the scenes pushing all the buttons today. And Tom, I think we probably ought to at least let people know what we know as far as the finish on the Spec Miata race that we saw just a few moments ago. Right after we went to break, as we somewhat expected, the finishing order was rolled back to the prior lap, to not where the driver saw the checkered flag, but when we think the checkered flag probably should have been displayed. And so we are at the moment showing Travis Wiley as your winner, Danny Stain second, Skip Brock Jr. third, Christian Meyer fourth, Frankie Barroso fifth, Max Stallone sixth, Chuck McTuda seventh, Stuart McAleer eighth, Chris Allen ninth, and then Christian Sarnecki rounding out the top 10. Please don't ask me to go all the way back through the whole field. I don't think we have time for that right now, but that is as we know it. Unfortunately, I don't have any additional information beyond that, and I'm sure that is something that our race director and stewards crew will be working on this afternoon. But let's move forward, not back. Let's take a look at our next race group. This is Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Let's run down the starting order, if you don't mind, Tom. Let's see. On pole today, driving the number 70 Treacle Insurance BMW 325, it's Darren Treacle. Starting alongside him is scheduled to be Tony Ave in that light blue number 44 STU, former GT3 Honda Civic. Then we got David Fiorelli in the number 190 STU Ford Mustang starting third, with our STL pole sitter Nick Leveroni in his number 137 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata starting fourth. Derek Ketchy in his Honda Civic, his STL Civic, the 115 car, will start fifth, with Chuck Hines in the Hines number 57 Mazda Miata starting in sixth position. One of these days he's going to paint that red instead of green. All right, next up, we've got Deacon Greenfield in the number 32 STL Honda CRX starting alongside the STL Mazda Miata of Chris Childs. Austin Hilliard in his STL Honda S2000 will start ninth, with Michael Reese in the STU Honda S2000 starting in 10th. Then we've got our touring racers. Nick Hammond, your Touring 3 pole sitter in his Nissan 370Z Nismo, will start 11th, with Devin Anderson in his Toyota 86 Touring 3 car starting in 12th position. Starting lucky 13th today is William Bolt in a Nissan 350Z, and he will be alongside the Touring 3 Mazda MX-5 of Max Stallone. Jumps out of the Spec Miata, jumps into the MX-5. Colin Duffy in the number 72 Touring 3 Mazda MX-5 will start 15th. Kevin Fryer, our Touring 4 pole sitter in his NC Mazda Miata, the number 98 car, will start 16th. Andrea King in her BMW 330 Ci Touring 3 car will start 17th, with Madden Workman, that's Mason's son, in the number 52 Touring 4 NC Mazda starting 18th. Starting 19th is Tim Wise in the Touring 3 Mazda MX-5. He starts alongside John Ferguson Subaru BRZ, that's a Touring 4 car. And then we've got John McClendon and Grant McDonald both in Touring 4 Mazda MX-5s. And we do have two separate groups, two separate pace cars. The Super Touring cars at the front, the Touring cars in the back. The first pace car, lights are out, Tom. And so when they come onto the front straight, hopefully they will see the green flag.
Should be a really good battle in STU, STL, and Touring 3 in that second wave. Two very different cars, a tube frame, front engine, rear wheel drive Civic to his outside, but Darren Treacle with a lot of pro racing pedigree in that BMW 330 brings them to the green flag.
All right, and the second pace car now, lights are out as well, as the starter looks over the front straight. Again, the dark blue BMW on the pole gets a good jump on the Civic of Tony Ave as they now head down into turn one. The Ave Civic, formerly a GT3 car, and this year GT3 being combined with STU. Both of those drivers have an advantage over Fiorelli's 190 Ford Mustangs. They come through the horseshoe right behind them. Our STL pole sitter of Nick Leveroni with Derek Ketchy's Honda Civic right alongside Ketchy in that silver Civic Coupe. Goes to sweep around the outside of Leveroni, cannot get that done. He's going to have to slide into second in class with Chuck Hines right behind. As our second field now, the touring cars getting the green flag, and as they head to turn number 1, it is Nick Hammond and his Nissan, then Devin Anderson in his Subaru to the outside, the much lower displacement machine from Devin Anderson, not quite as quick to the jump, with William Bolt sliding in behind in his Nissan with Max Stallone there as well.
Fans in the live chat on YouTube cheering for Bolt, as we have also Touring 4 out there. They were much more separated in qualifying, but Kevin Fryer in the black with blue stripes MX-5 getting balked just a little bit by one of the BMWs. That's going to give the other MX-5 a good run at them, as I think that's Maiden Workman trying to go through. It doesn't quite work, but those T4 cars being held up just a little bit by the back of T3. Hammond trying to get away from Devin Anderson, as his car will certainly not be as durable over this 25-minute race. The much heavier Nissan over the GR86.
That's right, as the T4 car is there to be caught up a little bit behind the Gulf liveried 08 BMW of Andrea King, as Colin Duffy and Max Stallone ahead start to slip away from her. Coming down the roller coaster here, getting ready to complete the very first lap. We continue to watch that battle for the lead in STL between Derek Ketchy and Leveroni. Leveroni, a big slide down through Hog Pen, rear end walking out on him, and gets it straightened up. As one lap is in the books now, Treacle with a 0.4 of a second advantage on Tony Ave. When they qualified here earlier today, I believe the difference actually between those two cars was about 0.4 of a second per lap.
But of course, a much shorter run there in that 15-minute qualifying session. Essentially, these two are going to be having a great race, and Leveroni was so strong in that final sector on the previous lap. He's pulled out now about almost 10 car lengths over Darren Treacle, and a lunge up the inside for Tony Ave at turn 4. He's going to go through relatively easily on Darren Treacle here, starting lap number 2.
All right, as Treacle now slots in the second through the S's. We'll see if he can keep Tony Ave honest now as they make the run over towards the S's. And a little bit further back, again, Leveroni and Ketchy as our touring cars now completing their first lap. And as they do in Touring 3, it is Nick Hammond with a 1.5-second advantage over Devin Anderson in Touring 3. William Bolt very close behind the Toyota 86, only a couple of tenths there, about 2, maybe 2.5 car lengths back. And then over in Touring 4, Kevin Fryer managed to open up over 2 seconds on Madden Workman and John Ferguson behind.
These touring groups always so challenging with the way the cars make speed. They make very similar lap times across all 4 of these categories, or all 4 of these classes, STU, STL, T3, and T4. But on some of the smaller racetracks, it's a huge problem, really, in navigating cars that are not in your class, but in your same race, battling. This amount of space here at VIR is probably a little bit refreshing for some of these drivers in this race group, as they have so much clear track to just race it out amongst each other in their own class, with Tony Ave now continuing to lead the race over Darren Treacle, and was pulling out, other than the third sector, he was starting to pull away nicely, but Darren Treacle responds beautifully in the final sector, closes it back down by 0.3. It was only 0.3 at the start-finish line.
All right, real quick here, if you don't mind, Tom, I'm going to make a quick announcement. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Would Dylan Witt, driver of the number 85, Spec Miata, please see the race director in impound? Dylan Witt, driver of the number 85, Spec Miata, please see the race director in impound.
Keeping up with the battle for T3, Nick Hammond, your defending national champion in the class, thunders the brakes down into turn number 1. He's pulled out a decent margin over his next closest competitors, 3.3 seconds last time at the start-finish line. Devin Anderson trying everything he can in the early stages of this race to mitigate any time lost, as that lighter and lower displacement GR86 is going to stay at pace just a little bit better throughout the race, in theory, than the 370Z. But right now, Hammond has them covered pretty nicely. They're going to work their way into the slower STL lapped traffic. I guess it's technically not lap traffic as they started further ahead. But basically, by the end of this lap, yeah. William Bolt doing a really nice job as well, keeping right on the back bumper of one of our local drivers, Techsport Racing, essentially based here at VIR most of the time.
And Devin Anderson, a former T4 national champion in a Toyota 86, or I guess at that time maybe a Scion FRS. And won that championship here at Virginia International Raceway. But definitely William Bolt keeping him honest. A couple, I think last season, Tom, both the 370Z and also the 350Zs getting a little bit wider section with tires available to them at the rear, which certainly helps them put the power down and dig out of some of these slower corners like Oak Tree.
Battling continue in STU as well. Question in the live chat, what lap times are these cars running? The fast lap of the race for Tony Ave was a 205.9. The fast lap in T3 for the 370Z, excuse me, 207. So these cars properly quick in that 205 to 210 range here at VIR. Pretty stout, especially when you have less than 400 horsepower. Most of these cars less than 300 horsepower.
And when you jump over to Touring 4 and STL, Kevin Fryer lapping at about a 2-minute 15-second lap time, just a touch under that, with Nick Leveroni, your STL leader, as well as Derek Ketchy running almost identical lap times now as things have started to equalize, running right around a mid 2-minute 9 range. And there you go. I think somebody asked a little bit earlier today about the Ford Mustang rear wing of David Fiorelli, the number 190 car, and I think we just had a very good view of it as he was going up through the S's, as it is not a full width rear wing. It extends from just past the quarter panel on the right-hand side to about the center line of the car.
Yeah, that of course because the class has a maximum wing size rule. So instead of running a bigger wing, which is what most people would think you would want to do, he has to run that size wing. So he offsets it to get it into the air just a little bit better. There was maybe a challenge for the lead down into the braking zone. Darren Treacle thought about it and then backed it off.
Back down.
And actually backed off by quite a bit. Looks like the Tony Ave car really good on the brakes, likely quite a bit lighter than the BMW. But this class essentially all around power to weight racing. It's not a formula, but it is how they kind of keep things fair.
Well, and that's actually, and that stands true for the Treacle machine, for the we'll call them the legacy STU cars, whereas the cars that came over from the GT3 class have a very different formula for setting weights, and they are more on an individual spec line basis, based on the gearbox that they're running, on the engine that they are running, as well. And plus again, you're finding that the Civic run by Tony Ave is a full two-frame chassis, a true GT car with a silhouette body, versus the production-based BMW. So much different there, and a much lighter car than Treacle is running, but also not nearly the displacement that you're going to have, and perhaps not the ultimate horsepower.
Right. Coming up on 10 minutes down, 15 to go, and a couple of battles are brewing, I think. We're moments, any moment from Darren Treacle mounting a charge on Tony Ave. We are moments, potentially any moment away from STL, with Nick Leveroni there in the Miata, blue with orange headlights, over the silver Civic, over the crest at turn 10 through South Bend. And look at how committed they are out to the edge of the track.
Yes, they are. Blind exit over at South Bend, fastest corner on the track. At some point, I'll try and track them down for Brian. I want to look over at the battle for second, in Touring 4 between Madden Workman, the 15-year-old in his MX-5, and John Ferguson in his Subaru BRZ. But I think as we see here, Leveroni and Ketchy certainly right in the thick of things, and Treacle really closed things up coming out of South Bend on the last lap. So things getting very tight here in the battle for lead in both Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under.
Looks like a bit of position swapping for second in Touring 3 as well. I missed if you just said that, but Devin Anderson and William Bolt have swapped positions and then swapped back. Anderson still has the point, but that bit of swapping has let Nick Hammond drive up the road by about 8 seconds. Ooh, a big lockup, or is that maybe even an engine expiring on that T4 MX-5?
And I think that is indeed the case. We'll see here as we are local caution down at turn 1. And of course, we've had our brushes with brush fires or grass fires here.
Yeah.
And I think, and it sounds like they're whatever's going on there, that they've got a fire extinguisher that's taking care of it. I'm not showing a car still down at turn 1, and I think that local caution has been brought back. We're now showing green flag conditions down at turn 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was John McClendon who I saw resuming in the dark red NC MX-5, or maybe Grant McDonald. But either way, glad they can continue the battle for the lead in STU. This is a lot of people's attention. Greg, you mentioned the cars combining classes this year with the more classic GT3 cars. People have been watching Tony Ave as a reference point for that. Tony Rivera out on the West Coast, he was really fast at Button Willow. But again, those cars coming from such different places to make similar speeds. People who are not even at this race, but of course, fans of or participants in other parts of the country, STU, looking at this going, all right, so Tony Ave, got to size him up on this one. This is about his pace. Darren Treacle running about here. He's been in the class for a little bit. They have yet to take any blows at each other, but I think just this time, Derek Ketchy looks like he's very close.
He's very close now. Here they come as Ketchy's going to take a look to drivers left. They're going to have slower traffic they're coming up on, and Ketchy, Tom, the rear end started to walk out on him coming through 13, got very close to the quarter panel of Leveroni, who gets that car back around Ketchy and is going to hold on to the position now as they come down the hill.
Oh, and a big understeer through the compression at Hogpen. He's going to lose another car length or two. Typically, or cliche-wise, we'd say the Hondas are typically a little faster down the straights. The Miata's a little better in the corners. But again, a rough calculation of power to weight ratio of what's allowed in these cars is what keeps them even. Ketchy comes back at him down the front straightaway, locks the inside tire. Oh, into the apex of turn 1. Did they make it?
Oh,
they did.
Yes, they did. And Ketchy, for the moment, gets around Nick Leveroni. But Ketchy, having gone so deep from the inside going into turn 1, goes very, very deep into turn 2. And Leveroni able to fight back. But, and was there contact there on the braking, Tom, going into 4?
Hard to say. It was definitely a curb hop as Leveroni knifes his way back through and shuts the door perfectly, put himself exactly where Ketchy was going to try to go on the exit there of 4, and now they're single file. Once again, yeah, Greg, it's hard to tell if they touched each other, if that was just coming back over those bumpy curbs at the exit of 3.
But you can see there also the differences in how the weight balance of these cars really affect the Civic versus the Miata there, as Ketchy continues to load up those front tires. They must be screaming at him right now.
All the cars in this class limited to the same size wheels as far as width goes. They're only allowed 7-inch wheels. So it's very easy to overheat the tires on these cars, and then you have to give them a little bit of a break to bring them back or just suffer the consequences. But Ketchy looks so racy at this point. He nearly took it side by side in the S's. Once again, Treacle shows the nose to get some clean air down into the braking zone of Hogpen roller coaster. This time he's going to go through.
And there you go. That is your new leader in STU, Darren Treacle, who started this race on pole, gets around Tony Ave. I was watching that fight between Madden Workman and John Ferguson. Last time by, Ferguson had a little bit of an oopsie. Lost about 5 seconds to Workman, giving the number 52 driver a bit of clearance now. as we watch our STU leaders coming on and STL leaders onto the front straight. Now let's see how Leveroni responds, if he responds, as they come past the little bend on the front straight. And if Leveroni holds station back behind the Civic, or if he pops to the inside, and Tom, I think he's just a little too far back this time in. All right, let's do this as we continue to watch this great tussle between Derek Ketchie and Nick Leveroni. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Virginia International Raceway. We'll be right back.
It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back to VIR and the Super Tour. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and let's catch you up a little bit here. In Touring 3, Nick Hammond has extended his lead over Devin Anderson to 11.5 seconds, but Anderson still under attack from William Bolt. We'll check in on that fight in just a few moments. In Touring 4, Kevin Fryer has now opened up a 20-second advantage on the rest of the 5-car field. Madden Workman, though, taking advantage of John Ferguson's misfortune, has about 7 seconds on the third-place runner in the class. In STU, one of the two battles we've been watching here is he has now opened up about half a second, and it's a little bit less than that now as they go into the top of the roller coaster over Tony Ave. And then in STL, Derek Ketchie and Nick Leveroni still going at it in the battle for the lead there between the Honda and the Mazda. They were just coming down the roller coaster. There they are now, right at the top of the roller coaster. So we'll check in there, Tom.
Yeah, this is a great battle between these two, and I'm going to keep one eye on how creative Tony Ave might have to get to try to get back around Darren Treacle, as right now he looks completely content to be where he is, sitting in second, a couple car lengths back. But on the front straightaway, the battle for the lead in STL, crossing the start-finish line, Derek Ketchie in the Civic still has the advantage, just ever so slightly over Leveroni. And now that he's in front, he appears to be a bit of a roadblock in this first sector. David Fiorelli, meanwhile, falls off the racetrack by himself and rejoins just in front of this battle for STL. Look at Leveroni just trying everything he can to fill the mirrors, but loses just that critical last car length or so down these short chutes. And he dive up the inside of 4 here.
All right, Tom, if we can, and Brian, if we can, I'd like to jump to the battle for second now in Touring 3. They're going to be coming down into turn 1. The number 11 Toyota 86 of Devin Anderson, William Bolt right behind. They're going to be coming in, hopefully coming into this shot here just a moment. It's going to be the 2 cars there. There they are, right behind Chuck Hines STL Mazda. And Bolt has been closing things up ever so slowly on Devin Anderson. The last time by, picked up another 1/10 of a second, and he's right there now.
He is absolutely all over the back. And we were speculating maybe these Zs would lose their tires just a bit more than the GR86, but so far Hammond has been no problem just pulling away. And Bolt now looks like he's got all sorts of opportunity on the back end of the GR86 driver. Devin Anderson still holds the point, though. They're coming up on Chuck Hines.
Yeah,
it's an out-of-class car, having started just up the road in the first wave. But there's the handling of the GR86, just a little bit more planted up the S's, pulls out 2 or 3 car lengths. And the problem sits on the other end of this corner, that big long straightaway with the heavier displacement Nissan just behind.
As they come up, and this is where you would expect that Nissan to be able to dig out just a little bit more. I mean, this is a much higher speed corner now, Tom, over at Oak Tree than it was in the olden days. And there was a real oak tree there. But we see here now is the Nissan gets a huge run down the back straight as they come up to that slight left-hand bend at turn 13 and head to the top of the roller coaster. And now Bolt takes a look to the inside. He's a little bit too far back to make that work, but certainly, I'm sure, Tom, getting into the mirrors with the Nissan ahead of Devin Anderson. Give Anderson something to think about, especially as he had to concern himself with the STL traffic ahead.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot for him to be, but he's not going to have anything. He's not going to take any funny business, I should say, I guess is what I'm going for there. He's going to outbrake the Z at every opportunity that he can just to try to keep the track position. That is the most critical thing at this point. Bolt lunges up the inside at turn 1, goes for that inside lane. Does the GR86 hold the outside or maybe shut the door? They come through the apex, and he will have to hold the long way around. Luckily, the lighter car can do so. There's still essentially a drag race. Ooh, and spooked a little bit. William Bolt didn't quite expect Anderson to still be there, and I think popped just an extra car length out. Anderson keeps the position.
Yeah, and I thought that was going to be a fool's errand by Bolt going all the way down 3 cars wide going into turn number 1. That would be hard for him to get the rear end to hook back up, but did a pretty nice job of it. Just got caught around having to go the long way around through turn 3, and, allowing Devin Anderson to hold on to the position. Let's see if it's just rinse, wash, and repeat here on lap number 11.
No changes in STL or STU, but this is the battle in STU, and for the overall lead of the race, Treacle still has the position, set his fastest lap of the race on the last time through, but it was still a 10th slower than Tony Ave, who was a little bit quicker. White flag flies for these two, and again, how creative does Ave have to be? Does he have some pace in his pocket that he's going to pull out? Lunges on the brakes, really strong on the brakes for that tube frame car. But he's not close enough to do anything with it this time. He does show the nose up the inside. Actually, he's making pretty quick work of this one, Greg.
I was going to say, he got a great run down the inside, and he may sweep right around the outside of Darren Treacle now as they come through turn 3. And indeed, Tony Ave, your new leader with less than a lap remaining here at VIR. And that's going to and a big wiggle from the rear end of that Civic, as Treacle really with no way to take advantage of it.
Yeah, remember it's a rear-wheel drive car, so pushing I think a K24 power through a drive shaft to the rear, and it's not as planted as it looks. Just a little hint of it. Driving it with the power through the lower S's there at turn 5, and Ave, does he drive off into the distance just a little bit? He certainly opened up another car length or 2 in the S's, but they have lap traffic to navigate coming into Oak Tree.
And as they come up with right behind the Andrea King Touring 3 machine and head into Oak Tree, time running out for Darren Treacle. We've seen where he has been strong on the brakes going into the top of the roller coaster. Again, this is a machine that Treacle has not driven since June of last year, so he has been spending the entire weekend trying to get reaccustomed to his old steed here as they come now towards turn 13 for the final time. They've got Kevin Fryer, our T4 leader, just ahead, but Ave, I think, with just enough of an advantage under braking in the 14 as they come down the hill for the last time.
Certainly looks that way. For STL, Nick Leveroni has just started a personal best lap. He's fastest of all of his laps in Sector 1, so we're going to have to cut to that one quickly after this race wraps. At the front, Tony Ave at the last minute is going to take the win in STU over Darren Treacle. He set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, makes the move, and takes the win. Kevin Fryer is going to hold on for one more lap and get to go all the way around in that MX-5.
As Fryer has, I think, somewhere along the lines of a 30-second lead. Here's the battle for the lead in STL, though. Derek Ketchy catching the rear end of that Honda Civic as they come down the hill. Nick Leveroni 2 car lengths behind, and this may be just a little bit too far for that Mazda Miata to make up the distance on the front straight. And Derek Ketchy is going to win the sprint race today in STL. Nick Leveroni, who did reset his personal best, will finish in second. Chuck Hines in the green Hines 57, a little bit further behind on track. He should take the last step on the podium. Now finishing second, coming across the line, Madden Workman, 35 seconds behind Kevin Fryer. He's the first of our T4 racers to take the checkered flag, and as you said, Kevin Fryer is going to have to take what's effectively a victory lap as he makes his way around the course. Over in Touring 3, Nick Hammond will take the win. Devin Anderson will hold off William Bolt, and then Colin McDuffie should finish in third. And William Bolt just came across the line there. You can see there he's the second car in this group. The rear bumper cover, Tom, coming off the right rear of the car. You can kind of see it flopping in the wind here as they went past our camera, and I'm wondering if perhaps he and Devin Anderson might have gotten caught up in something, as there was 13 seconds separating those two racers here at the end of the race. Colin Duffy will finish fourth in T3. Max Stallone will finish in fifth. Going back over to STU, where Ave and Treacle, of course, were the first two drivers across the line. David Fiorelli will finish in third. The Honda S2000, driven by Michael Reese, will finish in fourth. Over in T4 now, Kevin Fryer crossing the line. Madden Workman, as we said, finishing second. John Ferguson third. Grant McDonald in the number 50 Mazda crosses the line to finish fourth. And then finally in STL, it was Ketchy and Leveroni. Chuck Hines comes across the line to finish third. Chris Childs will finish fourth. Austin Hilliard and then Deacon Greenfield will round out the STL field. All right, next up, it is Spec MX-5 here at Virginia International Raceway. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and it is now time for Spec MX5. Let's run down the starting order for this 23-car field. Starting on the pole, driving the number 56 car. Coming off his win earlier today in Spec Miata, it's Tyler Gonzalez. Starting on the outside of row number 1, the number 26 Mazda, it's Michael Tinnis. Michelle Squarick will start third today in the number 75 car, and starting right alongside Michelle is Jarrett Jones driving the number 86 car. William Wallace drives the number 2. He will start in 5th position, and on the outside of row number 3 is Elvin Goulart driving the number 29 Mazda Miata. Skylar Cottrell, thanks again for the food and the brownies, Skylar's mom Jackie. Skylar will start 9th in the pink and black car with Camden Gruber in the green-blue number 24 machine starting in 8th. Wes Duchek will start 9th today in the number 40 machine with Lincoln Larson in the 16 car rounding out the 5th row. Jason Fichter driving the number 7 Mazda will start in 11th position right alongside Mitch Lowry, who's driving the number 21 car. Aiden Shimbashi scheduled to start lucky 13th today. He's in the number 72 car alongside Emmy Kissick. Emmy is driving the 13 machine. Matteo Asari in the 110 car will start 15th alongside Joey Andrew in the 111. And then we've got on row number 9, Aiden Coleman, who drives the number 60 SMX machine, and he will start right alongside Gavin Vaughn's number 148. Michael Riccio will start 19th today in the number 19 car. That worked out well with Gavin Wardle starting 20th. He drives the number 169. Jillian Fichter will start 21st today. She's in the number 112 car, and she will start right alongside in his SMX debut, Liam Kerper, who drives the number 83 machine. And then we've got Adrian Comstock rounding out the 23 car field. Adrian driving the number 5 Mazda. And good luck to this field as the pace car now brings the field up to the top of the roller coaster. Waiting to hear the whether or not the lights have been extinguished. And there they are right at the top of the roller coaster. The lights extinguished on the pace car. They'll come into our view here momentarily. There they are. As we've got Tyler Gonzalez and Michael Tinnis on the front row together. Tinnis out of New York State, Gonzalez out of St. Cloud, Florida. Michelle Squarick from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, alongside Atlanta native Jarrett Jones. That's your 2 front rows. William Wallace from Paso Robles, California, and then Elvin Goulart down from Shelton, Connecticut. Of course, Goulart is your 2012 Mazda Spec Miata champion, and also 500. Tyler Gonzalez, maybe more importantly, coming off that magical win at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago. As the field is now coming down the front straight, starter puts the green flag in the air, and we are racing once again here at Virginia International Raceway. Jumping to an early lead here now is our pole sitter Tyler Gonzalez. Michael Tinnis taking a look from the outside in the red machine, and he may get trapped to the outside, Tom, as they come out of turn 2.
Yeah, he's got to try to get single file as quickly as possible in this first sector. We're nearly 4 wide in the second half of the field, trying to narrow things down through turn 2 into turn 3. Looks like the Michelle Squarick machine, the orange front end, slipping 1 position, but she'll get a bit of a breakaway with this top group as the cars behind still side by side battling for position. I think that's Skylar Cottrell and William Wallace, is it? Side by side there?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if that's the Wallace car or possibly Elvin Goulart. And I think that was, as a matter of fact, Goulart now, who did not have a good start, drops all the way to the back of the field. Not sure what happened to the 29 machine, but definitely appears to be off the pace here early on. And so, and that is Gonzalez and Tinnis. Skylar Cottrell now slotting into 4th position, I think right behind, I think that's William Wallace now, who's moved up into 3rd. And as you mentioned, Michelle Squarick dropping back a couple spots.
Yeah, that was a great start for Cottrell. I didn't notice that he had already gotten into the top 3, but the field is still very much in touch with one another. I've also missed how Elevan Gular ended up at the back, but it's been a rough start to his adventures into Spec MX5. 2 mechanical issues at Road Atlanta, DNFs in both of those races, now finding himself at the back and appears, I don't know, Greg, if he's on pace or not. It's hard to tell from this camera angle, but side by side, 2 for 2 down into roller coaster.
All right, as they now come to the top of 14 there with Gonzalez to the inside in the white machine. It's going to swap positions as they come down through 15. And for the moment, Michael Tinnis now taking the lead as they come down through the roller coaster, head into Hog Pen for the first time. And as they come on to the front straight, indeed, Michael Tinnis is your leader, getting a nice little push, though, from Tyler Gonzalez in the 57 machine. Skylar Cottrell running in third position with William Wallace. Michelle Squarick again dropping back to 5th. Good start for Camden Gruber, who now works his way up in the 6th position, having picked up 2 spots. He gets around Jarrett Jones and Wes Duchek now as our leaders come through the horseshoe at turn 2. That lead, albeit tiny lead, that Tinnis and Gonzalez had worked up on the front straight, that is now gone as Skylar Cottrell makes up the difference under braking in 1.
The drafting on these cars not nearly as big a deal as certainly the newer Global MX5 cars with the open top, but even in Spec Miata, it takes a little bit more straight line speed for the draft to kick in. Michelle Squirick has a ton of pressure from Cam Gruber coming through the lower S's. She holds that section of the field up just ever so slightly, about 5 car lengths back now from those top 4. It's a risky spot to be. You don't want to let them get too far up the road. Tyler Gonzalez, though, certainly shoving Michael Tinnis up the S's this time through these upper S's.
Yeah, so Gruber finishing 2nd at the National Championship runoffs this past year, and again, led the way for the majority of our feature race at Road Atlanta just a few weeks ago, until Tyler Gonzalez on dry weather tires was able to take the lead from Gruber and take the win in a race that he started from the very rear of the pack. And Tom, we've got the 110 car now. Matteo Azzari, looks like both he and Elevan Goulart with mechanical issues early on. Azzari going to take his car back behind the wall. And the number 29 machine going to follow him now down the pit lane and back to the paddock. All right, as our leaders now through the top of the roller coaster, now all in line. And Gonzalez, I think, very content here early on in this 25-minute race to just slot in and stay in 2nd place, try to push Michael Tinnis clear of the racers behind so that perhaps they can fight it out all alone early on, as Wallace and Cottrell now following very close behind. Wallace turning in the fastest lap so far this time by about 0.2 of a second faster than Gonzalez and Tinnis ahead.
Wallace had a pretty huge exit of the hog pen corner onto the front straight, used it to push Cottrell up forward just a little bit. Tyler Gonzalez maybe getting some fresh air, maybe filling the mirrors of Michael Tinnis there as he pops to the outside for turn 2. Doesn't do anything with it at turn 3, but it worked. Tinnis falls off the racetrack, and he's going to run wide, slipping all the way back to 8th.
And there you go, and he finally gets the car back on track, but he is now going to slot in behind, I believe, Wes Duchek, or possibly actually behind Jarrett Jones. There is Duchek is just a little bit further back, but that is now going to move Skylar Cottrell up into 2nd position. William Wallace to 3rd. Squarick, who had a great run out of the horseshoe, took a quick look to the inside on Wallace. She is going to hold station there, slot back in the 4th position in the number 75 machine. Camden Gruber now up into 5th. Is now going around. Is that Skylar Cottrell, who runs off and takes another car along with him? I think that might have been Wallace that went around as he checked up through South Bend right behind the Skylar Cottrell 09 machine, Tom.
Yeah, Cottrell gets turned. I think there might have been just bump drafting up over the top of the S's there, and all of a sudden, the car ends up sideways on the entry for turn number 10. It's tough to get anything more out of that information-wise from our camera angle, but Wallace was able to just kind of continue on Cottrell. He certainly lost positions, of course, but Cottrell was the one that ended up backwards and drops all the way to the back. That's a heartbreaker.
Indeed. So Gonzalez now with about 3 car lengths on our new 2nd place racer, Michelle Squarick, in the number 75 machine with that pink nose at the front. Camden Gruber now moves up to third, with Jarrett Jones, Wes Duchek rounding out the top 5, and now Michael Tinnis, who had that off earlier in the lap to fall back to 8th position. He now finds himself in 6th, and he's right there with that next pack. He's actually in a pretty good spot for a recovery, Tom.
Yeah, and this is still a long way to go. We're only 7 minutes into this 25-minute race. And, Greg, I scrubbed back through our YouTube feed. There was no contact between those cars. I think Cottrell just lost it on his own, maybe just a little too loose on that light braking zone. And unfortunately for Wallace, I think that was just evasive action, trying to dive off the racetrack, keep his race car clean. Unfortunately, just dirty, but kept it from getting dented, I think.
Exactly here, and again at the dirtiest portion of the track. And there's Tinnis now. Actually, I said he was right up there. He's about 6 car lengths back from the lead 5 drivers, and Jason Fichter in the 07 machine now right up there as well. Fichter, who started in 11th position, now finds himself in 7th. He's made up 5 positions since the start of this race. He is in the white with green nose. And right behind Fichter is now Aiden Shimbashi in the number 72 car. Shimbashi, who started off in 13th position. So a good start for those 2 drivers.
Love watching this camera angle as the cars come through. Again, about 100-mile-an-hour minimum speed here at South Bend, and then that big bumpy exit. It's almost, you want to go just not off at all or completely off. If you go a little bit off, it's the most uncomfortable ride that you'll ever have in a race car. Here comes Michelle Squirick now pushing Tyler Gonzalez, or at least trying to, up and away from the rest of the field. She does have a decent little gap, a buffer back to Camden Gruber, and Jarrett Jones now finds himself in the top 4 after a bit of churn from these last couple of laps. But it looks like Squirick is content to sit in this position at least for a little bit longer. Gruber, we know he gets racy, but these drivers are going to know it's still not even halfway through this race.
And a little bit further back, Tom, great pass made, and I think it was Lincoln Larson on Mitch Lowry coming through Oak Tree. Got him just past the apex on the exit turn, didn't slow the driver down all that much, and still was able to get a good run down the back straight. I think if he had made the pass maybe half a second earlier, it could have really impacted both of those drivers, but got it done in a good spot. All right, here, as again, our leaders now heading in the 1, Camden Gruber resets the fast lap of the race. He's in the green number 24 Planet Miata RP Performance machine. He's got Jarrett Jones in the 86 car directly behind, and then Wes Duchek in the 5. And both Duchek and Aiden Coleman getting around Michael Tinnis. So Tinnis, didn't see Tinnis go off, but he is definitely having some challenges here in that red and black machine.
Yeah, he slipped off at turn 3 after Gonzalez was kind of showing that pressure. Now, the good news, just kind of zooming out on this weekend for a second, this is the 25-minute sprint race. We also have a 35-minute feature race tomorrow, and that's gridded based on your fastest lap of the weekend in any given session. So the drivers that have slipped up in this race and fallen towards the back, or indeed any class or race, this second half of race day number 1, they get qualifying tomorrow. They already had qualifying, and their race laps all count towards that single fastest lap to grid race number 2. It's not all said and done for those drivers, but this is probably not going to be their favorite race, at least of the weekend.
No, certainly not. But I'll tell you, Tom, that with what we suspect the weather's going to be like tomorrow, where qualifying tomorrow morning might not have as much meaning for that afternoon race. Certainly setting fast lap times here in this particular session could do these drivers well going into the final race of the weekend.
And Greg, you said it first. I didn't say it. You said
I know.
I played it perfectly there.
But I'm still not using that R word.
Yep. Man, this battle for the top 5 is awesome. Gonzalez, Squirick, Gruber, Jones, and Duchek now have gotten away from the rest of the field. Well, a huge slide for Squirick's going to slow her progress onto the front straightaway, and I think Jason Fichter just did the same thing in the background. They both got away with it, but that is so sketchy. When the suspension bottoms out, these cars probably hitting the bump stops at the top of the shock. All of a sudden, your spring rate goes to infinity, and the car comes around. She got the slide, but is now going to go around the outside in turn 1, Greg.
That's right, she's going to try to go right around the outside of Tyler Gonzalez, Camden Gruber, giving her a nice push. Gonzalez able to hold off the charge, and now both Squarick and Gruber door to door as they come through the NASCAR bend, and as they head down into left hook, that has allowed Gonzalez to open up about 3 car lengths as Camden Gruber drops a wheel. Now drivers right, and as we get to the tightest section of the track, Camden Gruber is going to try to just push right underneath Michelle Squarick, and he gets the pass made, move the 24 car now up into second position, and Squarick, as she was still trying to gather herself back up after that move, now falls behind both Jarrett Jones and Wes Duchek. So Michelle Squarick, in the span of 1 corner, goes from second now back into fifth.
Yeah, that is so tough. If you can't make the move into turn 4 and you end up hung around the outside of turn 5 through that entire lower S, it just really does a ton of damage, especially in these momentum-driven cars. You see those 5 or 6 car lengths that she's now dropped off the back, and her best hope is that everybody goes single file and maybe even battles it out for a lap or so from now so that she can get back in that. But what a gift for Tyler Gonzalez. He is starting to look like he's got the opportunity to drive away potentially over Gruber, Jones, and Duchek.
All right, well, let's do this, Tom, as we hit the halfway part in this SMX race. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable, and it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to VIR and the Super Tour. I'm Greg, he's Tom, and Tyler Gonzalez is our leader. And Tom, in the course of our break, Camden Gruber and Jarrett Jones, they haven't been able to make much headway in climbing back towards the number 57 car, as Jarrett Jones now running a little bit deep into turn 1. Gruber holds off the charge. Wes Duchek and Michelle Squarick now about 3 car lengths back, and then the rest of the field, Aiden Coleman, Michael Tinnis now sitting in 7th, Jason Victor in the 07 car in 8th, and Aiden Shimbashi in 9th. Just a little bit further back, about 20 car lengths back, is Ducek now, or pardon me, is Michael Tinnis really pushing Aiden Coleman through turn 4.
Yeah, I agree. I think arguably Gonzalez is the fastest car on the racetrack when you factor out the drafting that's available, but that's not how Spec Miata or Spec MX-5 works. There's drafting available to everybody behind him, so he's just holding off, instead of them catching him right away. He's doing a good enough job to just kind of lose a tenth or two here and there. And Greg, did I see a car off at turn 1 back in the tire wall? Is that, or was that maybe a safety vehicle on the other side?
No, I think that might be the number 19 car coming through turn 1 that went off wide closer towards turn 2. Michael Riccio out of Concord, Ontario. And we did have a local caution there at turn 1. I think that caution has now been withdrawn as the number 19 car is back underway.
Well, either that makes me a little nervous for whether we might see a full course caution soon, but so far they've been letting him race, so we'll move on from that thought and just point out that that's going to be one critical passing zone that's gone if there's a local yellow down into turn 1. We have a good battle now brewing for the lead, 3 cars after Tyler Gonzalez has been caught by Camden Gruber and Jarrett Jones going with. Wes Ducek and Michelle Squirick haven't really been able to pull back up to them, but yet, I'll throw yet in there, Gruber to the outside.
I was going to say, and maybe with our leaders going door to door into turn 1, that might give our 4th and 5th place drivers a bit of an advantage as they come into the horseshoe. And Gruber now being pushed wide by Tyler Gonzalez, and as Gonzalez goes to cover the 24 machine, trying to sneak up the inside, is Jarrett Jones in that dark colored number 86 car. He does not get a good enough run, and then himself gets trapped to the outside, going through the NASCAR bend. So in the end, 3 turns later, it is still Gonzalez, Gruber, and Jarrett Jones, and Tom Ducek and Square not making up for lost time. And if anything, Wes Ducek now has at least a little bit of breathing room with the 75 machine dropping back.
I agree. I think that might just be down to what a level of caution they approach that caution with. The top 3, they even initiated some side-by-side through the full course or through the local yellow, so they're really flirting with the limits of what they're allowed to do. Also, Aiden Coleman had a pretty big off at turn 3 into 4, lost 2 positions. Michelle Squirick now has a pretty big off at South Bend, but that was about as good as it gets when you go off. Well, she's really struggling with dirty tires, though. Dips tires off the outside of turn 11, right before the apex of Oak Tree, and will now, that's kind of the final nail in the coffin, loses touch with the top 4.
All right, and so also, Tom, we saw the issues that Skylar Cottrell had going through South Bend early on in this race. Cottrell now sitting in 11th position. He had just reset fastest lap of the race. He's on his recovery, but he has a long way to go. He does have Lincoln Larson within his sights, had just gotten around Mitch Lowry. So possibly looking at a top 10 for Cottrell. I'm eating a brownie for him right now, by the way. Here as Gonzalez has 97 1,000ths of a second on Camden Gruber as they cross the start-finish line, as Gonzalez defends the inner ground here coming into turn 1.
3 completely different lines, just trying to keep the car gripped up. It looks like Gonzalez and Gruber going for a little bit of a shorter distance, getting the thing, putting power down, while Jarrett Jones rounded the radius of the corner off just a little bit more. A big dirt drop for Gruber, gets it back on the racetrack just in time for the braking zone, but we saw how bad that bit Michelle Squirick just a lap or so ago. There's the slide, the inevitable slide after you go off just a little bit as the tires clean themselves up. Gruber is going to lose a car length, maybe 2, to Tyler Gonzalez. Not the end of the world as they come on to 2 back-to-back long straightaways. And then this battle for 6th is just turning up more and more and more. Aiden Coleman has the position, but a couple of the cars that have been driving back through the field, including Michael Tinnis and Skylar Cottrell, have gotten there. Jason Fichter, Aiden Shimbashi, and Lincoln Larson all in that scrum as well. Here they come over the top of South Bend. How close quarters are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of 3 different pairs of 2 cars. A huge ride for Victor. He's hanging on for dear life.
That was a car, what, at about 30 degrees coming out of South Bend there, as Victor trying to carry the pace that Michael Tinnis had just ahead of him, and was able to gather that car back up. As we've already seen, if you end off in the dirt there, it is, although the huge culvert that used to be in the grass there, drivers right, no longer there to send you really flying through the air, but didn't have to worry about it there, as once again Gonzalez, Gruber, Jones coming down the hill. And I'm wondering, Tom, if maybe Michelle Squarick had run her tires off here early on in this race, trying to stay up with our leaders.
Yeah, it's possible, but her pace still looks good. She's coming back towards West Juchek for 4th position. So there's just, maybe big consequences for a small mistake more than anything. Tyler Gonzalez continues to pull out a car length or 2 in all of the critical corners that buy him just enough. But now Camden Gruber throws the first punch we've seen in a couple of laps. Looks to the outside at turn 1. And I can't see from this camera angle, Greg, are we still local yellow, or have they removed it because everyone's seen it a couple times?
All right, so Tom, we are working now the second to last lap here. We've gotten word from race control that our leaders will see the white flag the next time by. A little bit further back in the field, just ahead of Skylar Cottrell, Jason Victor now making a move on Michael Tinnis going into turn number 1, and that may have resulted in a change in position. Another pass a little bit further back is Gavin Wardle in 15th position, makes the pass on Gavin Vaughn going down into turn number 1 to move Wardle now up into 14th.
Oh!
And big off coming out of turn number 5, and that was that the Squarick machine?
I think that's Aiden Shimbashi who ended up backwards. Just scrubbing back to see how this might have happened. It was, I think, contact between Shimbashi and Lincoln Larson. Larson maybe giving him a little bit of a push just at the apex of turn 5B. That's going to drop Shimbashi back a bunch of positions. Greg, do you see what I see down the back straightaway? Is there a bit of smoke coming off of Camden Gruber's car, or is that just haze on our screen?
I think you are absolutely correct, and I think I may have seen that also at Road Atlanta as well. I don't know if that's some tire rub, but right now there is a lot of smoke coming out of the back of the Camden Gruber number 24 machine, right out of the tailpipe there. I don't think that's a tire.
No, it's certainly not.
No. And then
it's only
just a lap early for Camden Gruber.
Yeah, that could be transmission or differential. I don't think it's as far up the car as the engine would be, but he only needs enough smoke for one more lap, and he's in the perfect position to make this lap count if the car will hold up for him. Squarick has also gotten back to Duchek, so a battle for the 1st position, a battle for the 4th position. Here we go into turn 1, side by side.
And Gruber takes a look to the inside now, and he's got the position under brake. Well, actually, that's Tyler Gonzalez, pardon me, on the inside, under braking. And Tom, I'm just wondering if it is a differential. That car is going to get, well, it's going to get slower and slower as this race goes on. And now with a look to the inside, Jarrett Jones in the 86, and he slots past Camden Gruber to move up into 2nd position. Michelle Square taking a look now on West Duchek as well as they come into turn 4, cannot get that pass made, and that smoke getting much bigger from the back of Camden Gruber. He is now slotted in the 3rd position behind Jarrett Jones with just about 2/3 of a lap remaining.
Yeah, there's no evidence that that car is causing any problems for anybody else. The last thought I have is maybe just some axle grease getting slung around would look worse than it actually is, but that's coming from right in the middle back of the car. Side by side for 4th. Squirick gets the nose chopped from Duchek. She just cannot figure out a way to get around and get into that 4th spot. A little bit more dirt dropping for Gonzalez. He slings it through, and there's those 2 car widths he buys himself in these critical corners. Coming to the final time down the back straightaway.
Huge commitment there from Tyler Gonzalez coming through South Bend, but you said it. It opened up some ground for him, and now Jarrett Jones having to concern himself with Camden Gruber as they come down the back straight, and look at the advantage now that Gonzalez has been able to open up on our 2nd and 3rd place runners. And let's watch if Michelle Squarick, who takes a quick look to the inside on West Duchek, if she's able to do anything, if she can slot into 4th position now as they come under braking. She's going to definitely make the move to the inside as she and Ducek are door-to-door right at the top of 14 as they come down. Ducek comes right across the nose to hold on to 4th position for now as Tyler Gonzalez, for the 2nd time today, is going to lead a field of Mazdas out of the final corner and onto the front straight. And with the checkered flag being displayed, taking the win in SMX today in the sprint race is Tyler Gonzalez from St. Cloud, Florida. Jarrett Jones will finish 2nd. Camden Gruber will bring his Mazda home in 3rd. Ducek will hold off Michelle Squarick for 4th as one of our cars, and that is the Camden Gruber machine. He pulled that car over to the side of the track as quickly as he could to minimize whatever damage has been done to that car. Aiden Coleman finishing 6th, Michael Tinnis 7th. Skylar Cottrell works his way back up to 8th, having gotten around Jason Fichter with 2 laps remaining. Fichter will finish 9th, and William Wallace will round out the top 10. All right, so before we take a break here, Tom, I wanted to make a quick announcement for everybody here at the track. All right, everybody, just a quick reminder that we will be having a social here at VIR for everybody at the track. It'll be at the Pavilion, which is right alongside the skid pad, right outside the north paddock. It's going to start a half hour after the track goes cold. There'll be soft drinks, finger foods, and some adult beverages for everybody. So that is the Pavilion, again, right next to the skid pad. If you find the big Michelin Man, as opposed to the little one we saw on the dashboard a couple weeks ago, it's right across the road from there. So make sure to join us. We think that'll be starting right around 5:30 this afternoon. All right, so let's take a quick break. Next up is going to be our final race of the day. It's our open wheel and prototype racers here at VIR. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to VIR. It is time for today's final race of the day. It's our open wheel and prototype racers, Formula Enterprise 2, Formula Continental, Formula Atlantic. Actually, yeah, I think we'll have at least one Formula Atlantic if Tony Ave makes an appearance. And also Formula F as well as prototype and prototype 2. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole, driving the number 19 Alon DPO2 prototype, it's Todd Vanacore. Brandon Dixon is in his Sevico NPO1 Formula Continental, the number 7 car starting second. Tim Miner in his Formula Continental Citation, the 88 car, will start third, with John LaRue in his Citation starting in fourth position, the number 17 machine. Then we got Daryl Schaff, our prototype racer, in his Delon DPO2, scheduled to start fifth. And by the way, I'm looking at Tony Ave now. He's going to be starting from the pit lane. Sherman Chow in the number 3 Ligier JS51 prototype 2 machine will start sixth. Starting seventh, Rick Silver in his Van Diemen Formula Continental starting in seventh position. Justin Smith in an Elan RF10 Formula Continental will start eighth. Starting ninth is AJ Snyder in his Store WF1 Prototype 2 car, with Peter Lasser starting 10th in a Van Diemen RFO2 Formula Continental. Then we've got Peter Shadowin in the number 80 P2 Shrike P15. And then finally, rounding out our Formula Atlantic and Formula Continental field, it's Tony Ave. Let's move over to the Formula Enterprise 2 field, who has a split start. He'll be behind the second safety car. It's James Davison, your pole sitter, driving the number 8 car, with Wolf Ranklin second in the number 97 machine. Matteo Naranjo will start third in the number 51 car, with Sam Harrington starting fourth. He's driving the number 38. Eric Cruz will start fifth in the number 86 car, with Kelton Jago in the number 29 machine starting sixth. Then we've got Brian Yates and Russell Straight Jr. rounding out our Formula Enterprise 2 field. And then finally, Cooper Travis in the white number 32 Spectrum 014, our sole Formula F racer here today. And, and he is there. This should make for an interesting start. Donnie Isley, Tom, who did not bring his Formula V agitator out for qualifying this morning. He's going to have Tony Ave's Formula Atlantic Swift starting, I think, directly. Well, actually, he's going to start right behind Cooper Travis's Formula F car. That should make for some interesting racing in our Formula Enterprise 2 field, as he's going to come through the field from the back.
It is. That's the black car at the back of this second wave. And actually, Greg, they had released him at the back of the first wave, but we saw him dive to the pit lane after being released from grid, so he must maybe still be concerned with something about that car. So hopefully it's a smooth sail for him, with a whole bunch of cars that are exponentially slower right in front of him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the one saving grace for Cooper Travis and Donnie Isley is that Tony Ave was not able to complete a single lap at speed during qualifying this morning. I mean, he's already 3/4 of the way towards getting a pace lap done, so maybe that is a good sign for him, as the lights are out on the pace car, turning things over to Todd Vanacore and Brandon Dixon coming down the hill. And I think actually we do have just the single group without a split start. Yeah, we've got no, actually we do have the second pace car with the Formula Enterprise 2 field, as the pace car from our first pack now on the pit lane. Starter is looking over the field as they come onto the front straight, just now into view. As they come past us, I can hear them picking up the throttle just a little bit, but it's still at about 35 miles an hour. Green flag now in the air. This should be a pretty easy run for Todd Vanacore down towards turn one, the 2000cc model motors in the Formula Continentals, without the acceleration that the prototypes have. And it looks like the number 80 car now on the pit lane as well. And another one of our prototype racers, and I believe that's Peter Shadowin, who had some challenges with his machine earlier in the day. As the second pack now comes out of Hog Pen onto the front straight. Pace car now on the pit lane. The inside lane sees the green flag and goes as Will Franklin in the number 97, the pink and white cow-spotted car. I think Franklin Futrell's the former machine, not getting a good start from the outside row, and holding on. That really puts Sam Harrington and Kelton Jago at a disadvantage as well. Now, as it is James Davison, your leader, now into turn 3.
Yeah, and that's double bad news because Davison was already well quicker in qualifying. I think it was something like 7 or 8 tenths of a second, which is a relatively large gap for this Spec Racing Formula Enterprise 2 field. These are 2-liter Mazda motors powering a sequential shifted formula car, but relatively simple as a formula car goes. One of the slower ones in the formula category here in SCCA. But as you mentioned, Davison, Naranjo, Franklin, Cruz. It's kind of a top 3 breakaway, though, with Davison, Naranjo, and Franklin after that slightly delayed start. Tony Ave did stay on track after the green flag, but is taking his time very appropriately, responsibly through the back half. There he is, just flashing through in the slightly bigger profile car.
Yeah, very, very dark, the black number 49 machine, as he starts to slice through the field here, and assuming he's got some straight line speed, should be able to clear most of those FE2 machines as they come on to the back straight. Todd Vanacore leads the rest of the field down through turn 1. Now there is Vanacore coming through turns 1 and coming through NASCAR Bend. But Tim Miner and Brandon Dixon, along with John LaRue, the top 3 in Formula Continental. Miner with about 6 car lengths now on Brandon Dixon, who's under attack from LaRue as they go into left hook, as these drivers tried to get some heat in the tires there. Daryl Schaff, who's running second in prototypes, the number 94, Alon DPO2, about 10 car lengths behind that trio.
The kind of light blue metallic car coming through under the bridge just now, but I was really excited about this Formula Continental battle. I'm kind of surprised Brandon Dixon, your pole sitter, has started off on this second lap at least, having slipped down to 3rd. Now just finally gets back into battle with John LaRue. It's like LaRue might have caught him out a little bit on the exit there by surprise. And meanwhile, all of that means Tim Miner is powered up the road by quite a bit.
Miner, it looks like he's increasing that the further they go down the back straight here.
Yeah.
As Dixon again has to look in those tiny little rear mirrors to see where LaRue is. And over in prototype 2, Sherman Chow now. We'll try and catch up with them. Chow and AJ Snyder in pretty close proximity. They should be coming up to the top of the roller coaster now. We'll check in with them here in just a few moments.
At the end of the back straight, Brandon Dixon was able to get back by John LaRue and not lose too much time for it. So the white number 88 of Tim Miner with the red highlights on the aerodynamics on the front and the back of the car leads by 2.5 seconds actually over Dixon and LaRue there in Formula Continental.
All right, heading down into turn 1 now. AJ Snyder with a great run out of Hog Pen, able to get right up to the rear quarter of Sherman Chow's Ligier as they go down into turn at number 1. And taking a pop to the inside there, it is AJ Snyder in the number 44 store, getting around Sherman Chow, move him up to the lead in prototype 2.
Cool little battle. That is Chow in the blue machine and AJ Snyder in the black with neon yellow highlights.
What you're saying is I got it completely backwards.
Either, well, now I'm questioning myself. I'm pretty sure AJ Snyder, the store, that's what I think a store looks like in my brain anyway.
And I just think of like a 3-story Macy's first. Never, just kidding. All right. No, indeed, that is Sherman Chow in the blue and black machine with Rick Silver in the bright yellow car behind. And right back behind them, Rick Silver and Justin Smith in their Formula Continentals. Silver in a Van Diemen RF 98 out of the Washington, D.C. area, out of Durwood, Maryland. And then Justin Smith, just north of Charlotte, or pardon me, just south of Charlotte, North Carolina, Fort Mill, South Carolina, right at the border between North and South Carolina. All right, we are in a 25-minute race. Let's check back in with our Formula Enterprise 2 field as James Davison in the red number 8 machine. He's out of Williamsburg, Virginia. Leads Matteo Naranjo, the Edwards, Illinois racer, by about a second and a half. Will Franklin in third, Sam Harrington and Kelton Jago running fourth and fifth, respectively. As Davison continues to open up the advantage, almost a half second faster than Naranjo last time by.
So it's Davison, Naranjo, Franklin. Just in that close of order, that is the battle for the lead.
Yeah.
Ave is the black car that went through, trying to get those two black cars correct.
Yes, one car is not like the others. Ave takes that little cutout there, driver's right, thinking that he could slingshot around the third place Formula Enterprise 2 racer of Will Franklin, and just ran out of room at the last moment there. As we've got a car off, and I think that's our sole Formula F racer. I believe that's Cooper Travis.
Yes.
In the number 32 machine, he is showing a lap down, and we are going to be going to a full course caution as he is in a pretty bad spot there for our racers just off the track surface. So we're going to bring the safety car out, slow the field down, and have our emergency services teams tow Mr. Travis away. So while that is happening, Tom, let's take our final break of the day here at Virginia International Raceway, where you're watching the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA. We'll be right back.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Greg. He's Tom. I want to thank, of course, Brian Belansky, our director here today. And we are still, Tom, under full course caution here at the Raceway as we see here, as they're still trying to get Cooper Travis and his Formula F machine removed, the Spectrum 014. I'm also showing the debris flag being displayed at turns 1 and 2. And if I get some more information on that, I will let you know. Is the safety car now bringing the field through. Our leader on track, and I'm starting to wonder, and I haven't seen him come down the pit lane, if that might have been Todd Vanacore also. And actually, Todd Vanacore now on the pit lane, Tom, because our new leader is Tim Miner in his Formula Continental citation. Right behind him, he's got John LaRue and Brandon Dixon, the top 3 in Continental. That also moves Daryl Schaff now to the lead in the P class, in the prototype class. The number 94 Alon is running 4th overall. AJ Snyder leads Sherman Chow now in the number 44 store, and this might be a good opportunity for us to figure out if it's yellow or if it's black, or yellow or blue at the front of that P2 field. Sherman Chow showing in 6th. Then Rick Silver and Justin Smith. James Davison, your leader in FE2. He's running 9th overall, with Will Franklin now in 2nd. Matteo Naranjo in 3rd, and then right behind them, Tony Ave in his Formula Atlantic Swift. And a number of other FE2 drivers back behind there. Let's take a look, though, and we'll have our racers, I believe, coming towards the top of the roller coaster here soon, or should be, I think, coming onto the back straight. Here they are. And we are getting word now that the lights will be out on the pace car now as they come to the top of the roller coaster. And it looks like Donnie Isley's agitator just sliding to the rear of the field, I think, not wanting to get caught up in whatever may happen.
The heads-up choice for sure.
There. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that I don't think for a moment that he didn't decide to do that. All right, and Tom, it looks like possibly here, I've been looking to try and pick up how horribly I messed up our Prototype 2 battle for the lead, and I think AJ Snyder is in, according to what I see on track, I think he is in, yes, in the yellow and black machine. So you had it absolutely right, Sherman Chow, in the blue and black car. The Ligier directly behind him, and of course making it all the more difficult is we got Daryl Schaff in the blue and black number 94, our prototype leader just ahead. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway here with about 10 minutes remaining on the clock, and heading back to the paddock. It appears, well, still moving slowly. Taking a look here at Todd Vanacore, whether he's going to return to the action or not. But right at the front of the Formula Continental field, it's Tim Miner in the white machine with John LaRue and Brandon Dixon now very close behind based on this restart.
Dixon had a look around the outside of turn 1, but didn't go anywhere with it. And that top 3 breaking away from your Formula Continental leaders, top 3. Then we have Daryl Schaff kind of splitting the Formula cars up in that looking rather large, but I promise it's very small. Alon DP02, and then for the lead of Formula Enterprises, they're trying to get through some slower cars and maintain their track position. It looks like Franklin was able to get through, but Naranjo a bit mired. Was Tony Aves in the scrum there, as well as some Formula Continental back markers. That's a really complicated section of the racetrack to be splitting so many different classes through, when they all make it.
And Tom, somebody who got caught out horribly, Sherman Chow in the number 3 Ligier prototype car. He fell back, I think, 6 or 7 positions overall here, and that has given a huge advantage now to AJ Snyder in that number 44 prototype car in the 44 store. And see that car now. Well, it would have come into our view here in just a moment, but we'll check in there a little bit later. But what a shot out of a cannon there from our FE2 leader, James Davison, as he got around both of these prototype cars.
I think the FE2 car, as it's a little bit simpler, the ceiling is a little bit lower, it's easier to get up to temperature and speed and be comfortable. And we're seeing that on display fully right now with Davison challenging for the top 5 overall. Daryl Schaff is the next car on his targets. A little bit of a blue flag action down the front straightaway. Ave powers around the outside of your second place driver in Formula Enterprise. Matteo Naranjo, Sam Harrington, both on very close quarters there, with Ave now sweeping around the outside of your prototype 2 leader, AJ Snyder. Finds himself still on track to maybe get to the front and win this race overall, even though he's uncontested in class.
You know, Tom, and maybe I'm seeing things, or maybe he just dropped the left rear wheel into the dirt. But when they came over that little crest just before the braking zone into turn 1, saw something fly up in the air behind Tony Ave's Swift. Yeah, I don't know if it was smoke of some sort, or maybe just some dirt on the track surface, or just at the edge of the track surface. We'll continue to watch that, given the challenges that he had this morning with that car.
Franklin, Naranjo, and Harrington, the second place, battle for Formula Enterprises, all nose to tail. And at the front of the field, the Continental battle is still on as well. John LaRue. John LaRue getting a decent run on the back straightaway. Doesn't seem like these Formula Continentals draft too aggressively, though. We don't necessarily see them in big packs like this super often, and it doesn't seem like LaRue is going to get an opportunity. No, it doesn't really get that much closer down the back straightaway. Here comes Ave up the inside of Davison. Davison was commanding enough that Ave backed out of it.
Indeed. All right, as they head down the roller coaster now, a quick update on Todd Vanacore. He did go back out after seeing him on the pit lane during the full course caution. He then, however, came right back down the pit lane after an out lap, and he's now taking his car back to the paddock. So that car just not running right here as time is starting to run down here in the field. As I'm showing possibly a car, the number 17 car, with some challenges up by the top of the roller coaster. That would be LaRue, and we'll have to double check and see if that is still the case. Because honestly, Tom, I don't trust many of the systems that I have here to rely on here.
They are tools, not gospel, right? This is a really strange combination of cars that are coming together here. We have one lapped car out of prototype having come back out on the track. I think that might be Shadowin, is now getting basically run over. Oh, and he splits the battle for Formula Continental. Oh, that's a heartbreaker for the rest of the field, but a gift for Tim Miner. Just a wrong place, wrong time for Shadowin, who's really not making this easy for anybody at all. Look, just still racing cars into the corners as a multiple laps down car. The white Sports 2000 throwing a huge wrench into this race.
That's right, and so Shadowin, multi-time GT Light national champion, and I believe he also had a P2 national championship to his name, not that many years ago, a few years ago. Now allows all that traffic by, but that has really made things much easier for Tim Miner with the number 17 car behind. And given that we've got no caution there at the top of the roller coaster, I think that we definitely have LaRue still out on track back behind Tim Miner. Brandon Dixon running in third, but that really created huge challenges for LaRue and Dixon if they got caught behind the number 80 machine. James Davison continues to open up his advantage on the rest of the FE2 field, as he has now AJ Snyder's prototype car between he and Will Franklin, and I think the margin now about 6 seconds separating Davison and Franklin, as AJ Snyder's prototype machine, as we mentioned, he lost a number of positions on the outlap there. Both Franklin and Matteo Naranjo get by, but not before they lose almost 6 seconds to the red number 8.
So at the front of the field, we have Formula Continental in first and second in class and overall, then your leader in Atlantic, then your third place car in Continental running fourth overall, then your leader in prototype running fifth in the blue prototype there, then your leader in Formula Enterprises 2 the red and white of James Davison, all having come together on the racetrack in the same little section, 4 classes across 6 different cars, trying to navigate each other. Really, the only class battle that we have to pay attention to is the Continentals, which got split up just a little bit, but John LaRue is not letting go. He's come back to about 4/10 faster than Tim Miner in the first sector alone, all the way out to the dirt. It's the second place car, the red, tucking in nicely. Tony Ave looks kind of like that BMW M8 meme, like it got edited larger, coming down the back straightaway.
Larger than anything else.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Just hovering over the rest of the field. So we talked about Davison and Franklin, or pardon me, Franklin and Naranjo getting balked by slower prototype cars. They actually got caught behind Peter Shadow and Strike as well as they came through turn 4 and lost even more time to our FE2 leader James Davison. That has really, though, closed things up in the battle for second in FE2 as they now cross the start-finish line. And Tony Ave there getting around Tim Miner. So indeed, he starts at the back of the field, not only the back of the field, but back of the second pack. So there's pretty a big gap between those two at the start. Tony Ave now your overall leader in the sole Formula Atlantic in the class, or in the group.
And now gets to enjoy some clear track for probably the first time since the drop, having started all the way at the back. Here's that battle between Franklin and Naranjo coming at us into turn 3. They'll just pop into the screen at the top right there. That's how close they are for that podium position battle, second and third. But the red car up the road is the class leader. I think he's pretty much gone at this point, as we will have the rest of this lap plus 1 white flag this time by.
All right, so Tom, just again a reminder to everybody here at the track that we've got our Saturday night social at the pavilion starting about half hour after the track goes cold. We're going to have some adult beverages and some finger foods for you. So head on by the pavilion right outside of the north paddock by the skid pad. Also, from what I understand, a number of drivers have not picked up their event t-shirts. Can't do it tonight. They've already closed down at the hospitality, but if you head over there tomorrow, you don't need a ticket, just bring your name. Remember who you are. They'll check your name off and you'll get your free event t-shirt. The hospitality tent just across from the winner's circle. Good little fight there between Kelton Jago and Sam Harrington in FE2. Jago currently running 4th in class with Sam Harrington very close behind as they come down the roller coaster here with what we believe will be their final lap coming up as the white flag is in the air here, Tom.
Just noticed AJ Snyder, I thought we had a mechanical issue, but he is still on track. He's got a whole train of cars starting with Eric Cruz and the rest behind, but he slipped out of touch. No, actually, Sherman Chow's back there with him now. So that battle for P2 still relatively close. The battle for Formula Continental, relatively close. Daryl Schaff has gone through on all of the Continentals in his prototype car, somewhere in Sector 1.
Donnie Isley has retired his Formula V to the paddock. Our sole Formula V racer, his day now done as he is showing having completed 8 laps.
There's your overall leader, Tony Ave, up onto the back straight for the final time, having driven from last to first. Most of that was probably like playing the old game Outrun. You're just blowing by most traffic because that car so much faster than a whole bunch of the other cars in this race. Then it's Schaff, and the battle for Continental is still just that close. Miner, LaRue, and Dixon equally spread, but they might just be a little bit too far back. A couple of corners left to make a move or make a mistake.
So let's track here as they're going to be coming up to the top of the roller coaster momentarily as Ave, our sole Formula Atlantic driver, now runs down the hill. Daryl Schaff as well. There they are. There are our Continental leaders as it is James Davison, Will Franklin, or probably wrong class. It is Miner, LaRue, and Dixon with our Formula Enterprise 2 leader, James Davison, trailing right behind in their wake. And as they come to the line, taking the win in Formula Continental will be Tim Miner. Margin of victory, 45 hundredths of a second over John LaRue. Brandon Dixon runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. It's not enough to bump him up to the middle step of the podium. He's going to finish third with Justin Smith now coming to the line. And look at this, wheel to wheel in the battle for fourth in Formula Enterprises 2. Kelton Jago holds off Sam Harrington at the line by 15 one-thousandths of a second. Wow, as Harrington got a hell of a run out of the final corner. And, you know, we say it all the time, though, Tom. Even when you get a good draft, it is so hard to make the pass here on the front straight that start-finish line is seemingly like 15 feet too close to the final corner that nobody ever seems to get that past me. But great finish there.
The perfectly designed photo finish spot, that's for sure. And then in P2, just behind that photo finish, AJ Snyder did hold off Sherman Chow, but as topsy-turvy as that race was for Prototype 2, the final gap at the end was only 0.6 of a second. It was very close between those two, which will be fun for tomorrow's race. And then the rest of the field stringing across as well, all off their respective podiums.
All right, so Tom, speaking of tomorrow, let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule as we wrap things up today. We're going to be back on air tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and it is going to be much like today. We're going to start things off with qualifying in the morning for each of our 7 race groups, a little bit shorter sessions, 15 minutes in length, and then the first 2 feature races are in the morning, 35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first, for our production and B-Spec racers and Spec Racer Fords. We'll take some lunch, and then we'll wrap things up with 5
picks
through our Super Tour event here at Virginia International Raceway. So make sure to join us tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. I want to thank, of course, the great folks here at DriversEye Live with Brandon Kesmerick. I want to thank Tom O'Gorman, as well as our director today, Brian Belansky, for the great work today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thanks for joining us today.